Chapter 1530. After Jiang Wei left the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area, he immediately went to Zhao Feng's mansion in the inner court and asked the people there. Soon after, he learned that Zhao Feng had come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago and had contacted the inner court elder, Lu Huan. He had left his mansion yesterday and had yet to return. Jiang Wei knew very well that Zhao Feng would never return. This was because he was already dead. Lu Huan. After leaving Zhao Feng's mansion, Jiang Wei went straight to Lu Huan. When he arrived at Lu Huan's mansion, he happened to see a familiar figure walking out. Elder Bai Li? Jiang Wei was a little surprised when he saw Bai Li Hong walking out of Lu Huan's mansion. Currently, Bai Li Hong and Lu Huan should be at loggerheads. After all, Bai Li Hong's junior brother was from Mound Hill City. He was the disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Jiang Wei knew very well about the enmity between Feng Hui and Lu Huan. He had even thought that Bai Li Hong might come to him and ask him to kill Lu Huan. If Bai Li Hong really came to him, he would not be able to reject him. Although Lu Huan was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect, he was nothing compared to Bai Li Hong. To put it bluntly, if Lu Huan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was compared to Bai Li Hong's position in the sect, he was not even qualified to clean Bai Li Hong's shoes. Who was Bai Li Hong? A 3-star saint inscription master. In the entire 9 sect alliances district, apart from the Mountain Shade Black Market saint inscription master, there were only 2 3-star saint inscription masters. Due to this reason, no matter if it was him or the other few Moon Illumination sect supreme elders, they were all very polite when they faced Bai Li Hong. They were afraid that they would offend Bai Li Hong due to some minor details. In fact, Bai Li Hong was very popular in the eyes of the other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market. All these years, the 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market had extended an olive branch to Bai Li Hong, but they were all rejected by him. The reason he rejected them was because he felt a sense of belonging to the Moon Illumination sect and he was grateful to the Moon Illumination sect for taking care of him all these years. Due to this reason, the group of Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had always maintained a sense of propriety when they faced Bai Li Hong. Just like now, when Jiang Wei greeted Bai Li Hong, a rare gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Sect leader. Bai Li Hong was surprised to see Jiang Wei. Sect master, are you here to look for Elder Lu Huan? Exactly. Jiang Wei nodded with a smile. Then I won't disturb Sect master any longer. Bai Li Hong said goodbye to Jiang Wei and left. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Lu Huan would be able to catch up with his junior brother, who was on his way back to his hometown. Meanwhile, in Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan, who had just sent Bai Li Hong off, turned around and heard a stuttering voice. Sect leader. The stuttering voice came from an inner court disciple standing at the entrance of Lu Huan's mansion. He was also Lu Huan's in-name disciple. Of course, a nominal disciple was actually just someone who did odd jobs, and their status was completely incomparable to a personal disciple. Sect leader? Lu Huan was shocked when he heard the stuttering voice coming from behind. He immediately turned around. With just a glance, he saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man standing nearby looking at him calmly. Elder Lu Huan. Sect leader, why are you here? When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei, he could not help but have a shocked expression on his face. In fact, Jiang Wei had never come to his mansion before this. Although he was an inner court elder, he was ranked at the bottom among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Usually, he would not even be part of the decision-making team in the sect. Due to this reason, he rarely had the chance to meet the sect leader alone, let alone the fact that the sect leader personally came to his mansion to look for him. At this moment, while Lu Huan was overwhelmed by the favor, he respectfully led Jiang Wei in. Sect leader, please. Along the way, Lu Huan nodded and bowed. He looked like an obedient dog that would bite whoever he was told to bite. The current Lu Huan was like a completely different person compared to the Lu Huan who was flaunting his prowess in Han River City not long ago. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. In the main hall of Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan respectfully led Jiang Wei to the main seat while he stood on the lower side. Jiang Wei did not stand on ceremony and sat down, displaying the aura of a sect leader. Sect leader, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Huan asked nervously as he stood there. Although he was flattered that the sect leader came to look for him, when he suppressed the excitement in his mind, he realized that things were not as simple as it seemed. There must be something that the sect leader came to look for him. It was impossible that he was here to have a chat. Lu Huan immediately thought of Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong. Don't tell me Bai Li Hong asked the sect leader to get rid of me? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his heart jolted. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility before, but so what if he thought of it? Could he leave the Moon Illumination sect? He, Lu Huan, had been in the Moon Illumination sect all his life and had long rooted himself in the sect. He was unwilling to leave the sect to make a living. Due to this reason, he had always hoped that Bai Li Hong would not do that. After all, he was very cooperative when Bai Li Hong came to threaten him previously. He did not show any resistance at all. It must be because of something else. After taking a deep breath, Lu Huan, who was feeling uneasy, began to comfort himself. Did you look for Elder Zhao Feng after he came out of closed-door cultivation? Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and asked nonchalantly. Yes. Although Lu Huan did not know why Jiang Wei asked this, he nodded and answered. This was not a secret. Many people in Zhao Feng's mansion knew that he had gone to see Zhao Feng. Didn't Zhao Feng go after Duan Ling Tian? Why is the sect leader asking about Zhao Feng at such a coincidence? Lu Huan thought it was strange. Do you know that Elder Zhao Feng left yesterday? Jiang Wei asked again. No. Lu Huan shook his head with a confused expression on his face. Sect leader, did something happen to Elder Zhao Feng? Naturally, he knew that Zhao Feng had left the sect yesterday and was lurking outside. However, how could he admit that he knew about it? After all, the matter of him and Zhao Feng conspiring to kill Duan Ling Tian couldn't be brought out into the open. Elder Zhao Feng is dead. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and said nonchalantly. Elder Zhao Feng was dead. When Jiang Wei's words entered Lu Huan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Elder Zhao Feng is dead? When Lu Huan regained his senses, he was also dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock, and he did not know what to do. Naturally, this was Lu Huan's instinctive reaction. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei realized that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with Lu Huan. Based on Lu Huan's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. However, how could he have known that Lu Huan was frightened because he had never thought that something like this would happen? Zhao Feng was dead. He knew very well what Zhao Feng had gone to do. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Zhao Feng would surely be able to achieve his objective and kill Duan Ling Tian, who was a great threat to him. He was already waiting for Zhao Feng to return so that he could hold a celebratory feast. However, before Zhao Feng returned, the sect leader had already come to look for him. Moreover, he had brought him such shocking news. Zhao Feng went to kill Duan Ling Tian. Bai Li Hong has been with me all this while, so it's impossible for him to have done it. In other words, someone else must have killed Elder Zhao Feng? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he shuddered again. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that it was Duan Ling Tian who had killed Zhao Feng. Even if Duan Ling Tian had good innate talent and had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Lu Huan did not care about him at all. From the beginning until the end, he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as an ant. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, Duan Ling Tian would have died a long time ago. Even if he did not die in his hands, he would have died in the hands of the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins. Zhao Feng is dead. He must have offended some powerhouse on his way here and was killed by that powerhouse. I wonder if that powerhouse had already killed Duan Ling Tian before he killed Zhao Feng. At this moment, Lu Huan was not thinking about Zhao Feng's death. He was more concerned about whether Duan Ling Tian was still alive or not. Whether Zhao Feng was dead or not had nothing to do with him. He did not care at all. What he cared about was whether Duan Ling Tian was still alive or not. As long as Duan Ling Tian was still alive, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. From the beginning until the end, not only did Lu Huan not think it was Duan Ling Tian who had killed Zhao Feng, but he also did not think the powerhouse who had killed Zhao Feng had anything to do with Duan Ling Tian. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just a country boy. If he was not a country boy, how could he have become the disciple of his sworn enemy, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who had a lowly position? How could a country boy have such a powerhouse protecting him? Naturally, it was not that he did not think it was possible that Bai Li Hong had hired a powerhouse to protect Duan Ling Tian. However, when he thought about it again, he felt that something was amiss. If Bai Li Hong had really hired a powerhouse who was strong enough to kill Zhao Feng to protect Duanling Tian, why would he stay here for half a day to watch over him and prevent him from leaving the sect to chase after Duanling Tian? Due to this reason, he ruled out this possibility. In this case, the only possibility he had was that a powerhouse who had nothing to do with Duanling Tian had killed Zhao Feng. Keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone about it, Jiang Wei said indifferently as he looked at Lu Huan. Jiang Wei glanced at Lu Huan indifferently. As Lu Huan repeatedly responded, Jiang Wei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lu Huan secretly broke out in cold sweat. I hope Zhao Feng has already killed Duanling Tian before he was killed. Otherwise, I'll have to put in more effort in the future. Lu Huan muttered to himself. However, Zhao Feng was really unlucky. He was killed the first time he came out after being in closed-door cultivation for so long. However, it's fortunate that I'm not the one who chased after Duanling Tian this time. Otherwise, I might be the one who died. Chapter 1531. Due to Lu Huan's lack of cooperation, Zhao Feng's death became a mystery in the Moon Illumination sect. Of course, not many people knew that Zhao Feng was dead. Even Bai Li Hong did not receive any news about it. On the other hand, Duanling Tian finally saw the little black that appeared in the sea ahead after a long journey. As he traveled at full speed, the little black dot continued to grow bigger and eventually transformed into an island. It was a vast island that was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was difficult to see the entire island. Half Moon Island. It had been 3 years since he left Half Moon Island. Now that he saw Half Moon Island again, Duanling Tian could not help but feel a little strange. Homesick. That was how Duanling Tian felt at the moment. However, a smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as soon as he thought about his 2 fiancés and the children in their wombs. "Cur, little fair. I'm back," Duanling Tian muttered as he stood outside Half Moon Island. However, after entering the sky above Half Moon Island, Duanling Tian noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere before he could pass through the clouds and mist and enter the island. "What's going on?" Duanling Tian frowned. He could not pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. All he could feel was that the atmosphere on Half Moon Island was not normal. Soon, Duanling Tian passed through the clouds and mist and saw Half Moon Island in its entirety. With just a glance, his face turned extremely pale. The scene in front of him seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer that slammed on his chest. It shook him so much that he could not calm down for a long time. What exactly did Duanling Tian see that caused him to lose his composure like that? The current Half Moon Island had almost turned into a wasteland. The original Half Moon Island was covered in green and the air was fresh. It was like a paradise on Earth. However, the current Half Moon Island was full of potholes and dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect's encampment that originally stood in the middle of Half Moon Island had also turned into ruins. One could vaguely see some remains inside. Looking at the characteristics of the remains, it was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out. Unknowingly, a scarlet color had appeared in his eyes. Who did it? Who did it? At this moment, Duanling Tian had almost lost his mind. Not only were his 2 fiancés the ones he cared about the most, but there were also his friends and family, as well as the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. And now, this place had turned into ruins. The ruins were filled with wreckage. He didn't dare to think further. With his heart trembling, Duanling Tian flew out and prepared to take a look at the ruins of the Ling Tian sect's encampment. He knew in his heart that at this moment, even if he was unwilling to face it, he had to face it. He had to confirm whether his 2 fiancés were still alive. He had to confirm whether his friends and family were still alive. Master! Just as Duanling Tian approached the ruins of the Ling Tian sect's encampment and his heart was beating extremely fast, a familiar voice rang in his ears. When the voice entered Duanling Tian's ears, it was like rain in a drought. Gold Thug. He could tell that the voice belonged to Gold Thug. Gold Thug was the golden hellhound that he had subdued in the past. After a while, Gold Thug came from afar and appeared in front of Duanling Tian. When he saw Duanling Tian, his eyes turned red. Gold Thug. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly. He could not control his emotions at all. Master, come with me. After informing Duan Lingtian, Gold Thug brought Duan Lingtian to the east of Half Moon Island. In the end, they arrived at a mountain ridge in the east of Half Moon Island. They arrived at a quiet and remote valley. There were wooden houses erected in the valley. At this moment, two figures that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with stood at the entrance of one of the wooden houses. Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. He was the one who suggested bringing them to Half Moon Island. If anything happened to them, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Especially Feng Wu Dao. If anything happened to Feng Wu Dao, how was he going to explain to Tian Wu when he saw her in the future? Uncle Feng, teacher. In a flash, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Gold Thug's side. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation and speed, Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng could not react at all. They only looked at Duan Lingtian when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. They were a little excited when they saw Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, you're finally back. Feng Wu Dao took a deep breath. Even though he had lived for most of his life, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, one could tell from his expression that he was not calm. Young master. At the same time, a sturdy middle-aged man walked out of a wooden house. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he was inexplicably excited. Xiong Quan. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Another huge rock in his heart was lifted. Duan Lingtian is back? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Chen Xiaoshui. They were all alive and well. At that moment, the huge rock in Duan Lingtian's heart was lifted one after another. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the two wooden houses that were further away. At that moment, only the people in those two wooden houses had not come out. His heart was filled with anticipation and apprehension. Would it be Kerr and Little Fei? Also, where were Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Were they here too? Finally, one of the wooden houses opened, and a person walked out. Sect leader. It was a woman. When she walked out, she saw Duan Lingtian immediately. Her face and eyes were filled with excitement. Luo Ping. The woman who walked out was none other than the vice-sect leader of Lingtian sect, Luo Ping. Madam, the sect leader is back. When he saw Luo Ping walking towards the wooden house at the side, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement. Only Kerr and Little Fei, could be called Madam by Luo Ping. A moment later, the door of the wooden house opened, and a fragrant wind blew past. A graceful figure flew out and pounced on Duan Lingtian. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the beauty. Kerr, I'm late. Duan Lingtian hugged the beauty and muttered, Young master. The beauty in Duan Lingtian's arms was one of his two fiancés, Kerr. Unknowingly, Kerr's trembling body had calmed down. In the end, she actually fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, the purple sparrow's eyes widened when it saw Kerr's face in Duan Lingtian's arms. Sister, she looks exactly like you. Is she the person you're looking for? I've finally found her. Chi Mei, who was covered in black martial arts attire, muttered. Her tone was neither happy nor sad, and no emotions could be detected. Sect leader, Madam hasn't slept for a long time. Luo Ping sighed and explained when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at Kerr worriedly. What exactly happened? Duan Lingtian, who gently hugged Kerr in his arms so that she could rest better, lost the gentleness on his face. It was replaced by gloom and anger. 3 years ago when he left, Half Moon Island was peaceful and peaceful. 3 years later, when he returned, Half Moon Island was already in ruins. 3 years had passed and things had changed. Let me tell you. Just when everyone was looking at each other, Xiong Quan clenched his teeth and took a step forward. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned about the ins and outs of the matter as Xiong Quan spoke. Nearly a year ago, a golden-robed middle-aged man who called himself Di Ju came to Half Moon Island. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed all the powerhouses on Half Moon Island. 2 of the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island had died in that battle. Later on, Di asked the crowd who killed Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Naturally, the crowd did not know about this. Didn't Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, leave by himself? Moreover, before he left, he handed Half Moon Island to the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian. Facing the confused crowd, Di was enraged. He then started a massacre on Half Moon Island. At once, the entire Half Moon Island fell into doomsday. In his rage, Di who seemed to have lost his mind, transformed into a golden five-clawed divine dragon and started a one-sided massacre on Half Moon Island. In just a blink of an eye, most of the people on Half Moon Island were dead. Meanwhile, the group of people was lucky enough to escape from Half Moon Island. Where's Little Fei? Where's Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with worry. In the chaos, Sister Fei, and I were separated. At that time, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were by her side. Unknowingly, Kur, who had been awakened by Duan Ling Tian, who had lost control of his emotions, said in disappointment. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. When we separated, I saw them break out of the encirclement with my own eyes. Moreover, after we came back, we searched the surroundings, but we didn't find any bodies that were suspected to be theirs. Therefore, it's highly likely that they're still alive. Feng Wu Dao said. It's highly likely that they're still alive? Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that they're still alive. What about the others? Duan Ling Tian asked again. As for the others, other than those who were not on Half Moon Island, almost all of them are dead. Luo Ping's eyes dimmed as she sighed in disappointment. Zhang San is dead, Li Si is dead, and the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island are dead as well. All of them were dead. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat again. Diju. A golden 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 1532. How arrogant of you! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. The voice was so loud that it caused Feng Wu Dao and the others' expressions to change. It was not because of the voice that appeared out of nowhere, but it was because the voice was not unfamiliar to them. The reason Half Moon Island became like this was all because of this person. I was wondering why they came back after they ran away. It turns out that they were waiting for you. In that case, you're the new master of Half Moon Island, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian? As the voice rang out once again, another figure appeared in the secluded and quiet valley. It was a middle-aged man in a golden robe, who had a sturdy body like an iron tower. He stood in the air and looked down at Duan Ling Tian with a judging gaze. His face was filled with coldness. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt an irresistible spiritual energy sweeping towards him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body, causing him to feel as though he was being watched. At this moment, he felt that he could no longer hide anything from the golden-robed middle-aged man. You're more powerful than them, but you're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage. How dare you boast shamelessly that you're going to settle the score with me and the dragons? The golden-robed middle-aged man, who was the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile. His tone was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You're Diju. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave as he stared at the golden-robed middle-aged man in front of him. He immediately guessed his identity. The fact that Diju could see through his cultivation base meant that he was at the saint stage or above. Moreover, he seemed to be an adult 5-clawed divine dragon. That's right. I'm Diju. I'm the one who destroyed Half Moon Island. Didn't you say you're going to settle the score with me? I'm standing right in front of you now, and I'm curious how you're going to settle the score with me. Diju stared at Duan Ling Tian as the mocking smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Ling Tian's face turned even gloomier. Diju's words made him feel a little ashamed. When he said he would settle the score with Diju and the dragons, naturally, he was not talking about the current situation. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against Diju and the dragons. All of a sudden, Diju, who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian, had a horrified expression on his face as he shouted sternly, Duan Ling Tian, why do you have my son's aura on you? Your son? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Stop playing dumb. My son is Di Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island. Di snorted coldly. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian understood many things. As it turned out, Diju was Di Yong's father. As for why Diju would come looking for him and knew that Di Yong was killed, he could roughly guess it. It must be because Diju had Di Yong's soul pearl in his hands. Diju would naturally find out about Di Yong's death. So you're Di Yong's father. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to its usual calmness as he continued to say nonchalantly. Di Yong said that he wanted to go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land and temporarily handed Half Moon Island to me. Apart from that, as a reward for managing Half Moon Island, he also gave me a drop of his blood essence. Perhaps, this is the reason why you said I have his aura on me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he was still expressionless. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. My son's blood essence? No wonder, no wonder. Diju nodded. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. I've heard many people talking about this before. If it wasn't for the fact that I know it's impossible for my son to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by all of you. When Diju reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. Impossible? In this world, nothing is impossible. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Perhaps you don't know this. Back then, I made Diju swear on the lightning penalty oath that before his cultivation base broke through to the Saint stage, he's not allowed to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Diju had an expression that said, you can stop pretending. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Di Yong actually swore on such an oath? As for the reason why Di Yong, who was possessed by a soul and whose body had been taken over, left Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian could guess a little of it. It was because Di Yong's soul had changed. The lightning penalty oath recognized the soul of the person who swore on it, not the body. Although I don't know how you obtained my son's blood essence, I'm certain that you're related to my son's death. The gaze that Diju used to look at Duan Lingtian turned colder and colder, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Tell me, how did my son die? As long as you tell the truth and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're telling the truth, I'll let the rest of you go except for you. As Diju spoke, he glanced at Kerr, who was next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and the rest. At once, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were on guard as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Let's not talk about whether he's telling the truth or not. Even if he's really willing to let us go, I don't know about the others, but I can forget about living comfortably for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshui shouted loudly and stood next to Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. With a lift of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Diju. Lingtian boy, although there's nobody who's not afraid of death, I, Feng Wu Dao, am willing to walk with you to the end today. Feng Wu Dao took a step forward and stood next to Duan Lingtian as he said frankly. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, his action undoubtedly showed that he was as determined as Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, whether it was Xiong Quan, the Gold Thug, or the Nangong brothers, they also stood next to Duan Lingtian. They chose to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. They could not bear to watch Duan Lingtian die while they continued to live. At this moment, Luo Ping was the only one left who was hesitating. Although she did not want to betray Duan Lingtian, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart when faced with Diju, who was so powerful that he was invincible. If it was possible, she hoped that she could survive. How touching. However, it seems like there's someone who's more willing to let you die while she lives alone. As Diju spoke, his gaze landed on Luo Ping, causing her to feel as though she was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian felt warmth from the bottom of his heart when he saw Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, Chen Xiaoshui, and the rest's attitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Luo Ping's indecisiveness, he did not blame her. After all, the matter today was a matter of life and death to him. Huh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Kerr's slender and jade-like hand had already grabbed his hand without him noticing. She held it very tightly. It was obvious that she wanted to advance and retreat together with him and live and die together. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Duan Lingtian's gaze was as gentle as water. However, after this gentleness,
It was as though he had made up his mind.
Boom! Accompanied by a sudden loud bang, Di did not seem to have made any move, but Luo Ping's entire body exploded and turned into nothingness. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was as though she had completely evaporated. The technique that Di displayed caused Duan Lingtian's mood to turn even gloomier. Powerful. Too powerful. Di strength made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. It was so much so that it was difficult for him to even have the thought of resisting. He had no doubt that as long as Di was willing, he could easily kill everyone, including him, with just a wave of his hand. I've helped you get rid of the person who was disloyal to you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Di looked straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked nonchalantly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Is what you said true? However, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of thanking Di. Instead, he changed the topic and asked nonchalantly. Of course it's true. When Di realized what Duan Lingtian was asking, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He continued to say nonchalantly, to me they're just ants. Whether they're alive or dead, it doesn't affect me at all. Who knows if you'll go back on your words or not? Duan Lingtian smirked. If I wanted to take their lives, I would have done it when they came back from Half Moon Island. Di sneered. What he said was the truth. If he wanted to take Kerr and the rest's lives, they would not have survived until now. Do you dare to say that you don't have any other motive for keeping them alive? Duan Lingtian did not buy Di words as he asked nonchalantly. Then what do you want? Di frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone. Unless you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't do anything to them as long as I cooperate with you. Duan Lingtian said. Brat, you're the first person who dares to ask my Di to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Di said coldly. It's up to you whether you want to know the cause of your son's death or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Looks like I'm right. You really do know about it. Di eyes turned even colder. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the cause of his son's death, he would have killed Duan Lingtian right away. At this moment, Kerr and the rest also realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to sacrifice himself to save their lives. Young master, Kerr will live and die with you. If you die, Kerr will definitely not live alone. Kerr tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's hand. Her tone was filled with determination. Lingtian brat, there's no one who's afraid of death by your side now. He's powerful, but don't even think about making us compromise. Feng Wu Dao added. Sima Chongfeng and the rest chimed in as well. Everyone, I've made up my mind. Let's leave it at that. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person has to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Di. Humph. Di, whose expression was extremely gloomy, finally chose to compromise. He swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest. Brat, can you tell us now? Chapter 1533. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of bothering with Di for the time being. He immediately looked at Kerr, whose face was stained with tears, and said with a smile, Kerr, I understand your intentions. However, don't forget that you're no longer alone. Our child is in your stomach. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Kerr's bulging stomach. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am afraid that I won't have the chance to see my child. Also little Fei and the child in her stomach. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was filled with regret. However, he also knew that since things had already developed to this stage, even if he had extraordinary techniques, there was nothing he could do. Di was just too powerful. Even if his senior brother Bai Li Hong was here, he was far from being a match for Di. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr fell silent for a moment. Young master, Kerr understands. When Kerr saw the tenderness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she had already made up her mind in her heart. As soon as the child was born, she would immediately commit suicide and chase after her young master in the netherworld. Now that her young master was no longer around, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. When Duan Lingtian saw how sensible Kerr was, he heaved a sigh of relief. All of you can leave now. Take good care of Ke for me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others as he said. Feng Wu Dao and the others didn't have the time to react when a burst of coldness suddenly came from high up in the sky, a bone-chilling coldness. You're actually pregnant with his child? An extremely cold voice descended from the sky. It was as though it could freeze the air. Who's there? Horror dawned on Diju's face.
From the beginning until the end, he did not notice the presence of the person at all.
He knew very well what this meant. The person's strength was not inferior to his. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold wind blew past. Then, a figure covered in a black suit appeared in front of everyone. His devilish figure was full of seduction. However, although there were many men present, not many of them paid attention to this. Everyone was stunned by the aura of this masked woman in black. It's you! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Qi Mei, you're following me? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked to see Qi Mei here. However, when he came back to his senses, he guessed a few things. Furthermore, Qi Mei's words were clearly directed at Ke. Her tone was full of reproach. Diju's expression changed again when he saw that Duan Lingtian actually knew this lady who appeared out of thin air. However, when he noticed the strong hostility between Duan Lingtian and the woman, he realized that the woman was most likely not here to help Duan Lingtian. The moment he thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this woman, he was not willing to provoke her if it was not necessary. This was because she gave him a dangerous feeling. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's questioning, Qi Mei ignored him. Instead, she looked at Ke, who was looking at her in a daze. At the same time, she reached out her hand and took off the mask on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could topple a nation. When Qi Mei's face was revealed before everyone's eyes, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Ke, was stunned. They were all shocked. This was because Qi Mei's face was almost exactly the same as Ke's. Other than the difference in their auras, there was no difference in other characteristics. You. Who are you? When Ke saw Qi Mei's face, she felt as though she was looking into a mirror.
Looking at this lady who looked exactly the same as her voice began to tremble slightly. She did not know why, but when the woman in front of her had just appeared, and before she even revealed her face, she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. That feeling was very strong, and even she did not know why she felt that way. Now that the woman had taken off her mask and revealed a face that was exactly the same as hers, Ke realized that the woman in front of her might have some kind of connection with her that she did not know about in the past. I'm your elder sister. When facing Ke, Qi Mei's frosty face could not help but show some gentleness. When she spoke to Ke, her voice was much gentler. She really wanted to scold this long-lost sister of hers, but she did not know why. But when she faced her face to face, there was no other emotion in her heart other than tenderness. It was as though she had forgotten all her anger. Elder sister? When she heard Qi Mei's words, not only was Ke stunned, but even Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since when did Ke have an elder sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Ke with a puzzled expression. He had never heard Ke mention that she had an elder sister. When he saw the confusion on Ke's face, he realized that even Ke did not know she had an elder sister. Duan Lingtian did not doubt Qi Mei's words when she said she was Ke's elder sister. After all, the two of them looked too similar. This was a characteristic that only twin sisters would have. Of course, nothing was absolute. There could be two people in the world who were not related by blood but looked exactly the same. However, now that Qi Mei had said she was Ke's elder sister, the matter was obviously not so simple. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao and the others could not help but look at Nangong and Qi Mei. They looked at Nangong and Qi Mei, then looked at Ke and Qi Mei. They felt that it was very likely that the two of them were really twin sisters. Impossible. I don't have an elder sister. I only have a mother, but she's already dead. She died a long time ago. Ke shook her head and was unwilling to believe Qi Mei. Even though she felt that Qi Mei was very amiable, she was unable to accept the fact that she had an elder sister that was still alive in this world. Although I don't know who the mother you're talking about is, I want to tell you that your and my biological mother is still alive and well. All these years, she has been thinking about you all the time. Qi Mei said to Ke. Birth mother? Still alive and well? Ke was stunned, completely stunned. She tried her best to not believe Qi Mei's words, but her heart could not help but believe Qi Mei.
It was not only because Chi Mei looked exactly the same as her, it was more because she felt the blood connection between her and Chi Mei. Chi Mei caused her to feel a sense of closeness. All those years ago, you were taken away and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just Master. Even Mother sent people to look for you. However, because of your special identity, even though they had been looking for you, they did not dare to make a big fuss about it. Chi Mei continued, all these years, they have never stopped looking for you. A few years ago, I also began to look for you based on the weak connection between you and me as twin sisters. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard, and I finally found you before they did. When Chi Mei said the word they in the last sentence, there was a hint of fear in her voice. Fortunately, I was the one who found you first. Otherwise. At this point, Chi Mei glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as if she was about to devour him. This man had made her sister pregnant with his child. Didn't he know how dangerous this was for his sister? When he realized that Chi Mei might really be Ker's sister, Duan Ling Tian was happy for Ker. At the same time, he was curious about Ker's true identity. However, when he sensed the killing intent in Chi Mei's eyes, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. No matter what, he was still Chi Mei's brother-in-law. Why did Chi Mei look like she wanted to kill him? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sister, come with me. I'll do my best to protect you. I won't let you come to any harm. Unlike the killing intent she had when she looked at Duan Ling Tian, Chi Mei's tone was incomparably gentle when she looked at Ker. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. Big sister. For some reason, Chi Mei's every move made Ker feel incomparably close. At this point, even she did not know why she called out, big sister, so casually and naturally. It was as if she was not restrained at all. When she heard Ker call her big sister, the last trace of coldness between Chi Mei's brows faded away. Big sister, I can go with you. But you have to bring young master and the others. After taking a deep breath, Ker mustered up her courage and said to Chi Mei, Sister, I'm already giving face to you and the child in your womb by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to save him. Chi Mei's tone was resolute and there was no room for discussion. When she heard Chi Mei's words, Ker's expression changed completely. Big sister, if you don't bring young master and the others with you, then I won't go either. Sigh. When she heard Ker's words, Chi Mei sighed. She did not seem to have done anything, but Ker fainted in the blink of an eye. Chi Mei caught her in time. Ker. When Duan Ling Tian saw this scene, his expression changed subconsciously. When he discovered that Ker had only fainted, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Big sister, let me do this rough work. At this moment, the purple sparrow on Chi Mei's shoulder spoke. As soon as its voice left its mouth, it transformed into a purple-clad young lady and helped Chi Mei hold Ker. Her actions were very attentive. It's her. When Duan Ling Tian saw this purple-clad young lady, his eyes could not help but narrow. He was no stranger to this purple-clad young lady. She was the little grand aunt who had suddenly appeared after the Moon Illumination sex hunting assessment had ended. She had beaten up Jianghu, the vice sect leader, and followed them back to the Moon Illumination sect. As expected, she's related to Chi Mei. At this moment, many of Duan Ling Tian's difficult questions were finally answered. The purple-clad young lady's appearance was indeed not a coincidence. Let's go. After glancing at Duan Ling Tian indifferently, Chi Mei called out to the purple-clad young lady and prepared to leave. Whoosh. Chapter 1534. Do you think you can stop me? Facing Duan Ling Tian who was blocking her way, Chi Mei's face was filled with disdain. Hey! It's better for you to get out of my way. With my strength, even 10 of me won't be a match for her. Perhaps, Zier had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian because of the purple clothes he wore. She supported the unconscious Kuer and advised Duan Ling Tian not to do anything. Diju, if you want to know how your son died, help me get my wife back. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew he could not stop Chi Mei. Let alone Chi Mei. Even Zier who was by her side was not someone he could stop. Due to this reason, he immediately looked at Diju and said, Boy, there's no such condition in our agreement. Diju said with a gloomy expression. Then, I'll add this condition now. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Di suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he looked at Qi Mei and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to interfere and ruin my good deed?" Although he was wary of Qi Mei, it did not mean he was afraid of her. Although he was suspected of being forced by Duan Lingtian to do something beyond his ability, he was very displeased with Qi Mei's sudden interference. "I know you're a five-clawed golden dragon. However, let alone you, even if your clan leader is here, he won't be able to stop me." Qi Mei glanced at Di nonchalantly as though she did not take him seriously at all. "Everyone knows how to boast. I'd like to see how capable you are." Di was not frightened by Qi Mei's words.
He sneered as the golden robe on his body fluttered, and he was ready to attack Qi Mei.
However, just as he was about to make a move, he didn't even have time to react before he felt an unparalleled pressure coming towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body and destroyed the genuine qi that he had just mobilized. Bang! With a loud bang, Di was sent flying and crashed hard on the mountain wall at the side of the valley, leaving a human-shaped pit on it. Wah!
Under the horrified gazes of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Di no longer looked as valiant as before when he came out of the human-shaped deep pit. The golden robe on his body was torn in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry state.
Feng Wudao and the others who had seen Di fight before were dumbstruck. Was this golden-robed middle-aged man really the one who turned Half Moon Island into ruins? That person who could transform into a golden five-clawed divine dragon?
He didn't see the woman who looked exactly like Kerr do anything, but the golden-robed middle-aged man was sent flying.
Moreover, he seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Shwa! 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 When Feng Wudao and the others looked at Qi Mei again, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Actually, it wasn't just Feng Wudao and the others. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the scene before him. Di was actually injured to such an extent by Qi Mei's casual attack? Just how strong was Qi Mei? At once, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. "I know you dragons are very protective of your own. After you return to the dragons, you can tell your clan leader that the person who injured you is from Zoroastrianism. If he wants to take revenge, he can come to Zoroastrianism. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has the guts to do so." When Di looked at Qi Mei with fear in his eyes, Qi Mei glanced at Di nonchalantly and said, "Zoroastrianism?" Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, Di was confused. It was apparent he had never heard of Zoroastrianism. "As for you, originally, I wanted to kill you to settle this once and for all. However, considering my sister and the child in her stomach, I'll spare your life. However, you must know that you and her are from two different worlds." Qi Mei's gaze then landed on Duan Lingtian as she said nonchalantly, "On top of that, I'd like to remind you that it's best for you to completely forget about your past with her. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless disaster. Of course, that's on the premise that you're still alive after today." When Qi Mei reached this point, she glanced at Di again. "I'll take my sister away. I won't interfere in the matter between you and him." After she finished speaking, without waiting for Diju's reply, she disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that Qi Mei disappeared forever from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district. In the end, she was gradually forgotten. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the purple-clad girl brought along the unconscious Kerr and disappeared without a trace as well. Naturally, Di could still catch a glimpse of the purple-clad girl's figure when she left.
Only then did he realize that even the little girl by the black-clad girl's side had a strength that was not inferior to his.
Zoroastrianism? What kind of force is that? Diju's heart was filled with curiosity about this.
He had already planned to return to the dragons and ask the clan leader about it after he had settled his son's matter.
Kerr! Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, felt a sharp pain in his heart. His fists were clenched tightly without him noticing. His fingernails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out continuously. However, he did not seem to feel anything at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so useless that he could not even protect his own woman. Not only could he not protect his own woman, but he could not even protect himself. Perhaps, it's not a bad thing for Kerr to leave with her after all. When Duan Ling Tian thought about how he was going to die in Diju's hands today, he who was completely disheartened seemed to have thought it through again. Based on Qi Mei's attitude toward Ke, she would not treat Ke badly. No matter what, Ke was her twin sister.
Boy, it's time to settle our matter now.
Diju looked at Duan Ling Tian as his tone turned colder. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered from Qi Mei on Duan Ling Tian. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, all of them will die. Diju's cold gaze swept across Feng Wudao and the rest one by one. However, Feng Wudao and the rest were not afraid at all. At this moment, they were looking at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression on their faces. Although they were not Duan Ling Tian, they could guess that Duan Ling Tian was not in a good mood at this moment. If they were in his shoes, perhaps they would have broken down long ago.
Walao, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid I can't help you leave this planet. I sincerely hope that you'll be able to meet someone from Earth like me in the future. As long as he's recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he'll be able to help you leave this planet. Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped as he communicated with Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What happened? Hualao rarely observed the situation outside when he had nothing to do. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Duan Ling Tian told him about his situation. He's too powerful. Even if I use all my techniques, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Hualao, thank you for your help all this while. I'm sorry that I've disappointed you.
This matter is indeed a little difficult to handle.
However, it's not like there's no other way. However, this method requires him to cooperate. However, will he cooperate with you? Hualao pondered for a moment before he told Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, he told him about the method that he had thought of. Why didn't I think of this method? This method is feasible. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he would not miss out on the opportunity to survive. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Diju's tone was slightly impatient. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the truth behind his son's death, he would have attacked a long time ago. Follow me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he said to Diju. The moment his words left his mouth, he flew out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Wudao and the rest. All of you, don't follow me. Just wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as possible. If I don't return within 3 days, all of you don't have to wait anymore. You can go wherever you want, Duan Ling Tian added in the end as a precaution. Although he felt that the method was very confident, he did not dare to say that it was foolproof. What if Diju did not fall for it? When Feng Wudao and the rest heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, a worried expression appeared on their faces. However, they did not go against Duan Ling Tian's wishes and waited in the valley. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seems like he has a way to escape? Chen Xiaoshui was puzzled. I think so. However, based on the last sentence that he added, I don't think he's completely confident. Nan Gongyi nodded. A worried expression could be seen on his face. Young master will definitely return safely, Xiong Quan said with red eyes. On the other side, Diju followed Duan Ling Tian and flew to the Eastern Sea. After a while he said impatiently, Boy, where are you bringing me? Are you trying to play some tricks? What tricks can I play? Don't you want to know how your son, Di Yong, died? I'll bring you there now. I told your son about that place back then. It's also because of this that he used his blood essence as a reward to make a deal with me. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Diju began to believe him a little. What's that place? It's a very mysterious place. However, when I went in with him that time, I didn't dare to go any further and retreated in time. Now that I think about it, the reason why he said he wanted to leave Half Moon Island and go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land was most probably just an excuse. Duan Ling Tian said, I guess he must have gone to that place without telling me and wanted to take all the treasures there for himself. I suspect that he might have died there. Duan Ling Tian's words were so flawless that Diju did not suspect anything at all. Soon after, under Duan Ling Tian's lead, Diju arrived at the depths of the sea. They went deep into the sea until they reached the bottom of the sea. It doesn't seem to be here. Duan Ling Tian walked forward for a while before he turned around and walked back the way he came from. Chapter 1535. I've only been here twice, and it's been 3 years since the last time I was here. It's normal for my memory to be a little fuzzy. Duan Lingtian casually answered Di Ju.
After answering Di Ju, Duan Lingtian, who was walking forward for a while, suddenly exclaimed without any reason, "That's right.
It's here." Judging from his tone, it was as though he had discovered a new continent. Di Ju's attention was also successfully attracted by him. Di Ju saw Duan Lingtian walking to a group of seaweeds. Without any reason, he lifted his leg and stomped on the bottom of the sea. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a shockwave that could be clearly seen in the water swept out from the center of Duan Lingtian's foot, causing the seawater to flow in all directions. It only calmed down after a while. However, Di Ju's attention was not on this commotion right now. His eyes were fixed on the distance where a gigantic pagoda appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it shook the surrounding seawater. The seawater slapped on the true origin light shield on the surface of Di Ju's body and continued to flow away. However, Di Ju did not pay any attention to this at all. His eyes were completely attracted by the gigantic pagoda that appeared out of thin air in the distance. The gigantic pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It stood there like a gigantic beast. Most importantly, Di Ju could clearly sense the aura that filled the gigantic pagoda. This aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. It even caused him to tremble from the bottom of his heart for no reason. "It's this pagoda." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. "Back then, Di Yong and I didn't dare to go deeper after we entered.
However, even then, we still found many saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions at the outer perimeter.
The place we've been to seems to be the outer perimeter of this pagoda. We didn't go deeper. At that time, Di Yong told me that there might be more treasures inside." Duan Lingtian told Di Ju. "Do you know the origin of this pagoda?" Di Ju asked. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Not long after Di Yong and I entered, we discovered some ruins. All the signs pointed to the person who left this tower behind as Feng Qingyang. By the way, the signature he left behind seems to be something like Sword Sage." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, "Feng Qingyang? Sword Saint?" "Sword Saint Feng Qingyang." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Ju's eyes narrowed right away as a horrified expression appeared on his face. "Why are you sure that person left behind this signature?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded.
At the same time, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Could it be that you know him?"
In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Di Ju did not reply. His emotions were surging as his eyes gleamed brilliantly as he stared fixedly at the gigantic 7-story pagoda in the distance. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's actually a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Rumor has it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was once the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
During his era, nobody from the 3 sects and 9 sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land could withstand a single strike from him.
At this moment, Di Ju's heart was beating extremely fast. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He did not find it strange that Duan Lingtian did not know about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. This was because even he had read about the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in some of the ancient books in the Dragon Clan. He knew that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an extremely talented sword cultivator who stunned the entire Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. Rumor had it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind some ruins in the Dao Martial Saint Land for those who were fated to find them. Could this be the ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the rumors? Di Ju stared at the gigantic 7-story pagoda with gleaming eyes like a hunter who had spotted his prey. Looks like he's heard of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Di Ju's expression, he sighed in relief inwardly. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Since Di Ju knew about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's existence, it was likely that he would not be able to see through the trap he had set up. This trap was set up by Duan Lingtian at the last minute after being reminded by Hua Lao. Speaking of which, this trap was very simple. It was to lure Di Ju into the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and let Hua Lao deal with him. Hua Lao's cultivation base had recovered a lot. Although it was still far from his prime, based on Hua Lao's tone, it was obvious that his current strength was not inferior to Di Ju. This scheme sounded simple, but when it was actually implemented, it was filled with difficulties. The most important thing was to make Di Ju believe his words,
so that he would not resist the suction force of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda and allow it to suck him in. As long as he was unwilling or vigilant, the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda would not be able to suck him in. If he did not enter the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda, this trap would fall apart on its own. Duan Lingtian's situation would be extremely dangerous again, or even more so, he would not be able to survive. When he was on the way here, Duan Lingtian had been thinking about how to make Di Ju believe his words, so that he would allow the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda to suck him in. For this reason, he even blurted out that Di Yong's death was related to the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Not only that, he even said that there was a great treasure hidden in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. All of this was to lure the enemy in. In order to make his words more convincing, he thought about it and brought up sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He wanted to take a gamble and see if Di Ju had heard of him before. Now, it seemed like he had made the right bet. Di Ju knew about the existence of sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. You said that you found many saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in the outer perimeter when you entered the pagoda? Di Ju asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Di Ju was very careful when he spoke. Although Duan Lingtian secretly cursed Di Ju for being so careful, he did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, he took out the saint weapon that belonged to the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng, and passed it to Di Ju. This is the saint weapon that I obtained from inside. There's 1 3-star saint inscription and 2 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon. Di Ju took the saint weapon that Duan Lingtian passed to him. After observing it for a moment, he nodded. There's indeed a 3-star saint inscription. However, did you really obtain this from the pagoda? Even though Duan Lingtian had proven it, Di Ju was still very careful. The dragons were a tribe that was suspicious by nature. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju was also a member of the royal bloodline of the dragons. His suspicious nature was even more so than the other members of the dragons. Very few people could deceive him. I'm from the mortal continent. Do you think it's possible for me to obtain this saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions from somewhere else? Upon hearing Di Ju's words, Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Naturally, this was just a facade on the surface. His heart had already become slightly heavy. He really did not expect Di Ju to be so careful. Even though he had mentioned sword Saint Feng Qingyang, Di Ju still did not believe him completely. From the beginning until the end, he had been very calm and careful. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be even calmer at this moment. He could not be anxious at all. As soon as he exposed a flaw, he would lose everything. When Di Ju asked that question, his eyes were locked onto Duan Lingtian. He was observing the slight changes on Duan Lingtian's face. When he saw Duan Lingtian's self-deprecation did not seem to be fake, he secretly nodded his head. He had been on Half Moon Island for a long time, so he had already investigated Duan Lingtian's origin thoroughly. My cultivation base is all thanks to a kind of herb in this tower. At that time, Di Yong and I both consumed that herb. Later on, my cultivation base improved tremendously, and so did Di Yong's. 3 years ago, after he consumed the herb, his cultivation base was already at the perfection saint rudiment stage. If he's still alive, he'd definitely be at the saint stage now. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally again. No wonder your cultivation base improved so quickly. After taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian, Di Ju could not help but have a hint of greed in his eyes. That miraculous herb tempted him. Perhaps, it would be helpful to him as well. He had investigated Duan Lingtian's background thoroughly. He also knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not even broken through to the mortal shedding stage before he left Half Moon Island. 3 years ago, a mortal continent's martial cultivator who had not broken through to the mortal shedding stage had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage 3 years later. When Di Yong first saw Duan Lingtian, he was also in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had no choice but to believe it. At that time, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. Now, it seemed like the 7-story giant tower was his fortuitous encounter. Right now, the suspicion in Di Ju's heart had lessened a lot. Of course, this was also because until now, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any flaws at all. Every sentence that Duan Lingtian said was just like pushing the boat along with the current.
It was as if he was answering the questions in Diju's heart. Of course, Diju did not voice these questions out loud. Everything was just Duan Lingtian's speculation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Diju were engaged in a battle without smoke. It was also a battle of wits. Unfortunately, although there are many kinds of herbs, Di Yong and I realized that only the first one would be effective. For this reason, we've even wasted more than 10 herbs. When I left with him, there were less than 10 stalks of herbs left. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed that flashed across Diju's eyes, he continued to push the boat along with the current.
As expected, Diju's eyes lit up when he heard his words. He cursed in his heart. Wastrel!
When Diju first came to Half Moon Island, he had almost lost his mind and killed everyone on Half Moon Island just to vent his anger so that a group of people would be buried with his son. However, he had calmed down in the end. When he realized that Feng Wu Dao and the rest had returned to Half Moon Island, he did not make a move on them. For almost a year, he had been patiently hiding and waiting at the side. At that time, he had also regained his rationality and was determined to find out the truth behind his son's death. Chapter 1536. Currently, Diju already believed 70% to 80% of Duan Lingtian's words. When he learned that his son had most likely died because of his greed by entering the pagoda, there was only sorrow in his heart. There was no hatred at all. After all, he could not possibly hate a pagoda, right? Yong don't tell me you're really so unlucky? If you didn't die and obtain Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, you'd definitely be able to return to the dragons in the shortest time possible with your strength that could crush all of the dragons. What a pity! What a pity! God is jealous of geniuses. God is jealous of geniuses. Diju cried out silently in his heart. He felt sad for his dead son and felt that his son's death was too unjust. However, after confirming the cause of his son's death, he temporarily suppressed his sadness and stared at the 7-level pagoda in front of him with a burning gaze. A relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Apart from all kinds of treasures, such a miraculous relic must have his inheritance as well. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's strongest skill was his sword technique. If I, Diju, can obtain his sword technique inheritance, it'll be easy for me to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land in the future. When Diju thought about the possibility of obtaining Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, he was inexplicably excited. At this moment, he had already tossed his son's death to the back of his mind.
Perhaps, when he realized that his son was not killed, his anger had already disappeared and was only left with a faint sadness.
In the Dao Martial Saint land, the strong were revered and the fittest survived. When he found out that his son was not killed, he had already gotten over it. Moreover, there were more important things that he needed to be concerned about. How do we enter this pagoda? Diju asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. To enter this pagoda, we'll first have to set up a formation around it to separate the seawater. Then, we'll enter the area without seawater. When we get close to it, we'll be able to feel its suction force. At that time, it'll be fine as long as we don't resist it. If we resist it, we won't be able to enter. Duan Lingtian explained to Diju. Separate the seawater? Why is that so? Diju frowned, feeling puzzled. He could not help but feel puzzled because this was just too strange. Could it be that the seawater could enter the tower? If we don't separate the seawater, we can still enter, but we'll be sent out immediately. According to Mai and Di Yong's experiments, we can't let anything from the outside affect this tower, or the space inside will become unstable. Duan Lingtian added. You go in. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju fell silent for a moment before replying nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. I'm letting you in, Diju said impatiently. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he took a deep look at Diju. While he sighed inwardly at how careful Diju was, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. As soon as he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. He was directly sent out in a sorry state. Now the seawater was constantly pressing against the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and the space inside was also very unstable. Duan Lingtian was not lying about this. Even if he really wanted to lure Diju in, he must first create an environment without any disturbance outside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only then would Di not be sent out immediately by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao also needed time to make his move. Therefore, what he said earlier was to give Di a heads up in advance so that Di would not be suspicious of his actions. When Di saw the sorry state Duan Lingtian was in, he believed him a little more. Let me try. At the same time, Di walked to the front of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, wanting to test it himself. Duan Lingtian controlled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to suck Di in with just a thought. However, Di remained unmoved and did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was because Di refused to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The current 7 treasures exquisite pagoda did not have the ability to pull people in by force. As expected. This was also Di's experiment to prove that Duan Lingtian was not lying earlier. Again. The moment Di thought of this, he began to relax his body and allowed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to pull him in. At that instant when Di's eyes flashed, he did not even have the time to react before he felt a pushing force landing on his body and pushing him out of the gigantic pagoda. This pushing force was vast and endless. It made him deeply feel how small he was. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. When Di's eyes flashed again, he realized he had already returned to the outside of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. I didn't lie to you, did I? Duan Lingtian glanced at Di nonchalantly and shrugged. Di snorted coldly and continued to ask, how did you and Di Yong separate the seawater in the past? I used the inscription formation that belongs to the mortal continent to separate the seawater. However, that's because Di Yong provided me with a huge amount of resources. That's why I was able to hold on for so long. If I set it up with the materials I have now, I won't be able to hold on for long. Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. Try setting it up with the materials you have on you first. I'll take a look at the situation inside first. At most, I'll come out first and set it up again after I've found enough resources, Di said. That's right. I heard that the Dao Martial Saint Land has Dao Talisman formations and Saint Inscription formations that are similar to the inscription formations in our mortal continent. Not only that, but the effect is even better. Duan Lingtian looked at Di with a burning gaze. I'm not a Dao Talisman master nor am I a Saint Inscription master. Di's words greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart could not help but clench. Initially, I planned to let Di dig his own grave if he's a Dao Talisman master or a Saint Inscription master. However, it seems like I'll have to do it myself. Moreover, I can't use the Saint Inscription to set up the formation so that he won't be suspicious. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who could already inscribe 2-star Saint Inscriptions, could, naturally, set up some shallow Saint Inscription formations as well. However, he could only set up the inscription formation so that Di would not be suspicious. At this time, he had to be careful with every step he took. He could not take any risks. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. With the materials I have, the inscription formation that I set up would only last for 10 breaths of time at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian told Di, why don't we look for the materials that we need to set up the inscription formation first? The inscription formation that I set up with the materials I have would only last for 2 to 3 breaths of time at most. In order to get Di to agree to look for the materials first, Duan Lingtian had reduced the time by a lot. However, Di's words made his mood turn slightly gloomy. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough. I just want to see the situation inside. I don't plan to go in now. These were Di's original words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like slapping himself. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he did not have the materials to set up the inscription formation. Now, he could only give Hua Lao 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. I wonder if Hua Lao can kill him or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he asked Hua Lao. I've only roughly probed his strength. He's not much weaker than me now. I can only say that I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him in 10 breaths of time. However, I'll try my best to kill him and solve your current crisis for you. Hua Lao replied. How confident are you in killing him? Duan Lingtian asked. 50%. Hua Lao replied again. 50%? Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed abruptly. In the end, He clenched his teeth. I'll go all out. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, at this point, he no longer had any other choice. This was the only thing he could do. When I'm setting up the inscription formation, I'll need your help to push the seawater around the pagoda away. After we go in, the seawater will be supported by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Di-Ju. Di-Ju nodded nonchalantly. Then, without any movement, the seawater that was pressuring the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was pushed far away. At this moment, the area around the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda no longer had a single drop of seawater. To Di-Ju, pushing the seawater that had a strong water pressure at the bottom of the sea away seemed to be an insignificant task. The truth was indeed so. Let alone a saint stage powerhouse like Di-Ju, even Duan Lingtian could push the seawater around him away with his cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage using his true energy. It would not be a problem for him to maintain it for 10 days to half a month. If I'd known earlier, I would have prepared more materials to set up this kind of inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian began to set up the inscription formation, he felt a little regretful in his heart. However, the past him would never have thought that he would face such a situation one day in the future. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation. He had to be in his best condition. Only then would he be able to perform better than usual. Perhaps, he would be able to buy more time for Hualao. The time of 10 breaths was still too short. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had forgotten about the environment he was in. He had forgotten about everything else as he focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation that he had not set up for a long time. Although he had not set up an inscription formation for a long time, due to the fact that saint inscriptions and inscriptions were similar, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any resistance when he set up the inscription formation. Everything went smoothly for him. Indeed, he was able to perform better than usual. This inscription formation should be able to last for the time of 10 breaths. It's one more breath than I expected. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although the extra time of one more breath was just a blink of an eye, it would at least buy more time for Hualao to make his move on Di-Ju. You're done setting it up. Chapter 1537. Yes. Upon hearing Di-Ju's question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. You go in first. I'll go in after you. Di-Ju's eyes lit up as he said. Until now, he still maintained a cautious attitude and asked Duan Lingtian to go in first. If there was any danger, Duan Lingtian would be the first to encounter it, and Duan Lingtian would be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian was almost numb to Di-Ju's cautiousness. He responded nonchalantly and entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The entire Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was his, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Time passed by quietly. Since Di-Ju was supporting the surrounding seawater, Duan Lingtian's inscription formation was not depleted at all. With Di-Ju's strength, the surrounding seawater was no threat to him at all. It would not be a problem for him to continue like this for 8 to 10 years. After 15 minutes had passed, Di-Ju frowned and thought to himself, "Don't tell me that boy has really met with misfortune?" The moment Di-Ju thought of this, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said before. He said that as long as there's any movement outside that affects this pagoda, those who enter will be sent out immediately. The moment Di-Ju thought of this, he waved his hand casually. At once, a gust of wind blew past and swept towards the 7-story pagoda in front. Almost at the same time when the wind blew past, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body, but Duan Lingtian was not angry at all. Instead, he smirked secretly. Has he finally lost his cool? Naturally, he had stayed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for so long on purpose. He wanted to see if Di-Ju could keep his cool or not. Why didn't you come out so late? Di-Ju asked in a deep voice. I've encountered some situation inside. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. What's the situation? Di-Ju asked. I discovered that someone had indeed entered it before because some of the saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions were missing. I remember those saint weapons were still there when Di-Yong and I left. Duan Lingtian sighed. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Di Yong really did go inside later.
Humph.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Di Yong, Di Ju's face turned grave right away.
After snorting coldly, he said nonchalantly, "Follow me in."
Upon hearing Di Ju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. However, he still tried his best to remain calm.
As he looked at the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he smiled wryly at Di Ju and said, "Senior, why don't I help you hold the surrounding seawater from the outside while you go in alone?
With me outside, you don't have to worry about being sent out in 2 or 3 breaths." "What? Are you trying to escape when I go in?"
Di Ju smirked coldly.
"If that's the case, you can rest assured. After this incident, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're not directly related to Di Yong's death, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm a 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. My identity is noble, so of course, I'm not an unreasonable person." Duan Lingtian scoffed at Di Ju's words. Not an unreasonable person? If he was not an unreasonable person, would he have killed so many people on Half Moon Island and turned it into ruins? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say these words out loud. Currently, if he were to fight Di Ju head-on, it would be no different from throwing an egg at a rock. He was not impulsive to that extent. "Senior, I don't think it's appropriate for me to swear on this oath, right? If Di Yong really died in this pagoda, then naturally, it's directly related to me. After all, it's because of me that he found out about the existence of this pagoda and went in." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "Humph. Of course, I've thought of this. It's easy to solve this problem. All you have to do is add some conditions when you swear on the lightning penalty oath."
Di Ju snorted.
"Now, follow me in. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough for me to observe for a while." At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not reject Di Ju anymore. This was because if he rejected him again, Di Ju would definitely be suspicious. This was not something he wanted to see. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. At the same time, he controlled the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to extend its suction force and suck Di Ju in as well. The moment Di Ju entered, the seawater outside seemed to have gone out of control as it surged toward the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, the seawater was blocked by the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian had set up. Of course, it was only an inscription formation after all. Not only that, the material was simple. Under the pressure of the seawater, the layer of light shield formed by the inscription formation gradually dimmed. Once the light shield was completely dimmed, it would be crushed by the seawater. At that time, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Di Ju, both of them would be sent out by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda immediately. "Walao, it's all up to you now." After entering the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. After a while, he was blocked by a layer of fog. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see this layer of fog.
However, Di Ju, who came in after him, realized that there was a layer of fog around him that completely blocked his vision.
"Boy, where are you?" At the same time, Di Ju realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. Before he could even search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a pressure that came out of nowhere caused his expression to change drastically.
At the same time he shouted, "Who's there?"
However, the person who came did not bother about him. A wave of vast rolling peerless energy instantly passed through the fog and swept towards Di Ju. After all, he was a 5-clawed divine dragon among dragons. In a flash, Di Ju transformed into his true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared. His dragon tail swept out at lightning speed and went head-on with the energy that made him feel pressured. Boom! When his dragon tail collided with the energy, Di Ju felt a tremor from his dragon tail to his entire body, causing his gigantic body to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Di Ju saw the true face of the person who attacked.
It was an old man dressed in a red robe.
"Who are you?"
Di Ju, whose vital energy and blood were rolling in his body, shouted with a grave expression when he saw the red-robed old man.
The red-robed old man was naturally Walao. When he saw Di Ju actually withstood his sneak attack, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. In the next second, a wisp of flame rose in each of his eyes. At that moment, Hualao's entire body was enveloped by a scorching flame. Unlike the usual red flames, this flame was golden in color. It was a golden flame. As the golden flame swayed, Hua Lao's true form, the three-legged golden crow, appeared before Di Ju's eyes. What kind of saint beast is this? Naturally, Di Ju could not recognize Hua Lao's true form. What a joke! Hua Lao's true form was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. There was no other three-legged golden crow in this world. Duan Lingtian stood behind the layers of fog. There was no fog in his sight. There was only a gigantic five-clawed golden dragon and a gigantic three-legged golden crow. There are still 9 breaths of time left. I hope Elder Hua can kill him in 9 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. The result of this battle would directly affect his life and death. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why Hua Lao did not continue to attack after his attack was blocked by Di Ju. It must be because Hua Lao was searching for Di Ju's weakness so that he could kill Di Ju in the shortest amount of time.
Before he came in, he had already told Hua Lao that he only had 11 breaths of time.
His life and death were crucial to Hua Lao.
He believed that Hua Lao would not show any mercy.
In just a blink of an eye, another breath of time had passed. At this moment, Hua Lao made his move. He took the lead to transform into a gush of golden flame. Like a burning cloud, he charged straight at Di Ju's true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, the speed of the golden flame was very fast. Duan Lingtian could only barely catch a trace of its afterimage. As for Di Ju's true form, its speed was also very fast. Duan Lingtian could not catch a glimpse of it with his eyes. Bang! 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 As Hua Lao made his move, a thunderous sound of air exploding resonated in the air. The sound of air exploding was so deafening that it made one's hair stand on end. Boom! 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 Along with the air exploding sound were waves of rolling air billows. The air billows were compressed into a shockwave that swept out in all directions. It enveloped Duan Lingtian as well, causing Duan Lingtian to retreat continuously. He was in a slightly sorry state. At the same time, Di Ju no longer spoke. Naturally, he wanted to speak. However, Hua Lao's attacks that were like a storm that suppressed him made him exhausted. At this moment, he could only hope that this strange tower would send him out as soon as possible. However, after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he realized that he was still not sent out. At that moment, endless rage rose in his heart. Damn it! That brat lied to me. At this moment, if he still could not figure out what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, although he was furious and wanted to grind Duan Lingtian into ashes, he knew that the most important thing right now was not to think about this. Instead, he had to deal with the crisis before him. Currently, Di Ju had unleashed all of his techniques and no longer held back. However, even then, he was still retreating in defeat in front of Hua Lao. Under Hua Lao's storm-like attacks, Di Ju, who was in an extremely passive position, only felt extremely oppressed. This kind of oppression also brought him panic. The moment the panic rose, it spread out and was difficult to suppress. Damn it! What kind of saint beast is this? It's not like I haven't seen the top super saint beasts in the Dao Martial Saintland before, but they're far from being as terrifying as this one. Judging by the true origin he displayed, his cultivation base is even lower than mine. However, the combat strength he displayed far surpasses mine. Di Ju was slightly exasperated. This won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die in his hands in 10 breaths at most. Chapter 1538.
It was because of Di Ju's calmness that he did not die even after the inscription formation outside was crushed by the seawater.
Instead, he managed to catch his last breath. In the span of 11 breaths, he was severely injured by Hua Lao. He was on the verge of death, but he did not die. When the seawater bombarded the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian who was hiding and watching the show, or Di Ju who was struggling to catch his last breath, they were all sent out immediately. Boy, Di Ju, will remember what happened today. I won't let you go when we meet again. When Duan Lingtian was sent out, he heard Di Ju's voice that was getting further and further away. The moment Di Ju was sent out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by force, he crushed a high-grade divine strider talisman. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. A powerhouse above the saint stage could activate a Dao talisman with his true origin. He did not even need to shout, appear. He only needed to channel his true origin into it and crush it. Duan Lingtian could tell that Di Ju's words were weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Moreover, he did not even dare to stay for a moment longer. It was obvious that he was really afraid of Hualao. I must go back now. I must bring Uncle Feng, teacher, and the others away from Half Moon Island while he's in a state of panic and has temporarily lost his rationality. Without any hesitation, without even informing the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian shrunk the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and put it away. He then rushed back to Half Moon Island as fast as he could. After rushing back to Half Moon Island, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were overjoyed when they saw him. Let's talk after we leave. Di Ju might come back any time. Seeing that Feng Wu Dao and the rest were about to say something, Duan Lingtian stopped them first. He then waved his hand, and vast true energy swept out and shrouded Feng Wu Dao and the rest. He then brought them away from Half Moon Island as fast as he could. However, after leaving Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian did not head south directly to the mortal continent. Instead, they went west and took a big detour before they started heading southeast. The reason he did this was to avoid Di Ju, who would return after regaining his rationality. Facts proved that Duan Lingtian's concerns were correct. After Di Ju crushed the Divine Strider talisman and left, he hastily consumed a few healing medicinal pills and recovered some of his injuries. Although the current Di Ju was no longer as terrifying as he was when he was in his prime, as long as his opponent was not at the saint stage or above, he was confident he could defeat him. At the same time, the panic and fear in Di Ju's heart was gradually suppressed by him as he gradually calmed down. Something's wrong. After calming down, he immediately felt that something was wrong. That big bird covered in golden flames doesn't seem to be chasing after us. Could it be that it can't leave the 7-story tower? The more Di Ju thought about it, the more he was certain of it. At once, regret filled his face. Why didn't I think of this before? Otherwise, even if I couldn't re-enter the 7-story pagoda, I would have been able to kill that brat after I was sent out. The moment Di Ju thought about Duan Lingtian, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. At this moment, if he still did not realize that the danger he was facing was created by Duan Lingtian, he would have lived his life in vain. Although it was impossible for Di Ju to think that the 7-story pagoda belonged to Duan Lingtian, he also realized that everything he faced earlier was related to Duan Lingtian. The moment he entered the pagoda, he was tortured by a terrifyingly powerful saint beast. In his opinion, with that saint beast's strength, it would not be difficult for it to kill that brat called Duan Lingtian. However, that brat was fine even after staying in there for 15 minutes. In fact, even he, Di Ju, was almost killed after staying in there for over 10 breaths. Although he did not die, he was on his last breath. He could only rely on the Divine Strider talisman to escape when he was sent out. At that time, there was only fear left in his heart. He did not have the time to think too much. Otherwise, he would not have left. Now that he had figured everything out, Di Ju's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. Brat, how dare you trick me? If I don't kill you, I, Di Ju, am a 5-clawed golden dragon of the Imperial Dragons. At this moment, Di Ju was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had long known about the existence of the gigantic bird in the pagoda and purposely lured him in. As for Duan Lingtian himself, since he was familiar with the situation inside, he could avoid that terrifyingly powerful strange gigantic bird immediately and let the gigantic bird deal with him. After figuring all this out, the rage in Di Ju's heart grew even stronger. Whoosh! At this moment, Di Ju had already disappeared from his original spot. With his fastest speed, he rushed back to the depths of the sea. However, when he rushed back, there was no trace of Duan Lingtian at all. Even the 7-story pagoda had disappeared without a trace. It seems to be here. Di Ju arrived at a group of seaweeds and imitated Duan Lingtian by kicking the bottom of the sea. However, he realized that the 7-story pagoda did not appear again. Could it be that the location is wrong? Subsequently, Di Ju used his fastest speed to kick every corner of the seaweeds. However, the 7-story pagoda still did not appear. Don't tell me that there's a need for some technique to make the 7-story pagoda appear? Di Ju's face was grave. He could not figure out the reason at all. If Duan Lingtian had seen Diju's series of actions, Duan Lingtian would have burst out laughing. This was because he had only done that to deceive Diju. When he had passed through this sea for the first time, he had already left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust here. After that, he had brought Diju back. When he had returned to this place, he pretended to be activating some mechanism while he enlarged the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. His kicking action was just a smoke screen. When Diju realized that he could not make the 7-story pagoda appear, his face turned even graver. Boy, you've completely infuriated me. Since that's the case, there's no need for your friends to continue living in this world. If I kill them now, it won't be considered as breaking the lightning penalty oath that I swore earlier. In his rage, Diju left the depths of the sea as fast as he could and returned to the valley on Half Moon Island. However, when he returned, he soon realized that there was no one in the valley anymore. Everyone had left. Diju, who was unwilling to give up, searched the surroundings, but he still did not discover anything. He immediately headed south. This group of people came from the mortal continent. They must have returned to the mortal continent now. In such a short time, even if that boy comes back, I'll be able to catch up to them in the shortest time as long as the direction is correct. The moment Diju thought of this, he headed south at full speed. Half an hour later, Diju came to a halt as he muttered to himself with a grave expression. It seems like they didn't head south. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have already caught up to them. Currently, Diju had already appeared near the mortal continent's cloud continent. If I can figure it out, that cunning boy must have figured it out as well. Perhaps, he brought that group of people north to the Dao Martial Saint land. Subsequently, Diju headed back. After he returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search north. This time, he relied on his speed to search the north. He searched every inch of the area, not missing a single corner. However, after a few days, he still came up empty-handed. When he returned to his senses and returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search south of the sea. Duan Lingtian had already brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely be in a good mood when he returned to the Cloud Continent. However, at this moment, his mood was extremely gloomy. He felt as though the sky above his head was dark. Of his 2 fiancées, one was missing while the other was taken away from him by force. The feeling of his heart being hollowed out almost drove him crazy. However, he managed to calm down in the end. At this moment, he could only remain calm. It would be useless no matter how impatient he was. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian still had this bit of self-control. Little Fei, should be fine since she's with Little Black and the others. 3 years have passed, Little Black and the others must have broken through to the mortal shedding stage. As saint beasts, apart from their strength, the 3 of them have a perception that far surpasses humans. Half Moon Island has suffered a great calamity. There's only one way for them to go, and that's to look for Xuan Ai and ask for help. After calming down, Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer. The moment he thought of this, he felt relieved. Kerr was taken away by Qi Mei. Based on Qi Mei's attitude toward her, she shouldn't hurt her. Qi Mei is from some Zoroastrianism or something. If I want to look for Kerr in the future, this is the only clue I have right now. Although Duan Lingtian had calmed down, he could not help but feel a stab of pain in his heart when he thought of Kerr. It was obvious that Qi Mei was dissatisfied with the child Kerr was pregnant with. Moreover, from what Qi Mei said, there was another group of people looking for Kerr as well. That group of people might harm Kerr. What kind of background does Kerr have? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Duan Lingtian had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the 10 Great Dynasties territory at the south of Cloud Continent. They had returned to the Dark Han Dynasty and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire. His final destination was the remote canyon hidden deep in the mountains. It was also the place where the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, had left his ruins. Those who followed him now were people who could rely on him with their lives. Therefore, he did not plan to hide this. Of course, many of those who followed him had come into contact with this canyon before. For example, Xiongquan, Feng Wu Dao, and Sima had come into contact with this canyon before and had more or less benefited from it. However, it was the first time Chen Xiaoshui, Nangong, and the gold thug had come here. Chapter 1539. When Chen Xiaoshui and the others were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall, Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and Xiongquan solemnly, "The person who left behind this ruin is indeed a legendary figure in the Dao martial saint land. I've already verified this." Although the person who left behind the word sword on the mountain wall had left a message, what he said was just too exaggerated. Let alone Feng Wu Dao and the others, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe it completely. It was only a few days ago that Duan Lingtian realized that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was indeed an extraordinary figure when he heard Di Ju's words. Due to this reason, he finally realized the true value of this canyon. When Feng Wu Dao and the other two heard this, they gasped one after another. Since Duan Lingtian said that he had verified it, naturally, they no longer doubted it. At once, all of them shifted their gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall in an attempt to comprehend more. Duan Lingtian had brought everyone here because this was a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Secondly, it was to avoid Di Ju, the five-clawed golden dragon. He believed that even if Di Ju came to Cloud Continent and searched the entire Cloud Continent, he might not be able to find them. This was because the word sword, left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, had given birth to a strange aura in the valley that could prevent the intrusion of spiritual energy. It could also prevent the owner of the spiritual energy from detecting anything. Due to this reason, he thought of hiding here because it was the safest place. Just like what Duan Lingtian had thought, Di Ju searched every inch of the way and soon arrived at Cloud Continent. At this time, his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had not recovered to his prime, with his current speed, it would not take long for him to search the entire Cloud Continent. Time passed by quietly. A few months later, Di Ju carried out a thorough search on Cloud Continent. However, he still could not find any trace of Duan Lingtian and the others. He was exasperated at that moment. In his exasperation, Di Ju returned to Half Moon Island. With just a wave of his hand, a vast and rolling energy swept across the sky. Like a black cloud pressing down on a city, it shrouded Half Moon Island in an unstoppable manner. Boom, 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 boom. Under Di Ju's wanton venting, in less than an hour, the vast Half Moon Island disappeared completely from the sea. The original location of Half Moon Island had also become part of the vast ocean. Duan Lingtian. When Di Ju thought of the purple-clad young man who had deceived him, he clenched his teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing he could do because he could not find him at all. If he couldn't find the other party, no matter how much he hated him, it would be useless. With how cunning he is, it's possible that Yonga was tricked into the pagoda by him and was killed by the strange big bird that was burning with golden flames all over its body. The more Di Ju thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The hatred in his heart for losing his son had also been transferred to Duan Lingtian. He regarded Duan Lingtian as the person who had killed his son. Duan Lingtian, I'll find you sooner or later. At that time, I'll definitely make sure you die a graveless death. After roaring furiously for a while, Di Ju finally left. The moment he left, he headed north and returned to the Dao martial saint land. His destination was the dragons. While he hated Duan Lingtian and wished he could turn Duan Lingtian into ashes, a graceful figure could not help but appear in Di Ju's mind. The owner of the figure was none other than Qi Mei. Zoroastrianism? I've never heard of such a force before. By right, a force that can give birth to a powerhouse like her shouldn't be a force that is unknown in the Dao martial saint land. On the way back, Di Ju's heart was filled with confusion. Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like she's certain that clan leader knows about the existence of Zoroastrianism. The moment Di Ju thought of this, he was eager to return. However, he was still very irritated along the way. Naturally, all of this was because of Duan Lingtian. He felt that he was already very careful, but he still fell for Duan Lingtian's trick. This made him feel aggrieved and enraged. When had he, Di Ju, ever been tricked like this in his life? Moreover, he was tricked by the person whom he suspected to have killed his son. As a five-clawed golden dragon in the imperial family of dragons, he had a dignity that surpassed his life. How could he stand being tricked like this? Due to this reason, even after he had returned to the dragons,
His anger did not subside at all. Clan leader, have you heard of Zoroastrianism before? After returning to the dragons, Diju immediately went to look for the current clan leader of the dragons. Currently, he was the other five-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. The moment they met, he did not beat around the bush and asked, Where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? Almost at the instant Diju's words left his mouth, the expression of the clan leader of the dragons had changed completely. He was terrified, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, Diju was shocked by the reaction of the clan leader of the dragons. Oh God! What was the origin of Zoroastrianism that could scare the clan leader to this extent? Clan leader, what's the origin of Zoroastrianism? Diju asked. Tell me, where did you hear about Zoroastrianism? The clan leader of the dragons repeated his question. His tone was heavy as though the answer to this question was very important to him. Seeing how serious the clan leader was, Diju's emotions were affected as well. Without hiding anything, he told the clan leader about his experience on Half Moon Island. Apart from the 7-story gigantic pagoda, he told the clan leader about everything else, including his encounter with the powerful lady who claimed to be a member of Zoroastrianism. The reason why he did not tell the clan leader about the 7-story gigantic pagoda was naturally because of his own selfishness. In his opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian had tricked him, the 7-story gigantic pagoda was not fake. The power of the 7-story gigantic pagoda when it sent him out was extremely powerful. Even if it was him, he would not be able to resist that power at all. Due to this reason, he had never thought that the pagoda belonged to Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, the pagoda was still in the depths of the sea. It was just that he had not found a way to make it appear yet. Right now, he had already regarded everything in the pagoda as his own. He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on it. The relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang belongs to me, Diju. Only I, Diju, am worthy to be Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's successor. This was Diju's thought. After hearing Diju's words, the clan leader sighed in relief. It seems like she doesn't blame you, nor did she vent her anger on us dragons. That's good, that's good. At this moment, looking at the clan leader's expression, it was obvious that he still had some lingering fear in his heart. Clan leader, you haven't told me what kind of force Zoroastrianism is. Why are you so afraid of it? Why have I never heard of a force that even you are afraid of? Diju could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Diju, you're not the clan leader of the dragons yet, so there are some things that I can't tell you directly. I can only say that Zoroastrianism is not something that we dragons can afford to offend. No matter when, even if you're unwilling to bow and scrape before someone from Zoroastrianism, you'll still have to put away your pride as a dragon. The clan leader of the dragons said with a serious expression. Clan leader, do you mean Zoroastrianism is a secret that only the clan leader of the dragons knows about? Diju sucked in a cold breath. Yes. The clan leader of the dragons nodded solemnly. Actually, it's not just you. Even those old fellows in the clan might not have heard of Zoroastrianism. Of course, nothing is absolute. Perhaps, they might have heard about Zoroastrianism from other sources. Remember what I said. No matter how great the humiliation is in front of the people from the moon-worshipping sect, you'll have to learn to endure it silently. This is because you're a 5-clawed golden dragon, the next clan leader of the dragons. You must be responsible for all dragons. The clan leader of the dragons continued to remind Diju. The clan leader of the dragons' words that were filled with dread had subtly affected Diju as well. While Diju was curious about Zoroastrianism, he was also wary of Zoroastrianism at the same time. Although he still did not know the details of Zoroastrianism, he had already confirmed one thing. That was, even the dragons could not afford to offend Zoroastrianism. If that's the case, you're still not sure who killed your son? After changing the topic, the clan leader of the dragons asked Diju. Although I'm not too sure, only that boy called Duan Lingtian would have the motive. Diju's eyes gleamed as he said seriously, Clan leader, I hope that you can help me. I don't expect you to avenge my son, but I hope that you can help me find that person called Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Diju's words, the clan leader of the dragons frowned. Diju, according to what you said, that person managed to escape from under your nose. Do you think it's so easy for an ordinary clansman to find him? Even if they found him,
Would they be able to keep an eye on him? Clan leader, I let him escape because I was careless. Diju explained. Due to his selfishness, he did not mention anything about the 7-level gigantic pagoda at all. Due to this reason, in the clan leader of the dragon's opinion, Duan Lingtian had escaped from under Diju's nose. Diju, you should know that it's impossible for the clansmen to help you. In the eyes of the clansmen, that person who killed your son was merely helping the dragons get rid of evil. He's the dragon's benefactor. Do you think the clansmen will help you deal with their benefactor? The clan leader of the dragons shook his head. Clan leader, you don't have to mention that he killed my son. You can just say that you're looking for him. As for the excuse, clan leader, feel free to come up with any. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Diju became anxious right away. Although he was powerful, he was only one person after all. Although there were not many people in the dragons, they were scattered all over the Dao Martial Saint land and had a mature intelligence network. It was much easier for the dragons to look for a person than for him to look for a person. What? You want me to lie to the clansmen? The clan leader of the dragon's face turned grave as he asked in a dignified manner. Clan leader, if you think this is a lie, then so be it. Diju had a fearless expression on his face. What if I refuse? Chapter 1540. If you refuse, clan leader, there's nothing I can do about it. However, I, Diju, will leave the dragons and become a sectless cultivator. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader of the dragons, Diju said with a grave expression, Are you threatening me? The clan leader of the dragons asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You can think whatever you want, clan leader. In order to find Duan Lingtian, Diju was ready to risk everything. Naturally, this was also because he was not worried that the clan leader of the dragons would refuse him. Good. Very good. The clan leader of the dragons laughed out of anger. Then he waved his long sleeve and sent Diju flying. Get lost. Thank you, clan leader. Diju, who was sent flying, was not enraged at all. Instead, he reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. He knew very well that the clan leader had agreed to his request. After all, he was the only 5-clawed golden dragon other than the clan leader of the dragons. He was destined to be the next clan leader of the dragons. If he left the dragons and became a sectless cultivator, it would mean that the dragons would be leaderless in the future. As the current clan leader of the dragons, naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. After thanking him, Diju turned around and left. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be asking for trouble. Duan Lingtian, I'll be waiting for our next meeting soon. As Diju muttered to himself, he narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. When the clan leader of the dragons ordered all the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint land to look for a young man called Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian was still in the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still on Cloud Continent. He was staying in the remote canyon where Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left his inheritance. However, Duan Lingtian was currently sitting cross-legged in the air, facing the word sword on the mountain wall. His eyes were closed, and a sharp aura was faintly exuding from his body. He sat there like a sword that had not been drawn out of its scabbard. Young master has been sitting like this for half a year. Will something happen to him? Within the canyon, Xianxia asked worriedly. His aura is stable, and he doesn't seem to be in trouble. Moreover, during this half a year, the sharp sword aura on his body has become denser and denser. Come to think of it, he must have comprehended the word sword. At the same time that Feng Wudao spoke, he looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He can't be judged by common sense. Sima Chong Feng said. He had always had confidence in Duan Lingtian, whether it was in the past or now. At this moment, Sima Chong Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Among the people present on the scene, he and Duan Lingtian were the first to come into contact with Duan Lingtian. He had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian from a young man to today, standing at the peak of Cloud Continent. He had even left Cloud Continent to make his way to the faraway Dao Martial Saint land. Previously, when Duan Lingtian left with Diju, there was a slim chance of survival. Even he was not certain that Duan Lingtian would be able to return. At that time, his heart was filled with worry. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still managed to return. This made him realize how lucky Duan Lingtian was. Due to this reason, although Duan Lingtian's situation during this half a year was a little strange, he did not think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Duan Lingtian was never a person who could be judged by common sense. "He's awake!" Chen Xiaoshui suddenly cried out. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already stood up. He stood in the air, and his entire body began to sway. In the beginning, he did not seem to be moving at all. Later on, he seemed to be moving. Every single movement he made caused the air to tremble. "He's not awake. He seems to have entered a state of enlightenment," Feng Wudao exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, the others also noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes at all. It was to the extent that he was not affected by external objects at all. He was minding his own business as he moved. Every single movement he made seemed to be very smooth. For the entire day and night, Duan Lingtian's movements did not stop at all. It was as though he did not know the concept of fatigue at all. Although Duan Lingtian did not have a weapon in his hand, everyone present could see that Duan Lingtian was deducing his sword technique with every move he made. A set of sword technique that seemed to be moving at all from the beginning to the stage where it seemed to be moving at all. However, in the end, Feng Wudao and the others could not understand it at all. This was because they noticed that Duan Lingtian's sword technique was actually getting worse and worse as he practiced. In the end, it was even worse than when he was moving at all. In the end, it was only the most basic moves: slashing, stabbing, and slicing. "What's going on?" The crowd who had been observing Duan Lingtian for the entire day could not help but look at each other when they saw this. No one could tell what was going on with Duan Lingtian. In the end, Gold Thug muttered softly. Could it be that this is what they mean by turning the simple into the complicated and the complicated into the simple? Gold Thug's original form was a golden hellhound, and the golden hellhound clan had a long history of inheritance. Therefore, Gold Thug knew more than anyone else present. However, not many people heard Gold Thug's mutterings. This was because everyone's attention was now on Duan Lingtian. "It seems like he's going to sit down again." At the same time that Nangongyi exclaimed softly, Duan Lingtian, who was high up in the sky, also stopped moving and sat down with his legs crossed in the air again. At the same time, the crowd noticed that Duan Lingtian placed his hands on his knees as though he was holding a sword. However, there was no sword in his hands. There was only air in his hands. "I don't understand." Chen Xiaoshui shook his head with a puzzled expression on his face. In fact, he was not the only one who did not understand. Most of the others did not understand as well. Gold Thug was the only one who stared at Duan Lingtian's back as though he was deep in thought. Duan Lingtian was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was currently in a strange state. Ever since he realized that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was really a legend of the Dao martial saint land, his attitude toward the word sword, left behind by Feng Qingyang, had undergone a subtle change. Previously, he had been staring at the word sword intently without closing his eyes for even a moment. A day had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 2 days had passed, and he still could not figure out anything. 3 days had passed, and it was still the same. The days passed one after another. On the 10th day, Duan Lingtian was still persevering. On the 11th day, Duan Lingtian vaguely caught a glimpse of something from the word sword. It was difficult to describe, but it was very subtle. Its existence seemed to have opened a door to another realm for Duan Lingtian. Of course, the realm mentioned here was the realm of the sword Dao. At this moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes as he began to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. Half a year had passed since he closed his eyes. Naturally, he did not know that half a year had passed. This was because he had only done one thing in this half a year, and that was to comprehend the additional thing that had appeared in his mind. The additional thing could be considered as information or something else. It was difficult to describe it with words. Half a year later, Duan Lingtian unconsciously performed the strange sword technique for a day and a night. When he was done and sat down cross-legged again, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. There was not much information, but it gave Duan Lingtian a strong sense of oppression. "Descendant. Congratulations.
You have obtained the recognition of the divine consciousness that I left behind.
A voice accompanied the piece of information. It did not ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but seemed to be constantly reverberating in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who are you? Faced with this situation, Duan Lingtian naturally panicked. He wanted to open his eyes and wake up, but he found that he seemed to have lost control of his body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with panic. Who am I? Didn't you see the message I left beside the word sword? The voice sounded again. You are Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian was frightened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's communication with the voice was limited to the communication between souls. At least you are not too stupid. Otherwise, I would really have to consider whether to let you be my successor. The voice sounded extremely indifferent. Your successor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment, he did not react to the situation. I don't have time to talk to you. This is only the divine consciousness I left behind on the word sword. Once it is released, it won't last for long. Now, I'll pass the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to you. I hope you won't ruin my reputation. The voice sounded again. In the end, it no longer spoke. The Sovereign Heart Sword? Before Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he felt a vast amount of information gushing into his mind like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, he could not take it anymore and completely lost consciousness. Outside, Feng Wu Dao and the others were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure that was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly falling. Young master. Xiong Quan was the first to rush out and caught Duan Lingtian before putting him down. A group of people immediately surrounded them and looked at the unconscious Duan Lingtian worriedly. Duan Lingtian laid there for 9 days and 9 nights. Fortunately, during these 9 days and 9 nights, everyone was certain there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's body. Otherwise, who knew how anxious they would be? After 9 days and 9 nights, although Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he was not in a hurry to wake up. I seem to have had a dream. I dreamt of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He said he would pass the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword? When this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he discovered some information had appeared in his mind. Sovereign Heart Sword? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he read the information. Isn't that a dream? Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's real? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he opened his eyes and woke up. He stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh. Chapter 1541. When he felt a sharp pain in his leg, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not dreaming. All of this was real. He had really obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, which the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang called the Supreme Sword Principle Mental Cultivation Method. What is this Sovereign Heart Sword? Is it a cultivation method or a martial arts technique? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian began to search through the additional information in his mind. After a while, he had a certain understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was not a cultivation method or a martial arts technique. It was a sword cultivator's heart cultivation method. If one wished to cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Where the heart was, the sword would be. Where the heart was, metal and stone would split. That was the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian read the last part of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he could not help but be stunned. When the Sovereign Heart Sword is cultivated to the highest level, all weapons will submit to the will of the heart. According to the notes in the content, when the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was in his prime, no one could use a weapon in front of him. This was because all weapons had to submit to him. To be more precise, they had to submit to his sword heart. The highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called the Heart and Sword as One. Even if it hasn't been cultivated to the highest level, the first few levels are still very impressive. Although it's not a martial arts technique, it's far better than a martial arts technique. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He was completely stunned by the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As he continued to read, Duan Lingtian came to the last paragraph of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Of course, there was a lot of specific cultivation content at the beginning, but Duan Lingtian did not read it carefully.
He had been jumping around to see what each level of the Sovereign Heart Sword was called and what was different about each level. The summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword was not a long description. It was only a short paragraph. The Sovereign Heart Sword is my life's work. Although it's not a Saint-grade martial tactics technique, it's far more powerful than a Saint-grade martial tactics technique. Even a heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics technique can't compare to it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have cultivated the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level. Even I only managed to cultivate the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest level 10 years before I ascended. The person who obtains the Sovereign Heart Sword will be the only successor of my Misty Rain lineage. That was the summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rather than calling it a summary, it would be better to call it the Confession of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The moves in a heaven-class Saint-grade martial tactic are only 1/10 as powerful? Is the highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Heart and Sword as one, really that incredible?
Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. His first thought was that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was boasting. However, when he thought about it again, he felt there was no need for Sword Saint Feng Qingyang to boast. After all, if he did, he would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, his reputation would be tarnished as well. There was no need for him to lie at all. If what he said is true, doesn't that mean I have something more precious than a heaven-class prominent Saint-grade martial tactic now? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, his breathing quickened. He could not suppress his excitement. "Young master, you're awake?" Due to his excitement, Duan Lingtian sat up unknowingly. It did not take long before Xiongquan was alerted. At once, the others were alerted as well. "Lingtian boy, are you all right?" Feng Wu Dao asked with concern. "Duan Lingtian, how do you feel?" The others also looked at Duan Lingtian with concern on their faces. Faced with the group of people's concern, Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine." "Lingtian boy, you sat there for half a year without moving at all. Then, you seem to have entered a state of epiphany. Did you really have an epiphany?" Feng Wu Dao asked curiously. "Yes." Duan Lingtian did not explain too much since it was not appropriate for him to say what had happened to him. He nodded in response to Feng Wu Dao's question. At once, the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. After all, an epiphany was something that could only be found by chance. As the saying went, once you have an epiphany, even your chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. They believed Duan Lingtian's current strength must have improved tremendously. Boom! When the group of people surrounded Duan Lingtian and did not have time to disperse, a loud noise suddenly sounded. It shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian. Instantly, everyone looked at the source of the noise in unison. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian, who was slightly stunned, the expressions of everyone else changed greatly. "What's going on?" Under the gazes of everyone present, the word sword, that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind on the mountain wall actually started to crack. To be more precise, it was the mountain wall that started to crack. In the blink of an eye, the mountain wall was densely covered in cracks. It was like a spiderweb that overlapped and covered the mountain wall. The word sword was already extremely blurry. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Subsequently, a scene that shocked everyone, including Duan Lingtian, appeared. After the mountain wall cracked into numerous cracks, countless material azure sword chi shot out from within and swept towards the surrounding mountain wall, completely mincing the surrounding mountain wall into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. As a large part of the mountain wall was minced into powder, the mountain rocks in the sky turned into powder that spread out and covered the ground before it smashed heavily on the ground. It lifted a huge cloud of dust that resembled a mushroom cloud. Due to their shock, Duan Lingtian and the others did not have time to block the dust. Soon after, they were covered in dust and were covered in dust. What's going on? Feng Wu Dao and the others were dumbfounded. Only Duan Lingtian was lost in thought when he saw the mountain wall with the word sword no longer existed. Could it be that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind the word sword to look for the successor of the Sovereign Heart Sword? At the end of the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he seemed to have mentioned that the person who obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword would be the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Didn't he leave behind similar legacies in the other two mortal continents? Why would he say that I'm the only successor? Could it be that after I obtained his recognition and became the successor of the sovereign heart sword, not only my cloud continent, but even the mountain walls with the word sword on the other two mortal continents no longer exist? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only guessing. He was not certain. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that while he was watching the mountain wall with the word sword turn into ashes, the same thing was happening somewhere in the other two mortal continents as well. On one of the mortal continents, nobody had discovered the mountain wall yet. However, on the other mortal continent, someone had discovered it. Moreover, it was a sect that discovered it and immediately listed it as their sect's saint land. However, this day was destined to be an unforgettable day for the people in the sect. This was because their sect's saint land had turned into ashes for no reason. Initially, it was a disciple guarding the saint land who discovered the mountain wall with the word sword had cracked. In the end, everyone, including the senior officials of the sect in the saint land, witnessed the unforgettable scene with their own eyes. After the saint wall of their sect's saint land cracked open, countless solidified sword chi shot out and turned the saint wall into ashes. The saint wall has collapsed, and the saint land is destroyed. Could it be that the heavens are punishing us for occupying this place? The senior officials of the sect who witnessed this with their own eyes had a heavy heart. In the past, even the strongest powerhouse in their sect could not leave a mark on the saint wall. However, the saint wall had turned into ashes out of thin air at this moment. If this was not a punishment from the heavens, then what was it? Was there anyone in this world who had such ridiculous strength? However, it did not cross their minds that all of this happened because the peerless powerhouse who left behind the so-called saint wall had found his successor. His only successor. Since his successor had been found, there was no need for the mountain wall with the word sword anymore. One could imagine that if they knew the reason, they would definitely hunt Duan Lingtian down from afar to make Duan Lingtian return their saint land. The mountain wall with the word sword had turned into ashes, and the word sword canyon only existed in name. Duan Lingtian and the others stood facing each other in the sky above the canyon. Everyone, I'm going to return to the Dao Martial Saint Land's Moon Illumination sect immediately. I wonder what all of you plan to do. Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others.
Put aside the fact that there was nothing left on Cloud Continent that he cared about. His two fiancées who were nowhere to be found filled his heart with worry.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Wu Dao and the others fell silent. They had spent the past few years on Half Moon Island. To a certain extent, they had gotten used to the life on Half Moon Island. Now that Half Moon Island had turned into ruins, they would have to take a huge risk even if they returned. At this moment, they really did not have any plans. Duan Lingtian, what kind of place is the Dao Martial Saint Land? Chen Xiaoshui was the first to speak. He asked Duan Lingtian this question the moment he opened his mouth.
Dao Martial Saint Land?
Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he told them what he knew about the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also told them about his current situation. If all of you want to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, you can come with me. With my senior brother around, it won't be difficult to find a place for all of you to stay. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added. Feng Wu Dao and the others had long been attracted by the Dao Martial Saint Land that Duan Lingtian mentioned. Apart from the fact that the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land was more exaggerated, the mortal continents like Cloud Continent could not compare to it at all. Over there, even powerhouses like Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors were nothing. The cultivation environment, the Saint Stones, and the Saint-grade martial tactics there attracted Feng Wu Dao and the others. Duan Lingtian, are you also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now? Chapter 1542. From Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Chen Xiaoshui, learned about the existence of the mortal shedding stage martial cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They knew that it was above the Emperor Wu stage and the Demon Emperor stage. Mortal shedding stage? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoshui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. How's that possible? Feng Wu Dao and the others did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. If you're not at the mortal shedding stage, how could you be so fast when you brought us back? That's right. The speed you brought us back was too ridiculous. It was so fast that I couldn't even see what was going on outside. Duan Lingtian, are you kidding? Although I haven't broken through to the Emperor stage, I know that even those at the peak of the Emperor stage can't have such speed. Everyone expressed their disbelief. I only said I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. I didn't say I'm still at the Emperor stage. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and continued to shake his head. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. In the end, Feng Wudao was the first to react. He asked in shock. Don't tell me. You've already surpassed the mortal shedding stage and broken through to a higher stage? The moment Feng Wudao's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage now. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian introduced the cultivation levels in the Dao Martial Saint Land to Feng Wudao and the others. At once, Feng Wudao and the others learned that the Saint Rudiment stage was the cultivation level above the mortal shedding stage. Moreover, they also learned about the specific differences between the mortal shedding stage and the Saint Rudiment stage. The Perfection Saint Rudiment stage was the fourth stage of the Saint Rudiment stage. Feng Wudao and the others were stunned when they learned that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved so much in just 3 years. When they came back to their senses, their breathing became rapid. The cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is so ridiculous? Chen Xiaoshui exclaimed. That's right. Although your innate talent is high, Duan Lingtian, this improvement is just too ridiculous. Although my innate talent can't be compared to yours, even if it's only 1/10 of yours, my cultivation base will still improve a lot in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nangong Yi added. Although Nangong Chen did not say anything, his burning gaze clearly represented his thoughts. Even Feng Wudao and the others were filled with anticipation and longing for the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew that Feng Wudao and the others had already made a choice. The reason why they made such a choice was naturally the same as what Nangong Yi had said. They felt that the cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land would allow him to improve by leaps and bounds in just 3 years. Little did he know that the reason why his cultivation had increased so much was mainly because of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Most likely, it was because of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, it was not convenient for him to mention the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was not that he was being selfish, but he had scruples in his heart. It was just like how he did not tell Bai Li Hong previously. Since Feng Wudao and the others were willing to sacrifice their lives for him, naturally, he was not worried that they would betray him. However, sometimes, under the effect of some soul-searching spiritual energy secret tactic, their actions were out of their control. This was what Duan Lingtian was most worried about. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw the desire in Feng Wudao and the others' eyes to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not pour cold water on them. Moreover, although the cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as ridiculous as they had imagined, it was still much better compared to the Cloud Continent. Especially in the Moon Illumination sect, the cultivation environment was much better than the cultivation environment of an ordinary 9th rate or 8th rate force. Ling Tian boy, since you've gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, do you have any news about Wu-Er? Feng Wudao, who longed for the Dao Martial Saint Land, could not help but think of his daughter who had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land a long time ago. At once, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a yearning look in his eyes. Uncle Feng, the Dao Martial Saint Land is so big that the Cloud Continent can't compare to it. However, I'm guessing the group of people who brought Tian Wu away must not be from any major forces. I've already asked my senior brother in the Dao Martial Saint Land to use his connections to help look for Tian Wu. If there's any news, my senior brother will inform me immediately. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wudao. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not forget about Feng Tianwu. Due to this reason, not long after Bai Li Hong had acknowledged him as junior brother, he had asked Bai Li Hong to help look for Tian Wu. Bai Li Hong had also mobilized all his connections to look for Tian Wu in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master, his connections were still limited. He could only look for those 7th rate, 8th rate, and 9th rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If Feng Tianwu happened to be in a 6th rate force or a force that was even more powerful, unless Feng Tianwu stood out in that force and became famous, it would be difficult for Bai Li Hong to find out where Feng Tianwu was with his connections. Even if he searched through all the 7th rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would take a long time. let alone those 8th-rate and 9th-rate forces. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Wudao nodded. He seemed to be relieved, but his heart was heavy. In the past, although he knew his daughter had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was not too worried because he did not know much about the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, after he learned about the Dao Martial Saint Land, he could not help but feel worried. The Dao Martial Saint Land was even more cruel than the Cloud Continent. There, the top powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, such as Emperor Wu and the Demon Emperor, were at the bottom of the pyramid and were easily stepped on. Since Feng Wudao and the others had made up their minds, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay on the Cloud Continent any longer. However, before that, he had some things to do. Uncle Feng, teacher. Wait for me here for a while. I have something to do, but I'll be back soon. After notifying Feng Wudao, Sima Chongfeng, and the others, Duan Lingtian vanished before their eyes at the first possible moment, and he used his fastest speed to head all the way south. Duan Lingtian was currently a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, so it only took him a dozen breaths of time to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at full speed. He only had one purpose in returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and that was to inform his family and friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom about his whereabouts. If Little Fei Little Gold, and the others really went to look for Xuanai, they'll definitely come back. At that time, if they find out that Half Moon Island has been reduced to ruins, with Little Fei's intelligence, she'll definitely think of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to ask about it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and told his family and friends about his whereabouts in private. It did not take him too long to complete all of this. After another dozen breaths of time, Duan Lingtian returned to the place where Feng Wudao and the others were waiting. After greeting them, he led them all the way north and soon left the Cloud Continent. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not head in the direction of Half Moon Island. Instead, he took a big detour. Who knew if Diju was still waiting for him on Half Moon Island? He did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of leaving a backup plan when he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He did not have the chance to leave a trace on Half Moon Island to inform Li Fei about his whereabouts. When he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, not only did he tell his family and friends about his whereabouts verbally, but he also left behind a voice transmission jade slip. It contained the words he told Li Fei about his whereabouts and the things that happened after he returned, including the kidnapping of Kerr. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had never been to Half Moon Island, he did not know that the original Half Moon Island had completely sunk and no longer existed. Just when Duan Lingtian brought Feng Wudao and the others back to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of 4 travel-worn people was approaching a mountain that was shrouded in clouds and mist. The moment they approached the mountain, the 4 of them were stopped before they could even pass through the clouds and mist. The people who stopped them were 3 middle-aged men dressed in blue uniforms and 2 young men dressed in casual clothes. Of the 2 young men, one of them wore embroidered clothes, and his every movement revealed the temperament of a profligate son of a wealthy family. The other one wore coarse clothes, and he seemed to be a foil to the former. He followed closely behind the former, and it was obvious that he was an errand boy. The young man in embroidered clothes was also the leader of the 5 of them. "Who's there? How dare you trespass into my Green Wave Han mansion?" The young man in embroidered clothes said lazily. From the moment he appeared until now, he did not even look at the 4 of them. "Young master, it's a supreme product, a supreme product." The moment the young man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, a flattering voice resonated in his ears. "What a pity. It's a pregnant woman. Supreme product?" When the young man in embroidered clothes heard this flattering voice, he immediately lifted his head and began to size up the 4 of them. His gaze was soon attracted by one of them. This was a woman with a seductive figure and an angelic face. Her peerless beauty seemed to be able to overshadow everything in her surroundings. Most importantly, her temperament was exceptionally attractive. He had seen many beauties before, but this was his first time seeing one who was so beautiful and had such a temperament. So what if she's a pregnant woman? The young man in embroidered clothes glanced at the woman's slightly protruding belly and scoffed at his lackey's words. "I, Han Jin Yen, have seen many women, but I've never tasted a pregnant woman before, especially one who's so beautiful and has such a temperament. How should I address you, miss?" Han Jinyan's expression changed instantly. From the initial indifference to the current enthusiasm, it only took a blink of an eye. Most importantly, although Han Jinyan had lustful thoughts in his heart, he did not show it on his face or in his eyes. The lustful gleam in the depths of his eyes flashed before it disappeared without a trace.
Chapter 1543. This was also Han Jinyan's habit. Usually, he would treat the woman he had taken a liking to with respect in the beginning. It was only when he realized he could not get what he wanted that he would turn hostile and use force to force the woman he had taken a liking to submit to him. From the past until now, he had never failed.
Who are you?
At this moment, 3 short figures stood in front of Han Jinyan in unison, blocking his view. A little boy and 2 little girls were looking at Han Jinyan warily. When Han Jinyan saw the 3 little kids blocking his view of the beauty, his face turned grave immediately. However, when he remembered he had to maintain a good impression in front of the beauty, a smile bloomed on his face.
I'm Han Jinyan from Green Wave Han Mansion.
Humph.
My young master is the most beloved grandson of the Green Wave Han Mansion's supreme elder. At this moment, the lackey behind Han Jinyan chimed in.
At the same time, the other 3 middle-aged men who were dressed in uniforms looked at the pregnant beauty with a hint of pity in their eyes.
They could tell Han Jinyan had taken a liking to this woman.
As far as they knew, none of the women whom Han Jinyan had taken a liking to would be able to escape from his grasp.
Although they could not stand it, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Han Jinyan was the only grandson of their Green Wave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Moreover, just like what the lackey beside Han Jinyan had said, Han Jinyan was indeed the most beloved grandson of their Green Wave Han Mansion's supreme elder. Their Green Wave Han Mansion's supreme elder had a transcendent position in the Green Wave Han Mansion.
Even the current mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion had to address him respectfully as clan uncle.
So you're the big pervert Han Jinyan that Sister Xuanai mentioned. The golden-clad little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade nodded as realization dawned on her. When the lackey behind Han Jinyan heard the little girl's words, his expression turned grave immediately. He could not help but shudder. What did this little girl say? Sister Xuanai? Was she referring to the eldest young miss of their Green Wave Han Mansion who was doted on by everyone? The little she-devil whose name made everyone in Green Wave Han Mansion turn pale? You know Xuanai? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Han Jinyan couldn't help but furrow his brows. A trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. In the Green Wave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could make him feel apprehensive. However, that eldest young miss was one of them. In the past, he had often been teased by that young miss. At the same time, Han Jinyan's face darkened. The little girl had called him a big pervert, which had completely ruined his image in front of the beauty. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a green figure appeared out of thin air nearby. It was an old woman in green clothes. Standing there, it was as if he had become one with the heavens and earth. Lady Jianghu. Seeing the old woman, the 3 middle-aged men in uniforms immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They are eldest Mrs. Friends. You can leave now. The green-clothed old woman was precisely that Jianghu who followed by Han Xuanai's side in the past. Jianghu glanced indifferently at the 3 middle-aged men as she spoke. Yes. Upon hearing this, the 3 middle-aged men immediately left. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that good-for-nothing rich kid. Young Master Jinyan. After asking the 3 of them to leave, Jianghu glanced at Han Jinyan indifferently and greeted him perfunctorily. Jianghu, are they really Xuanai's friends? Han Jinyan asked with a frown. Why? Young Master Jinyan, are you going to ask eldest miss personally? Jianghu's tone was laced with sarcasm. It was as though she was not very respectful to Han Jinyan, this young master. There's no need for that. A cold gleam flashed in Han Jinyan's eyes as he shook his head. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to see that little devil. Whoosh! At this moment, Jianghu waved her hand. The air trembled as a profound energy flashed past. Then whether it was Jianghu, that peerless beauty, the 2 little girls, or 1 little girl, all of them disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Only Han Jinyan and his lackeys were left at the scene. "Young master, let's go back." The lackeys seemed to have noticed that Han Jinyan was in a bad mood, so they suggested to him, "Go back and investigate the background of those people. The most important thing is that woman. I must have that woman." Now that there was no one else around, Han Jinyan no longer bothered to conceal his desires. An uncontrollable lust could be seen in his eyes. "Young master, why don't we just forget about it? Lord Qingnu also said that she's Miss Xuanai's friend. If you lay a finger on her, I'm afraid Miss Xuanai won't let this go easily." The lackeys seemed to be afraid of the Miss Xuanai that Han Jinyan mentioned. Every time he mentioned her, his body would tremble. "Humph! So what if she won't let this go? Do you think she can kill me?"
Put aside the fact that she might not have the strength to do so. Even if she does, I don't believe she'll kill me for an outsider.
Han Jinyan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Even so, Miss Xuanai isn't easy to deal with." The lackeys smiled wryly. "You don't have to say any more. I must get that woman no matter what. As long as I can get her, it doesn't matter even if my life is shortened by a few years. Let alone that little devil's meaningless pranks." Han Jinyan raised his hand to stop the lackeys from continuing. When the lackeys heard this, he did not say anything else. This was because he knew that once his master had decided on something, nobody could change his mind. On the other hand, the four travel-worn people were led by Qingnu to the mountain forest that was shrouded in clouds and mist. That place was a vast piece of land with numerous buildings standing on it. It was like a small kingdom behind the clouds and mist. This was the Green Wave Han Mansion.
The travel-worn people were none other than Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had traveled all the way here from Half Moon Island.
When Li Fei left Half Moon Island, although she was worried about Ker's safety, she knew her strength was weak. Even if she went back, she would only be courting death. If she was alone, she would choose to go back and live and die with Ker even if she died. However, she was not alone now. There was a child in her womb. It was the child of her and the man she loved.
For this reason, under such circumstances, she obeyed Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's decision and came to the Green Wave Han Mansion in the Dao Marshal Saint Land to ask for help.
Naturally, it was not easy for them to travel all the way here. It took them almost a year. However, they had finally arrived at their destination. Sister Fei. Soon after, Li Fei and the others saw Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai saw Li Fei, her eyes lit up immediately. She welcomed her enthusiastically and held Li Fei's hand.
"Sister Fei, why are you here?"
"Xuanai, you've changed a lot." Seeing Han Xuanai again, even Li Fei could not help but be stunned. After her cultivation base had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, Han Xuanai's appearance was no longer restricted by her cultivation method. She gradually grew from a young girl to a great beauty. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Li Fei at all. "Hee," Han Xuanai giggled.
Then she glanced behind her and asked Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, "Why is it only the three of you? Where's Sister Ker?"
Sigh. Li Fei sighed. When she heard Han Xuanai mention Ker, a worried expression appeared on her face. During this journey, she was most worried about Ker's safety. "What's wrong? What happened?" Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. She also felt that something was not right. "Sister Xuanai, Half Moon Island." At this moment, Little Gold opened her mouth angrily and told her everything that happened after Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, came to Half Moon Island. In the end, she said sadly, "Right now, we don't know if Sister Ker and the others are still alive or not. Sister Xuanai, you must save them." Almost a year ago? Han Xuanai's heart felt heavy. It had been almost a year since the incident. It was not certain if the remaining people were still alive. Moreover, when she heard that it was done by Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, she felt helpless. As the eldest miss of Green Wave Han Mansion, she had naturally heard of Diju before. She knew that he was one of the two five-clawed golden dragons in the Green Wave Han Mansion. He was very powerful. Even in their Green Wave Han Mansion, there were only a handful of people who could be compared to him. If it was just Diju alone, it would be fine. However, the problem was that Diju had all the dragons behind him. Among the dragons, there was no lack of existences whose strength was far more powerful than Diju. "Sister Fei, Don't worry about your pregnancy. Leave this matter to me. All of you have been on your way. Follow Qing Nu down to rest first. Han Xuanai looked at Qing Nu as she spoke to Li Fei.
Without waiting for Han Xuanai's order, Qing Nu waved her hand again and brought Li Fei and the three little fellows down. She did not even wait for Li Fei to reply to Han Xuanai. Di Ju, 5-clawed golden dragon, dragons. I'm afraid even father won't be able to intervene in this matter. I can only look for master. I hope she's not in closed-door cultivation. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, her heart could not help but clench. This time, even if master is in closed-door cultivation, I'll still have to wake her up. This matter concerns Sister Ker's safety. I can't let anything happen to her. I've already lost brother Ling Tian, but I can't lose Sister Ker no matter what. Otherwise, how am I going to face brother Ling Tian when I see him in the future? Based on Han Xuanai's words, it seemed as though she had already confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. The reason she could confirm this was because of her master. The moment Han Xuanai thought of this, she left the huge mansion she was living in and flew up into the sky. She headed straight to the depths of the mountains in the north of the Green Wave Han Mansion.
Chapter 1544. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian's heart grew heavier and heavier. Now, he was thinking about his two fiancées all the time. Kerr was fine since he could confirm her safety for now. As for Li Fei, although he guessed she and the three little fellows had gone to look for Xuanai, the journey from Cloud Continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land was extremely dangerous. Would they be able to arrive safely? He was extremely worried about this. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even have the mood to read the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, even if he did not read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail, Duan Lingtian's current sword Dao had already reached the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That half a year of meditation was not for nothing. As for the sword technique he performed as though he had an epiphany, it went from simple to complicated and from complicated to simple again. This was the interpretation of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword in the Heart. Although it was only the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, in terms of power, it had already surpassed the highest stage of the Aerolite Strike that Duan Lingtian had cultivated. Naturally, the prerequisite was that he did not rely on the energy of the Saint inscriptions when he cast the Aerolite Strike. In other words, the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword had already surpassed the highest stage of the human rank top Saint grade martial tactics offensive technique. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from some imminent Saint stage powerhouses, he was confident he could defeat or even kill other martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was still very safe for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others along. Soon after, he brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the entrance of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a popular person in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, the few outer court disciples guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully as senior brother Duan when they saw him and welcomed him in respectfully. They did not even check Feng Wu Dao and the others. What a joke! Not only was this senior brother Duan an outstanding talent among the younger generation in the Moon Illumination sect, but he was also elder by Li Hong's junior brother. How would they dare to stop him from bringing people into the sect? Duan Lingtian, those Moon Illumination sect's disciples seem to respect you a lot. Chen Xiaoshui said in surprise. The others were more or less surprised. Earlier, they could see that the respect the few Moon Illumination sect's disciples had for Duan Lingtian came from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with admiration for the strong. For a moment, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to achieve so much in the Moon Illumination sect in just 3 years. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had only entered the Moon Illumination sect for less than a year, they would most likely be dumbstruck. Senior Duan. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian. Along the way, Feng Wu Dao and the others were numb to the greetings of Dao venerables. When Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others through the outer court, almost all the outer court disciples they met along the way greeted and bowed at him. Due to the fact that he was not in a good mood, Duan Lingtian merely nodded his head nonchalantly when the group of outer court disciples greeted him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others into the inner court and into Bai Li Hong's mansion. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to rest. As for Duan Ling Tian, he went to look for Bai Li Hong immediately.
Junior brother, why are you back so soon?
Bai Li Hong was surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Was his junior brother not going back to accompany his two sisters-in-law to give birth? Did my two sisters-in-law give birth when you returned? Did my nephew and them come with you?
Bai Li Hong asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Senior brother.
When Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Li Hong mentioning his two fiancés, the worry that he had put down resurfaced in his heart again. He could not help but tremble.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian finally replied to Bai Li Hong. What's wrong? Did something happen? Bai Li Hong asked hastily when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned grave. Faced with Bai Li Hong who was worried about him, Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart. Then, he told Bai Li Hong everything that had happened. Dragons? 5-clawed golden dragon? After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave. Although his knowledge of dragons was based on written records, it was still a legend. However, the dragon clan in the written records was an extremely terrifying force. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, very few forces were willing to offend the dragon clan. Especially after he found out how powerful Diju was, Bai Li Hong felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. According to his junior brother's description, Diju's strength was even higher than the few saint stage powerhouses in their moon illumination sect. Apart from that, Bai Li Hong also learned about Qi Mei. Junior brother, since Qi Mei is sisters-in-law's twin sister, and she's so kind to sisters-in-law, I'm sure she won't harm sisters-in-law. However, I've never heard of Zoroastrianism before. Bai Li Hong comforted Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but shake his head. As for the other sisters-in-law, since she's your sweetheart and is pregnant with your child, I'm sure she's a blessed person. You don't have to worry too much, junior brother. Bai Li Hong added. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Ling Tian's expression softened when he heard his words, he struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade Duan Ling Tian and comfort Duan Ling Tian. One must admit that Bai Li Hong was indeed a wily old fox. In the end, he managed to calm Duan Ling Tian down a lot. Senior brother, I've brought some seniors and friends with me this time. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian told Bai Li Hong about Feng Wu Dao and the others. Bai Li Hong was very straightforward. Just let them stay at my place. I don't have anything else here except for a lot of empty houses. Since they're your seniors and friends, they're naturally my friends as well. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Junior brother, you're here again, Bai Li Hong said with a slightly displeased expression on his face. I forgot. I won't thank you again if I need your help again, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. Let's go. Bring me to meet your seniors and friends, Bai Li Hong said. It would be rude if I, as the host, didn't go and greet my friends who came from afar. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong went to meet Feng Wu Dao and the others. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong, they were dumbfounded. Although they had heard from Duan Ling Tian that he had a senior brother in the Moon Illumination sect, and his senior brother's position in the sect was quite high, they thought Duan Ling Tian's senior brother was the son or disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. It did not cross their minds that it would be a white-haired old man. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was not a simple person. Everyone, since all of you are my junior brother's seniors and friends, naturally, you're my friends as well. From today onward, all of you will stay here. I'll apply for an identity token for all of you tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, all of you will be inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong smiled as he spoke to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Inner court disciples? Although they knew Bai Li Hong was not a simple person, Feng Wu Dao and the others were still stunned when they heard his words. They were inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect? They had heard from Duan Ling Tian everything about the Moon Illumination sect on their way here. They knew the inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Even the weakest outer court disciples were at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. However, they had not even entered the Mortal Shedding stage, and yet, they became inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Ling Tian's senior brother. Don't tell me he's the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Nangong Yi and asked through voice transmission in shock.
Even if he's not the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he must be someone with great influence in the Moon Illumination sect.
Otherwise, how could he be so capable? Nangong Yi, who was stunned, regained his senses when he heard Chen Xiaoshui's voice transmission and replied. While Feng Wudao and the others were still in shock from Bai Lihong's words, Bai Lihong raised his hand and took out a huge pile of 6th-grade saint stones. Take these 6th-grade saint stones as my meeting gift to all of you. Also, I'll apply for a crystal card for all of you tomorrow. At that time, I'll transfer some merit points to all of you so you can exchange them for saint-grade martial tactics and pills at the Merit Pavilion. As for the saint weapons, I'll personally customize them for all of you. Bai Lihong smiled. Feng Wudao and the others thanked him immediately when they heard his words. Naturally, they did not know how big the meeting gift from Bai Lihong was. The last promise was enough to make half of the people in the Moon Illumination sect jealous. The saint weapons that Bai Lihong customized for them were undoubtedly inscribed with the most suitable saint inscriptions for them. Once they used such a saint weapon, their strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1. All of you must be tired from the journey, so I won't disturb your rest. After bidding farewell to Feng Wudao and the others and Duanling Tian, Bai Lihong left. After Bai Lihong left, Feng Wudao and the others looked at Duanling Tian one after another. Feng Wudao took the lead and asked, Ling Tian boy, who's your senior brother exactly? Duanling Tian, don't tell me your senior brother is the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Chen Xiaoshui asked as well. My senior brother is an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. However, due to some reason, my senior brother's position in the Moon Illumination sect is extraordinary. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slight him when he sees him. Chapter 1545. As for the reason, I can't explain it to you in a short time. However, you'll find out when you stay in the Moon Illumination sect longer. Duanling Tian added. Duanling Tian was touched when he recalled the welcome gift his senior brother Bai Lihong mentioned earlier. His senior brother had arranged everything for him. What Feng Wudao and the others lacked the most when they came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was all kinds of cultivation resources. The welcome gift his senior brother mentioned earlier had undoubtedly solved this problem completely. Uncle Feng, teacher. All of you should have a good rest. Have a good rest today. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Duanling Tian finished speaking to Feng Wudao and the others. Under the puzzled gaze of Feng Wudao and the others, Duanling Tian bade farewell and left. Duanling Tian said, We still have many things to do tomorrow? What do you mean? Duanling Tian is still the same as before. He likes to keep us in suspense. Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong Yi began to talk at the same time. Feng Wudao and the others who had rested for a night finally found out what Duanling Tian was talking about when they saw Bai Lihong the next day. Apart from giving each of them an inner court disciple identity token, Bai Lihong had also given each of them a crystal card. Not only that, he had personally brought them to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and allowed them to choose their own cultivation method to borrow. He had also recommended many saint-grade pills for marrow cleansing and jade tokens that introduced various matters in the Dao Martial Saint Land to them. During this process, they finally understood the meaning of the merit points in the crystal cards in their hands. As it turned out, the merit points were the most important currency in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, using the merit points to borrow the saint-grade martial tactic made them realize that the martial skills they used to cultivate on Cloud Continent were like trash compared to the saint-grade martial tactic in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After they had tasted the sweetness of the saint-grade pills, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they even felt that their past selves were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. A few days later, Feng Wudao and the rest finally found out about Bai Lihong's identity in the Moon Illumination sect. They were dumbstruck. 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Bai Lihong, Duanling Tian's senior brother, was actually a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In fact, during the few days they had spent in the Moon Illumination sect, they had obtained a comprehensive understanding of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the jade tokens they bought from the Merit Pavilion. They found out that apart from martial cultivators, there were also Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Among the martial cultivators, there was a special existence known as the Saint Inscription Master. Among the Dao cultivators, there was also a special group of existences known as Dao Talisman Masters. In the 9 sect alliances that they were currently in, a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was the highest-ranked Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9 sect alliances district, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this, the 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters had a special status in the 9 sect alliances district. Due to this reason, when they found out that Bai Li Hong was one of the 3-star Saint Inscription Masters and the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, they were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what Duan Ling Tian meant when he said those words earlier. That fellow Duan Ling Tian. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? How many years has it been since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land? He actually managed to obtain a backer like Elder Bai Li Hong. Moreover, he even became Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Nan Gongyi said with an expression of disbelief on his face. Moreover, his words spoke the thoughts of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Xiong Quan, who had always been confident in Duan Ling Tian, was shocked when he learned about Bai Li Hong's background. He did not expect his young master would be able to achieve such a feat in merely 3 years after coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land. As expected of my young master. Xiong Quan's heart was filled with pride. While Feng Wu Dao and the rest were shocked by Bai Li Hong's identity, many outer court disciples and inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect had also learned about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. In the past few days, at least 8 out of 10 outer court disciples and inner court disciples were talking about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. This was because they were just too dazzling. Naturally, unlike Duan Ling Tian, who was dazzling in the past, Duan Ling Tian had relied on his strength to gain the attention of everyone. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not gain the attention of everyone because of Bai Li Hong's care. Due to this reason, many people looked down on Feng Wu Dao and the rest. They felt they had entered through the back door and became inner court disciples as soon as they entered. This caused many outer court disciples and inner court disciples to be so jealous that they were about to go crazy. A few days after Duan Ling Tian returned, Lu Huan, who had just walked out of his closed-door cultivation room, also learned about the news of Duan Ling Tian's return. He's actually still alive. Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. The thing he did not want to see the most had happened. Before Zhao Feng was killed by the mysterious powerhouse, he did not manage to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe you're so lucky. Unless you're going to hide in the sect like a turtle, I, Lu Huan, will definitely make sure you die a graveless death. Lu Huan said through gritted teeth as his eyes gleamed fiercely. His words were filled with monstrous hatred. It was as though he had enmity with Duan Ling Tian for killing his father and stealing his wife. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. He had been sitting in his room for a few days and nights. From the beginning until the end, he had not changed his posture at all. In order not to worry Bai Li Hong, he acted calmly in front of Bai Li Hong. However, he still could not let it go. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Ling Tian finally came to a realization. Right now, it's useless no matter how much I think about it. The most important thing now is to raise my strength. Only by raising my strength will I have a chance to look for Kerr and snatch Kerr back. Although even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, did not know about the existence of Zoroastrianism, Qi Mei's strength far surpassed Di Ju's. However, just the strength that Qi Mei displayed that far surpassed Di Ju was enough to show that the fire worship sect was not simple. Now that Kerr had been taken away by Qi Mei, if he wanted to snatch Kerr back in the future, he would definitely have to face the Zoroastrianism. If he was not strong enough, he might be killed before he even saw Kerr. As for little Fei, Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry when he thought about Li Fei. Logically speaking, with the 3 little fellows' alertness, there shouldn't be any problems when they bring little Fei to look for Xuan. I just hope that they didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not know that Li Fei and the 3 little fellows had encountered more than one accident on their way to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Fortunately, they managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing each time. Otherwise, he might not be able to see Li Fei and the 3 little fellows again in this lifetime. When Duan Ling Tian realized that it would be a waste of time if he continued to be depressed, he immediately entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as he entered, he heard Hua Lao's voice. Don't worry, they're fine now. Ha! Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he regained his senses and realized that Hua Lao was talking about Kerr and Li Fei. Hua Lao, how did you know? Seeing how serious Hua Lao was, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Don't forget about my origin. Although I'm not good at divination, I've been exposed to it a little. After being with you for so long, I think I can roughly deduce whether the people around you are a blessing or a curse. Hua Lao said. Hua Lao, why you're not joking, right? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little agitated as well. He was afraid that Hua Lao was only comforting him. When have I ever joked with you? Hua Lao asked. Hua Lao, since you've already roughly deduced, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you just watch me sit there like a fool for a few days and keep talking to myself? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile while he was pleasantly surprised that little Fei was also safe. It's rare to see you like that. What's the harm in watching you for a few more days? On the other hand, Duan Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard Hua Lao's words. He secretly cursed this old man for being such a mischievous child. Why did he not see through him before? Ha! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that something was calling out to him. To be more precise, it was calling out to his heart. Hua Lao could not help but feel puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as if he was possessed. For a moment, he could not help but follow Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only feel his heart trembling. It was an involuntary trembling that he could not control at all. When he was walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he noticed that his heartbeat was gradually calming down. However, the feeling of being called out to was getting stronger and stronger. It seems like there's something calling out to me from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself before he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He could not figure it out. He had never felt this way when he was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What's that? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he finally knew what was calling out to him. The Jasper Celestial Sword. The thing that was calling out to him was the Jasper Celestial Sword that had been lying quietly on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was also one of the 6 celestial treasures hidden in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the past, when the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was opened, he wanted to take the Jasper Celestial Sword for himself. However, he realized that the Jasper Celestial Sword was too heavy. It was so heavy that he could not even lift it. After he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he purposely came here to try, but he still could not lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the Jasper Celestial Sword was actually calling out to him. At this moment, his heart seemed to have resonated with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Could it be because of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with doubts, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of this. Chapter 1546. Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. Ever since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword, I've never entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Today is the first time I've entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword. It shouldn't be a coincidence that I've encountered such a situation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure just like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure that specialized in killing. If he could use it, it would definitely be better than any saint weapon. In front of a celestial supreme treasure like the Jasper Celestial Sword, even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon ranking could not compare to it, let alone a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 9-star saint inscription. Since it's calling me, does that mean I can use it? Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. The moment the thought appeared, it was difficult for him to suppress it. At the same time, under Hua Lao's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was obvious that he wanted to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Hua Lao did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. When Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he realized that his heart had become extremely calm. The Jasper Celestial Sword also gave him an extremely intimate feeling. It was as though there was an extremely intimate connection between them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his heart had become one with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was difficult to tell them apart. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian held the Jasper Celestial Sword and exerted a little force in his hand. The force that he used was not even 1/10 of his full strength. However, it was this insignificant force that allowed him to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. That was right. As Duan Lingtian lifted his hand gently, the Jasper Celestial Sword that seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies was easily picked up by him. When the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though it was connected by blood. Upon seeing this scene, Hua Lao was stunned. That was because even with his current strength, although he could barely pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was practically impossible for him to do it so casually. But now, the Jasper Celestial Sword was in Duan Lingtian's hands, as if it was weightless. At this moment, Hua Lao cast the secret spiritual technique, Divine Eye, to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. At this moment, he desperately wanted to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Although he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian's actions still shocked him. The Jasper Celestial Sword was actually picked up by him. With the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, Duan Lingtian even had the lofty aspiration of, with a sword in hand, I can conquer the world. When Duan Lingtian tried to infuse his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword, his expression changed completely. This was because the moment his true energy entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had transformed into a bottomless pit as it greedily devoured his true energy. Even the true energy in his Qi was being devoured by the Jasper Celestial Sword through his 99 saint veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized for the first time that having more saint veins was not necessarily a good thing. With the help of the 99 saint veins, in less than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's true energy was almost completely devoured. This caused Duan Lingtian to panic for a moment, and he quickly put the Jasper Celestial Sword down. After the Jasper Celestial Sword left his hand, it stopped devouring the remaining true energy in his Qi. When he looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword again, a faint green energy could be seen on the originally plain and unadorned sword. However, the green energy did not last for long before it gradually dissipated. It absorbed all of my true energy, and it dissipated in just a short while? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he regretted being so impulsive earlier. You can actually use it? While Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, Hua Lao looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Disbelief was written all over his face. You're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage on this planet. You haven't even formed your true energy yet. How's it possible for you to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword? Moreover, you can actually use it. What's going on? When Hua Lao reached the end of his sentence, he still had a puzzled expression on his face even though he was very knowledgeable. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Hua Lao. Therefore, he told him about how he obtained the sovereign heart sword that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At the same time, he also told him that he had already mastered the first stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword in the heart. I see. I didn't expect someone would be able to comprehend the sword heart on such a mundane planet. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. After he ascends, based on his attainments in the Sword Dao, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the Devata realms. Hua Lao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He found it hard to believe. Who was Hua Lao? He was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. When he was at his peak, his strength was comparable to a celestial god. It was truly shocking that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang would be praised by Hua Lao, who was very knowledgeable. It's not exaggerated. Hua Lao shook his head and said solemnly, in the Devata realms, including the Jade Emperor Heaven, there's only one person who's comparable to him in the Sword Dao. Although this was the first time Duan Lingtian heard Hua Lao mention the Devata realms, he knew about the Jade Emperor Heaven. There were many existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven that he was familiar with. For example, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends of Hua Nation on Earth where he lived in his past life. Many celestials in the ancient myths and legends were also existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Hua Lao was also an existence in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Based on Hua Lao's words, it was clear the Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of the Devata realms. That person is also from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Just like you, he's also a human from the mundane planet Yan Huang. Although the number of saint veins he opened is nothing compared to those from planet Yan Huang, he's the second person to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Hua Lao continued to say, "Who's he?" Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. Not only was he comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the Sword Dao, but he had also left the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Gong Sun Xian Yuan. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hua slowly spat out 4 words. Gong Sun Xian Yuan? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Hua Lao's words. As an earthling and a citizen of Wuxia, how could he not know this name? The Yellow Emperor, Gong Sun Xian Yuan. Planet Yan Huang, the descendants of Yan Huang. The word Huang represented the Yellow Emperor. The descendants of Yan Huang could be said to be the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was their ancestor. Gong Sun Xianyuan used the Xianyuan sword to kill the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm outside the Jade Emperor Heaven and became the new heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. When Hua Lao mentioned Gong Sun Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor, he could not help but feel awe and respect for him. He's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard of Gong Sun Xuanyuan's legend, he had mostly heard of Gong Sun Xuanyuan's deeds on ancient Earth. However, he had never heard of Gong Sun Xuanyuan's deeds after that. Naturally, it was not something ordinary people would know. Hua Lao, you said the Yellow Emperor is the only person in the Devata realms you know who's comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian gasped when he recalled Hua Lao's words. Yes. Hua Lao nodded solemnly. I wonder how long ago Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. If he didn't ascend after Gong Sun Xianyuan, I'm certain his strength is on par with Gong Sun Xianyuan. Perhaps he has already become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Ascension. It was White Sun Ascension again. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about the White Sun Ascension. However, he did not know what it meant. Hua Lao, what does ascension mean? What does it have to do with Devata realms? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Ascension means that when one's strength reaches a certain level, it resonates with the Devata realm and triggers the Ascension Tribulation. Once one overcomes the Ascension Tribulation, one can enter a Devata realm through the heavenly path that is specially created for one. Hua Lao explained. There are a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven is only one of them. For example, if people from planet Yan Huang ascend, they'll arrive at the nearest Jade Emperor Heaven. However, I don't know which Devata realm the people from this planet go to after ascending. Hua Lao continued to explain. When I said you'll have a chance to return to planet Yan Huang, I wasn't joking. As long as you ascend to the nearest Devata realm, you'll be able to teleport to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation between Devata realms. Once you're in the Jade Emperor Heaven, you'll be able to find a way to return to planet Yan Huang. Hua Lao explained in one breath. Hua Lao's words shocked Duan Lingtian greatly. There were 81 Devata realms in the colossal world? The Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of them? I'm afraid there are only a handful of mundane planets in the 81 Devata realms who are capable of forming the sword heart on a mundane planet. For this reason, don't underestimate the person who left you the sovereign heart sword. Chapter 1547. Elder Hua, you keep talking about sword heart, but I wonder what it is? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not easy for me to explain the sword heart. All you need to know is that it's the peak of the sword Dao on a mundane planet. There are countless people who have the sword heart in the Devata realms, but most of them have the sword heart in the Devata realms. It's not a big deal. After all, The cultivation environment and resources in the Devata realms are extremely good. Unless one is a sword cultivator who was born stupid, almost all of them would be able to attain the sword heart. However, it's a different story if one comprehended the sword heart on a mundane planet. Those who comprehended the sword heart on a mundane planet would be baptized by the divine energy of the Devata realms during their ascension to the Devata realms. Their sword heart would transform and become the divine sword heart. In the Devata realms, those who possess the divine sword heart were all people who attained the sword heart on a mundane planet. As I said earlier, such people are rare even in the 81 Devata realms. Gong Sun Shen Yuan from the mundane planet Yan Huang planet is one of them. Feng Qingyang is also one of them. Hualao explained slowly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment to give Duan Ling Tian some time to digest the information. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. Even in the Devata realms, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a peerless sword Dao genius. Moreover, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was from a very long time ago. According to Hualao, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a sword saint. Currently, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang might have become a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He was on par with Gong Sun Shen Yuan, the Yellow Emperor. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. He could not calm down for a long time.
The sovereign heart sword he had obtained was actually passed down by such an awesome person. According to what you said earlier, the highest stage of the sovereign heart sword that you've inherited, the heart and sword amalgamation, should be the stage where you've developed the sword heart.
If you're able to develop the sword heart before you ascend, your future achievements won't be inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and Yellow Emperor Gong Sun Shen Yuan. Hualao continued. And Hualao's words made Duan Ling Tian inexplicably excited. The sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was still fine. He didn't know much about him. However, the Yellow Emperor, Gong Sun Shen Yuan, was someone he was very familiar with. He could even be said to be his ancestor. After all, his soul came from Hua Nation on Earth. He was a descendant of Hua Nation and a descendant of Yan Huang. When Duan Ling Tian thought about how he would have a chance to achieve something like Gong Sun Shen Yuan, the ancestor of Hua Nation, he could not suppress his excitement. Now, even I'm a little envious of your good fortune. Not only did you obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's approval, but you also obtained the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang passed down to you. That's a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method that can develop the sword heart on a mundane planet. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise, how could you have such good fortune? Hualao sighed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world from Earth in his previous life, everything he had experienced felt like a dream. However, he also knew that all of this was not a dream. It was all real. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the fortuitous encounters he had encountered along the way, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Indeed, his good fortune was extraordinary. Regardless, after listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened. He learned about the heavens. He also learned about the value of the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had passed down to him. Moreover, according to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message in the sovereign heart sword, he seems to be a member of the Fog Rain progeny, and I'm the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Duan Ling Tian was also filled with doubts about the Fog Rain progeny since Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not explain it to him in detail. If it's possible, try your best to focus on the sovereign heart sword in the future. Only in that way will you have the chance to develop the sword heart. Of course, a supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method like the sovereign heart sword will be of great help to you when you cultivate other martial arts. You don't have to worry about your other martial arts falling behind. Hualao told Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not know what Hualao meant. However, when he tried to perform the various saint-grade martial tactics that he had learned in the past, he realized that apart from being able to perform them at will, there was also a hint of sword intent that originated from the sovereign heart sword. The sovereign heart sword was similar to a martial tactic, but it was also separated from it. In fact, it was even above a martial tactic. The sovereign heart sword was a technique that led to a myriad of techniques. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had never forgotten about his research on the Jasper Celestial Sword.
Since he could already pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword and perform it at will, in his opinion, he should be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword now. However, before he tried to use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he still spent some time to replenish the true energy in his Qi. After recovering his true energy, Duan Ling Tian was extremely careful when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword again. He was afraid that the situation would repeat itself and his true energy would be sucked dry by the Jasper Celestial Sword again. After experimenting for a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he was indeed able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the full strength of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even so, the strength he displayed when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword was still ridiculously powerful. Duan Ling Tian made a rough estimation. He infused 30% of the true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and casually swung the sword. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the strength he displayed when he unleashed his full strength. If I infuse 50% of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm 90% confident that I can kill an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse. After experimenting infusing 30% of the true energy in his Qi and 50% of the true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword and swinging the sword twice, Duan Ling Tian had a rough idea. However, if it's a Saint Stage powerhouse, even if it's the weakest Saint Stage powerhouse, with my current cultivation base, I might not be able to kill him even if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a Saint Stage powerhouse and a non-Saint Stage powerhouse is too huge. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. With his current cultivation base, even if he fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to instantly kill an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse. He might be able to threaten a Saint Stage powerhouse with just one swing of his sword, but he would not be able to kill him. However, if my cultivation base breaks through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, my Qi will expand again, and my true energy will become even more vast. At that time, if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, even an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse might not be able to withstand my sword. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base with his current techniques. However, after he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he would only be able to defeat an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse at most even if he used all of his techniques, regardless of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a Saint Stage powerhouse and a non-Saint Stage powerhouse was too huge. Even with his techniques that far surpassed people at the same level as him and his terrifying physical strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat a Saint Stage powerhouse when he was not at the Saint Stage. However, everything would be different with the Jasper Celestial Sword. By the time he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, none of the powerhouses at the bottom of the Saint Stage would be able to withstand his sword with all of his might. However, I can't do that unless I have no other choice. After all, if I exhaust all of my true energy, I'll be like an arrow at the end of its flight. If someone manages to seize the opportunity at that time, I won't be able to escape death. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. After experimenting for a while, 80% of the true energy in Duan Ling Tian's Qi had been depleted, and he had to start recovering it again. After spending some time to recover his true energy, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in a hurry. Instead, he stayed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated seriously in an attempt to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he would not be afraid of ordinary Saint Stage powerhouses with a Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian cultivated even more diligently. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating with all his might, there were also people in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court who were in a bad mood. Duan Ling Tian really doesn't want to come out? Lu Huan's expression was grave. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian had not left Bai Li Hong's mansion ever since he came back. He did not even have a chance to make a move on him. Don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue like this? Lu Huan paced back and forth with a frown on his face. His expression was so grave that it seemed like it could drip water at any time. If he stays in Bai Li Hong's mansion for a few years, don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue to grow like this? No. This can't go on. Lu Huan gasped and shook his head continuously as though he had gone mad. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll most likely be stronger than me in a few years.
I can still deal with him now, but I won't be a match for him in a few years' time. Although Lu Huan was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao was indeed so high that it was shocking. I can't let him continue to grow like this. Chapter 1548. A month later, a few Moon Illumination Sect's disciples found a corpse not far away from the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. There was a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple identity token hanging on the corpse's waist. Moreover, it was an inner court disciple's identity token. The entire Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar. Killing a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple near the Moon Illumination Sect, an inner court disciple on top of that, was undoubtedly a slap to the Moon Illumination Sect's face. Who was so bold? When the Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar because of the inner court disciple's death, a shocking piece of news soon arrived. The inner court disciple who was killed witnessed Elder Zhao Feng's death with his own eyes. That's why he was killed. Nobody knew where this news came from, let alone who spread it. However, this news swept through the entire Moon Illumination Sect in just a few days. The Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar again. Elder Zhao Feng was dead? The first to be shocked were the nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion. All of them were dumbfounded when they learned about Zhao Feng's death. No wonder the sect leader came to ask us if Elder Zhao Feng told us where he went. Perhaps, the sect leader already knew something had happened to Elder Zhao Feng at that time. The group of nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion looked at each other. They could guess a lot of things at once. At the same time, many inner court elders who usually hung out with Zhao Feng also visited Zhao Feng's mansion to confirm whether this was true or not. When they learned that Zhao Feng had left for a long time and had not returned, they realized the news was not groundless. After the confirmation of these inner court elders, it did not take long for the entire Moon Illumination Sect to confirm that something had happened to Zhao Feng. In the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area. Smack! A teacup was smashed on the ground and shattered into pieces. The person who smashed the teacup was an old man. Currently, the old man's face was as grave as it could get. Soon after, the old man left his mansion and went to a mansion nearby. Sect leader, didn't you say nobody in the sect knows where Zhao Feng went? Why did someone spread the news that an inner court disciple had personally witnessed Zhao Feng's death and was even silenced? The person the old man was looking for was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. Jiang Wei did not look surprised when he saw that the old man had come to question him. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, the news is completely groundless. I've been investigating for a few days, but I still can't find out where the news came from or who spread it. There must be someone behind this," Jiang Wei said with certainty. "I don't care if someone is behind this, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. If Sect Master can't do anything about it, I'll investigate it myself. These old bones of mine haven't moved for a long time. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to move a little more," the old man said in a deep voice. "Martial Uncle Qian, don't worry. I will definitely find out the cause of Zhao Feng's death as soon as possible," Jiang Wei said confidently. Martial Uncle Qian, just wait for the good news. He was really worried that the old man would do it himself. He knew the old man's temper. For that illegitimate son of Zhao Feng, he could do almost anything. "Sect leader, my patience is limited." After giving Jiang Wei a deep look, the old man turned and left. After the old man left, the respectful expression on Jiang Wei's face was no longer there. It was replaced with a grave expression. Although the old man was his senior, he was still the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect. The old man's threatening attitude made him feel extremely displeased. He felt like his dignity as the sect leader was being challenged. However, when he thought about the old man's strength that was not inferior to his, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. Moreover, the old man was still the guardian of their Moon Illumination Sect no matter what. He was duty-bound to help the old man. "I hope you've hidden yourself well. Otherwise, once I find you, I'll make sure you die a graveless death." The moment Jiang Wei thought about the person who spread the news of Zhao Feng's death, his expression turned grave. "Up until now, apart from myself and Martial Uncle Qian, the only person who knows about Zhao Feng's death is Lu Huan. Apart from that, I think only the person who killed Zhao Feng knows about his death." As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jianghu was, naturally, very meticulous. Due to this reason, the first person he suspected was Lu Huan. One must admit that Jianghu was really smart. The first person he suspected was the mastermind who spread the news. However, as the mastermind, how could Lu Huan give himself away so easily? Due to this reason, even though Jianghu tried to test Lu Huan again and again, his efforts were in vain. It's time for me to release another round of shocking news. When Lu Huan saw Jianghu leaving his mansion again, a cold smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, Bai Li Hong. Get ready to receive my gift. I don't believe you, Duan Ling Tian. Will be able to sit still after hearing this news. Lu Huan muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed fiercely. When the commotion caused by Zhao Feng's death in the entire Moon Illumination sect had died down, another piece of news spread out and shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect. The reason Elder Zhao Feng left that day was to avenge his personal disciple, Feng Fan. Who knew there's always someone better than him? Not only did Elder Zhao Feng fail to avenge him, but he even lost his life. This was the news that spread in the Moon Illumination sect again. Similarly, no one knew where the news came from, and no one knew who spread the news. However, this news was as shocking as the previous one. It caused an uproar in the entire Moon Illumination sect. As it turns out, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao Feng's direct disciple. No wonder he has a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription when he's just an outer court disciple. No wonder he didn't have the intention of becoming a disciple of the outer court elders, even though he was a powerhouse who was ranked on the earth ranking. At this moment, many outer court disciples' doubts were answered. As it turned out, there was a reason behind all these doubts in the past. Avenge Feng Fan. I remember the person who killed Feng Fan seems to be senior brother Duan Ling Tian, right? Soon after, someone said in shock. That's right. The person who killed Feng Fan was none other than senior brother Duan Ling Tian. However, it was Feng Fan who took the initiative to issue a death duel invitation and invited senior brother Duan Ling Tian to a death duel. Even if he's dead, it's only because he's not strong enough. He can't blame senior brother Duan Ling Tian, right? If Elder Zhao Feng really went to seek revenge from senior brother Duan Ling Tian, then he really doesn't have the bearing an inner court elder should have. That's right. Once the death duel invitation is issued, it's up to fate. This is the rule passed down in our Moon Illumination sect. Even if he's an inner court elder, he still has to abide by it. I heard senior brother Duan Ling Tian left the sect for a period of time. Don't tell me Elder Zhao Feng was killed after he left? I wonder what the person who spread the news is trying to do. Don't tell me he's trying to say the person who killed Elder Zhao Feng is senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Ridiculous. Even if senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, it's almost impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. Elder Zhao Feng is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Elder Zhao Feng is ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders. Not only is he a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but he's also a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's almost impossible to kill him without the strength of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't forget that senior brother Duan Ling Tian has Elder Bai Li Hong behind him. Elder Bai Li Hong's strength is comparable to an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you suspect Elder Bai Li Hong killed Elder Zhao Feng. Unlike the previous news, this news was getting more and more intense because it was related to Duan Ling Tian, who had been in the limelight in the Moon Illumination sect recently. In the end, many people even suspected that Zhao Feng had been killed by Bai Li Hong. It's a pity that Bai Li Hong happened to meet the sect leader when he left my mansion. Otherwise, even the sect leader would suspect him. Although Lu Huan was satisfied with the effect of the news he spread, he also felt a little regretful. However, even if the sect leader knows it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Zhao Feng, this matter won't end so quickly. Perhaps, Bai Li Hong found a powerhouse who protected Duan Ling Tian on his way back to his hometown to kill Zhao Feng? Lu Huan smiled sinisterly. All in all, Duan Ling Tian won't be able to get away from this matter for the time being. I can only hope that he'll be so annoyed by this matter that he'll go out for a walk. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his eyes gleamed fiercely. This was his true motive. Meanwhile, the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was not calm at all. Junior Uncle Qian,
I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath and guarantee with my life that when Elder Zhao Feng's soul pearl shattered, I saw Elder Bai Li with my own eyes, Jiang Wei said to the old man in front of him. If Elder Bai Li was the one who killed Elder Zhao Feng, there's no way Elder Bai Li would be able to rush back so quickly. Moreover, as far as I know, Elder Bai Li had been staying in Elder Lu Huan's mansion for a long time before that. In other words, Elder Bai Li happened to be in Elder Lu Huan's mansion when Elder Zhao Feng was killed. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. At this moment, Jiang Wei really wanted to hack the person who spread the news again and again into 1,000 pieces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. He really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Perhaps, he didn't do it himself. Instead, he found a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. The old man narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He said coldly, "No matter what, I'll confront him about this matter."
Junior Uncle Chen, you're putting me in a difficult position. Chapter 1549. Sect Leader. I know you're troubled because he's a 3-star saint inscription master. Don't worry, Sect Leader. As long as he can prove that he has nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I'm willing to swallow my pride and apologize to him. The old man said in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this stage, Jiang Wei knew he could no longer reject the old man. Even if he wanted to, he could not. The old man had already made up his mind, and it was not something he could interfere with. Junior Uncle Chen, since you've made up your mind, I'll follow you, Jiang Wei said. The old man did not say anything else and allowed Jiang Wei to follow him. Soon after, both of them arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion together. When Bai Li Hong received the report that the sect leader had arrived, he was not surprised. He had already heard about the news that was spreading like wildfire outside. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he was not worried at all. Although he was not worried, he still felt a little heavy-hearted. If the news was true, did it not mean Zhao Feng had tried to kill his junior brother? He thought Lu Huan was the only one who wanted to kill his junior brother. He had overlooked Zhao Feng. Fortunately, nothing happened to junior brother. Otherwise, how could I face teacher? The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he felt a little fearful. However, he was surprised when he arrived at the main hall. This was because the sect leader, Jiang Wei, was not the only one who came to his mansion. There was another familiar face as well. It was none other than one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. It was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Qian Kong. Greetings, sect leader, Elder Qian. Although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master and had a special position in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jiang Wei and Qian Kong. Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. If it was any other time, Qian Kong would have smiled in response as well. However, he did not beat around the bush and said, Elder Bai Li, I'm here today because of Zhao Feng. Rumor has it that Elder Qian and Elder Zhao Feng were once master and disciple. Although I don't know the reason, Elder Zhao Feng didn't become Elder Qian's disciple. However, under such circumstances, Elder Qian is still so concerned about Elder Zhao Feng's matter. It's really admirable. Although he was shocked that Qian Kong was here because of Zhao Feng, Bai Li Hong still responded with a smile. He had also heard about the matter between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. He had always wondered why Qian Kong did not accept Zhao Feng as his disciple. Although I believe in Elder Bai Li's character, I still hope to get a clear answer from you. Is Zhao Feng's death related to you? Qian Kong stared at Bai Li Hong with burning eyes as though he wanted to see the slightest change on Bai Li Hong's face. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Li Hong still had a smile on his face, but he shook his head. Do you dare to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death? Qian Kong continued asking. Upon hearing Qian Kong's words, the smile on Bai Li Hong's face froze. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Qian, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Elder Bai Li, as long as you're willing to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I, Qian Kong, am willing to bow and apologize to you. Qian Kong spoke again with a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, Qian Kong's words shocked Bai Li Hong as well. Qian Kong was willing to bow and apologize to him for Zhao Feng? Did he hear wrongly? Bai Li Hong could not help but look at the sect leader, Jianghu, who had been silent all this while. It was as though he wanted to get an answer from Jianghu about why Qian Kong cared so much about Zhao Feng. Unfortunately, although Jianghu knew the truth, it was impossible for him to reveal it. Elder Bai Li, the relationship between Elder Zhao Feng and Elder Qian surpasses that of a father and a son. Jianghu could only say this. Surpasses that of a father and a son? Upon hearing Jianghu's words, Bai Li Hong scoffed. If the relationship was really better than that of a father and a son, why did Qian Kong not take Zhao Feng as his disciple back then? Elder Qian, you're doubting my character by asking me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. I, Bai Li Hong, have never lied in my entire life. However, since you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I'll do as you wish. Bai Li Hong said solemnly as he looked at Qian Kong. After he finished speaking, he swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Qian Kong and Jianghu. The oath stated that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded, and the lightning penalty oath came true. The lightning penalty did not descend from the sky. This meant Bai Li Hong was not lying. Jianghu sighed in relief immediately. He was really worried this matter had something to do with Bai Li Hong. If that was the case, he would be stuck in the middle. Qian Kong was like a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Both of them were very important to the Moon Illumination sect, and he did not want to lose either of them. Now that things had come to this, it was finally a happy ending. Elder Bai Li, I apologize for my rudeness. Qian Kong was a man of his words. After Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath, he bowed and apologized to him. Although he wasn't very sincere, he still lowered his arrogant head. Elder Qian, if there's nothing else, please forgive me for not seeing you out, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. Based on his words, it was obvious he was asking his guest to leave. He knew he was a good-tempered person, but Qian Kong's actions today had infuriated him. Junior Uncle Qian, let's go. Naturally, Jianghu could feel Bai Li Hong's feelings. He immediately persuaded Qian Kong to leave as well. There's no hurry. However, Qian Kong shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Bai Li Hong and said, Elder Bai Li Hong, please ask your junior brother, Duan Tian, to come out. Elder Qian, what do you mean? Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically as he asked in an unfriendly tone. Elder Bai Li, I believe Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with you. However, I can't confirm that this matter has nothing to do with your junior brother, Duan Tian. Therefore, please ask your junior brother to come out so I can confirm it. Qian Kong said. What? Elder Qian Kong, do you intend to ask my junior brother to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death? Bai Li Hong sneered. That's right. Qian Kong nodded as a matter of course. Elder Qian, I swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier not only because I respect you, but also because I didn't want to make things difficult for the sect leader. Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have swore on the lightning penalty oath. To me, it's an insult to my character. Bai Li Hong said with a cold face. His words were firm. Elder Bai Li, I've already apologized to you. Qian Kong said in a deep voice. You've apologized? Bai Li Hong smiled brightly. Elder Qian, if you put it this way, then I would like to ask. If I apologize to you after this, are you willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to my request? Why not? Qian Kong said nonchalantly. Very good. Elder Qian, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never done anything improper with your mother. What do you think? Although I believe in your character, I'd still like to confirm it with the lightning penalty oath. Bai Li Hong ignored Qian Kong's sudden change of expression and said coldly. These words could not be said to be not poisonous. Even Jianghu's expression changed. True energy surged in his body. He was afraid Qian Kong would attack Bai Li Hong in a fit of rage. He was prepared to protect Bai Li Hong. His heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Why did he not realize Elder Bai Li's mouth was so vicious in the past? Even if Qian Kong dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he would not swear on it. This was because it was a great insult to him. Not only was it an insult to him, but it was also an insult to his mother. Bai Li Hong, how many years has it been? You're the first person to arouse my killing intent. Chen Kong stared coldly at Bai Li Hong as killing intent flashed in his eyes.
If it was not for Jiang Wei, whose strength was not inferior to his, and if it was not for the fact that he was the one who insulted Bai Li Hong's character first, he would have made his move long ago.
Elder Chen, I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that some lightning penalty oaths can't be made just because you haven't done it before. Bai Li Hong was not afraid of Chen Kong at all, as he said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Chen Kong to reply before he looked at Jiang Wei again. Sect leader, I'm sure you've already investigated my junior brother's background. Do you think he has the ability to kill Elder Zhao Feng without my interference?
The lightning penalty oath I swore earlier is enough to prove that Elder Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with me and my junior brother.
Bai Li Hong said solemnly. Elder Chen Kong has already insulted my character today. I won't let him insult my junior brother's character as well. If I, Bai Li Hong, can't even protect my junior brother, how am I supposed to continue living in this world? When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he became agitated. Elder Bai Li, please calm down. It's my fault for not telling Junior Uncle Chen about this. Jiang Wei became anxious when he saw how agitated Bai Li Hong was. At the same time, he looked at Chen Kong and said, Junior Uncle Chen, since Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death, I'm sure it has nothing to do with his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. I've investigated his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. He's from Mound Hill City, one of the 18 cities under our Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, he's from the mortal continent and doesn't have any other background. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Bai Li. With his background, it's also impossible for him to get someone more powerful than Elder Zhao Feng to help him. Jiang Wei finished his words quickly, mainly to dispel Chen Kong's doubts. He was worried Chen Kong would pick a fight with Bai Li Hong again. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Chen Kong's expression eased a little. However, his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong looked at him fearlessly as though he was not worried Chen Kong would attack him. Humph! Chapter 1550. No matter what, Bai Li Hong was still a 3-star saint inscription master. He was important to the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Kong knew Jiang Wei would stop him if he made a move. Moreover, Jiang Wei would be displeased, so he held himself back and did not make a move. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of Jiang Wei since his cultivation base was at the saint stage. However, he still had many descendants in the Moon Illumination sect. If he wanted his descendants to live a good life, he could not offend Jiang Wei. He had to know when to stop. Just like now, Jiang Wei had already explained to him. If he still did not know what was good for him, it would mean he was deliberately going against Jiang Wei. Elder Bai Li, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you today. After Chen Kong left, Jiang Wei sighed in relief and apologized to Bai Li Hong with a wry smile on his face. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Naturally, he would not vent his anger toward Chen Kong on the sect leader. The sect leader had always taken care of him. Otherwise, he would have left the Moon Illumination sect long ago because he could not resist the temptation of other forces. No matter what, I'm partly responsible for this. How about this? I heard many of your junior brother's friends and family have joined the sect. I'll give them 1 million merit points each as an apology to you, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei was a shrewd person. He knew Bai Li Hong would definitely reject him if he compensated him directly. That was why he said he would give Feng Wu Dao and the others merit points. As it turned out, he was right to do so. In that case, thank you very much, sect leader. Although Bai Li Hong wasn't willing to accept Jiang Wei's compensation, this compensation was related to his junior brother's family and friends. Moreover, such a large amount of merit points would be of great use to his junior brother's family and friends, so he didn't refuse. You're too kind, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei sighed in relief when he saw Bai Li Hong had tacitly accepted the apology. He bade farewell and left. As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it was only natural that Jiang Wei would agree to it. In just half a day, An inner court elder came to Bai Li Hong's mansion and transferred the merit points to Feng Wu Dao and the others. 1 million merit points each. Currently, Feng Wu Dao and the others were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they knew what merit points meant. Due to this reason, all of them were dumbfounded. Are these merit points given to us by the sect leader? Only after that inner court elder left did Feng Wu Dao and the others withdraw their gazes from the crystal cards in their hands. For a time, they looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. They had no idea what was going on. To them, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect was high and mighty. With their current status, they would never be able to come into contact with him at all. However, such a high and mighty existence had actually given each of them 1 million merit points for no reason. It must have been Elder Bai Li who fought for us, Sima Chongfeng asserted. At this moment, the others also deeply felt that this was the case. Only that Elder Bai Li possessed such enormous prestige. By the time Duan Ling Tian learned about this matter, it was already a few days later. As soon as he came out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he came to look for Feng Wu Dao and the others to see if they were getting used to staying in the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he also learned from Feng Wu Dao and the others that they had obtained 1 million merit points each. When he heard that the merit points came from the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was a little surprised as well. At this moment, he could faintly sense that things might not be as simple as they seemed. What a joke! Feng Wu Dao and the others had obtained 1 million merit points each. In total it was close to 10 million merit points. Even if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect did not lack merit points, it was impossible for him to give them away like this. Moreover, he had given them to a group of people who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian immediately went to look for Bai Li Hong. Senior brother, I heard that the sect leader gave Uncle Feng and the others 1 million merit points each. What's going on? When Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Li Hong, he did not beat around the bush and asked. When Bai Li Hong saw the doubt on Duan Ling Tian's face, he smiled faintly. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the sect leader insisted on giving me an apology. He knew that I wouldn't accept it if he gave it to me directly, so he came up with this idea. I have no choice but to accept it. The sect leader gave you an apology? When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he was even more confused. Why did he give you an apology? Because of Zhao Feng. Bai Li Hong stared deeply at Duan Ling Tian. During these few days, Bai Li Hong had been thinking about this question over and over again. Was Zhao Feng's death really a coincidence? Although he didn't think that his junior brother had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, it was too much of a coincidence. In the past, Zhao Feng had left the sect on his own many times, but nothing had ever happened to him. However, this time, something had happened while he was hunting down his junior brother. He had lost his life as soon as something happened. Zhao Feng? When Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Li Hong's words, he raised an eyebrow. I think I've heard of this person before. He seems to be Feng Fan's master whom I killed before. Although Duan Ling Tian looked calm on the surface, ripples could be seen in his heart. It seems like Zhao Feng has a soul pearl as well. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Junior brother, there are 2 pieces of news that have been spreading outside recently. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, right? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. What news? Indeed, Duan Ling Tian did not know about it since he had been cultivating in closed-door cultivation on the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although he had not made the final breakthrough yet, he had already reached the final bottleneck. Feng Wu Dao and the others did not know about the 2 pieces of news since they did not go out recently. Therefore, it was impossible for them to tell Duan Ling Tian about it. Then, Bai Li Hong told Duan Ling Tian about the 2 pieces of news that had been spreading outside. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. I can't believe so many things have happened outside while I was in closed-door cultivation. Senior brother, who do you think is the one who spread these 2 pieces of news? Is there even a need to guess? Bai Li Hong narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Indeed, there's no need to guess. Duan Ling Tian smiled. As for the compensation from the sect leader, it has something to do with the news. A few days ago, The sect leader and elder Qian Kong came together to confirm if Zhao Feng's death had anything to do with me. When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he told Duan Ling Tian what had happened a few days ago. Elder Qian Kong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He's the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He's one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong explained. Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Could it be that he's related to Zhao Feng? Since Zhao Feng's death could make Qian Kong go that far, it was impossible for him to believe that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. I also didn't expect Qian Kong to apologize to me for Zhao Feng's death. To be able to make a saint stage powerhouse bow down to him, the relationship between him and Zhao Feng must not be simple. It's impossible that they're not even master and disciple. Bai Li Hong said confidently. Maybe he's his illegitimate son. Duan Ling Tian said casually. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that his casual remark, which sounded like a joke, happened to hit the mark. Senior brother, the lightning penalty oath that you made Qian Kong swear on is really ruthless. At that time, Qian Kong must have wanted to kill you, right? Duan Ling Tian seemed to be smiling, but his heart was heavy. The reason Bai Li Hong had acted that way was to protect him. However, when he turned around, he did not even admit to killing Zhao Feng in front of Bai Li Hong. Of course, he wanted to kill me. Bai Li Hong smirked. Unfortunately, the sect leader won't let him have his way. Moreover, even if he really kills me, he won't have an easy time in the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, not only the sect leader, but the other saint stage powerhouses in the sect will be dissatisfied with him as well. He might be able to walk away, but he won't be alone unless he doesn't care about his descendants. Although Bai Li Hong said it casually, Duan Ling Tian could feel the danger that Bai Li Hong was facing at that time. He was touched, but at the same time he was afraid. If something happened to Bai Li Hong because of him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Senior brother, there's something that I haven't told you yet. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian said to Bai Li Hong, I killed Zhao Feng. Boom. When Duan Ling Tian's words entered Bai Li Hong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. His junior brother had killed Zhao Feng? Originally, although he guessed Zhao Feng's death had something to do with his junior brother, it did not cross his mind that his junior brother was the one who killed Zhao Feng. He only thought his junior brother had a hidden background and could order some powerhouse to kill Zhao Feng. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, he realized he had made a mistake. Junior brother, why you really killed Zhao Feng? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief after being stunned for a long time. Senior brother, there's no need for me to lie to you about this. Before I left the sect, I purposely spread the news that I was going back to my hometown to lure Lu Huan in. Who knew Zhao Feng would come after me instead of Lu Huan? It was completely out of my expectations. Duan Ling Tian said, he wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he died in my hands in the end. Junior brother, you should have told me about your plan in advance. The reason Lu Huan didn't chase after you was because I kept an eye on him after you left. Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. Under my watch, how could he have the chance to chase after you? Senior brother you? Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Bai Li Hong's words. He was wondering why Lu Huan did not chase after him with his character. As it turned out, it was his senior brother who stopped Lu Huan. Junior brother, if you have any plans in the future, it's better for you to discuss them with me. I don't want to ruin your good deed again. Bai Li Hong sighed. He emphasized the word, good deed. Senior brother, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chapter 1551. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. That Zhao Feng was at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of strength, among the people below the Saint Rudiment stage in the sect, only a few vice-sect leaders, another inner court elder, and I were able to suppress him. What level has your current strength reached? Bai Li Hong asked with a solemn expression. He was curious about Duan Ling Tian's current strength. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I'm not afraid of anyone below the saint stage right now. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth and replied bluntly. His words were filled with confidence. Naturally, there was something else he did not say.
When he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was confident he would be able to kill an ordinary Saint stage powerhouse.
You're confident you'll be able to kill an imminent Saint stage powerhouse? Bai Li Hong sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although an imminent Saint stage powerhouse was strong, with his current strength, he only needed one strike to kill his opponent if he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Looks like I really don't have to worry about your safety anymore. Junior brother. Your current strength has already surpassed me as your senior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. At the same time, he was also happy for Duan Ling Tian. This meant his junior brother would be able to protect himself now. No matter how strong I am, senior brother will always be Duan Ling Tian's senior brother. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Li Hong nodded with a smile on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something. The smile on his face disappeared as he said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly, "You can just tell me about your current strength, but you can't reveal it to others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Li Hong meant by inviting trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Qian Kong, were to find out about his current strength, he would probably denounce him at the first possible moment. It was because his current strength was sufficient to easily kill Zhao Feng. Apart from that, it's obvious that Lu Huan was the one who released those two pieces of news. He must know that he can't do anything to us. But he still did it, so he must have something in mind. Bai Li Hong added. It's not hard to guess what he's after. He must have seen that I haven't left the manor for a long time after returning, and was deeply afraid that after a few years of secluded cultivation, I would become even stronger than him. At that time, the initiative between him and me would completely change. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke with certainty. That should be the case. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement, and then laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, he probably never imagined even in his dreams that junior brother's current strength is far superior to his. Junior brother, you can even kill Zhao Feng, so killing him is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Since he can't sit still, I'll play along with him and have some fun with him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly. When he left the Moon Illumination sect, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. At that time, he had not obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. This time, senior brother, I won't cause any trouble. Bai Li Hong said awkwardly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest that you wait for a while before making your move. At this moment, I'm afraid there are other eyes on you apart from Lu Huan. Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something as he spoke with a solemn expression. Senior brother, are you referring to Qian Kong? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. I have a feeling that the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng is not ordinary. It has even surpassed the relationship between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Based on Qian Kong's behavior a few days ago, he definitely won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. Due to this reason, I'm worried he's watching your every move. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had a plan in his heart. In that case, I'll wait until I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I look for Lu Huan to have some fun. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word, have some fun. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian began to repeat what he did before. He cultivated quietly on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, ignoring everything that happened outside. Soon after, the words of Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, spread out. Elder Bai Li has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone dares to slander Elder Bai Li again, they'll be punished severely. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. When Jiang Wei's words spread out in the Moon Illumination sect, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder a few days ago were the resonance of the 9 heavenly tribulation when Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath,
This matter definitely has nothing to do with Elder Bai Li. I can't believe the sect leader actually asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for Elder Zhao Feng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li will be disappointed by his actions? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. If he's offended, he can just leave the sect. The other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market can't wait for Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has indeed gone overboard with this matter. Similar discussions spread out in the Moon Illumination sect. Most of them were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other few supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area had also learned about this matter. They immediately went to look for the sect leader, Jianghu. Sect leader, you've gone overboard with this matter. If Elder Bai Li leaves the Moon Illumination sect because of this, you'll be the sinner of the Moon Illumination sect. Humph! It was just a Zhao Feng. Forget about the fact that Elder Bai Li didn't kill him. Even if he did, so what? Compared to Elder Bai Li, he's worthless to our Moon Illumination sect. The few supreme elders began to question Jianghu as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Jianghu felt wronged. He immediately looked at Qian Kong, who had a grave expression on his face. Junior Uncle Qian, don't tell me you want me to take the blame for this matter? Qian Kong was dragged here by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to come, he knew he had to come at this time. Naturally, he did not come to denounce Jianghu. Instead, he came to stop the other supreme elders from denouncing Jianghu. As expected, the moment Jianghu's words left his mouth, the other supreme elders looked at Qian Kong one after another. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Junior brother Qian, don't tell me you're the one who made Elder Bai Li swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of the sect leader? If that's the case, you're too muddle-headed. Senior brother Qian, I know Zhao Feng almost became your disciple, but he failed in the end, didn't he? Why do you care so much about his life and death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bai Li because of him. The few supreme elders were either Qian Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. All of them were from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. They were not as polite as Jianghu when they spoke to Qian Kong. What if he's my son? Faced with the accusation from his senior brothers, Qian Kong's face was terrifyingly grave. In the end, he told them about his relationship with Zhao Feng. The entire place fell silent at once. It was obvious the few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect did not know about the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. When they heard Qian Kong's words, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled wryly. If that was the case, they could not blame Qian Kong anymore. After all, they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Jianghu, who was standing at the side, sighed in relief at this moment. He did not care what the people below said about him. However, he had to care about the opinions of these few people before him. Not only were they his seniors, but they were also the guardians of the Moon Illumination sect. In Jianghu's opinion, this was the best outcome. However, he didn't know that from a certain point of view, this matter was only the beginning, and it was still far from the end. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. That Duanling Tian is so calm? Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. Initially, he thought Duanling Tian would lose his cool because of this incident. However, Duanling Tian's composure had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Could it be that all the things he had done secretly were all in vain? He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling to accept this? Wait. I don't believe that Duanling Tian will continue to hide in Bai Li Hong's mansion, Lu Huan said through gritted teeth. At the same time, in a place near the central district of the Moon Illumination sect, a figure flew out of an independent mansion behind a mountain that was covered in mist. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Soon after, the figure arrived in the depths of the mountain. Master, you're finally back, Han Xuanai said excitedly when she saw the beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure before her. Xuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine the whereabouts of Sister Kerr. She's safe now. However, she'll face a great calamity soon. That calamity is related to her life. Whether she can survive it or not will depend on her luck. The beautiful woman sighed when she saw Han Xuanai. A beautiful smile appeared on her face.
When Han Shuanai heard the beautiful woman say that Kerr was safe, a smile appeared on her face. However, horror dawned on her when she heard the beautiful woman's words. A great calamity that's related to her life? Master. Senior Prophet. Did he really say that? The friend her master mentioned was the oracle man who was famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. Chapter 1552. The Oracle Man was a legendary figure in the Dao Martial Saint land. Even Han Shuanai's father, the mansion master of the Green Wave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. She, on the other hand, had seen the Oracle Man once with her master when she was young. At that time, the old prophet had even divined her fate. He had said that she would travel to the distant mortal continent, the Cloud Continent, with Jianghu in a few years. At that time, a great fortuitous encounter would be waiting for her. Until now, she still did not know what the great opportunity the Oracle Man had mentioned was. However, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest day of her life. There she got to know Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, Sister Fei Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. In front of them, she was free and unrestrained. They were not like the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion who treated her like a little princess. Master, is there a way to resolve Sister Kerr's calamity? Han Shuanai's voice began to tremble. She did not want anything to happen to her kind sister. She did not want to see her brother Ling Tian sad. If something really happened to Sister Kerr, how would Brother Ling Tian be able to accept it? That old fellow said she can only rely on herself. The beautiful woman sighed. No. I'm going to Half Moon Island. I'm going to look for Sister Kerr. Han Shuanai turned around to leave as she spoke. She's no longer on Half Moon Island or Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words caused Han Shuanai's body to freeze completely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman again. Master, where's Sister Kerr now? I can't tell you exactly where she is. The beautiful woman shook her head. However, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'll be leaving for a while. Master, you're leaving? Before the beautiful woman could finish speaking, Han Shuanai's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, this master was no different from her mother. Since her master had said so, it was obvious that he would be away for a long time. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. I'm leaving this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. As for you, your big sister Fei and those three little fellows, you can return to Cloud Continent to take a look. According to that old fellow's deduction, your big brother Ling Tian should have already returned to Cloud Continent. Perhaps this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's eyes lit up. As for the dragons. At this point, the beautiful woman raised her hand and took out a small exquisite sword. She passed it to Shuanai. If you come across dragons, just inject your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. After handing the small sword to Shuanai, the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace. Master! Han Shuanai, who held the small sword tightly, suddenly felt like crying. All these years, her master had been staying in the Green Wave Han Mansion and silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had long told her that she would leave one day, she did not expect that this day would come so soon. However, when Han Shuanai recalled that her master's cultivation base was far superior to her father's, she felt relieved. With her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she was still around, there would be a day when they would meet again. Shuanai, from today onward, you can officially cultivate my red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. You don't have to worry anymore. It's time for the successor of my red dust progeny to step onto the stage. Her master's voice resonated in Han Shuanai's ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Green Wave Han Mansion, she continued to head north. Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism. I can't believe that the Zoroastrianism saint girl who had gone missing for so many years is actually someone by his side. I hope the Zoroastrianism won't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if my 7 absolute sect is weak, I won't let this matter go so easily. Currently, the successor of my 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has also appeared.
Perhaps, just like what that old fellow the prophet said, it's time for my 7 absolute sect to step onto the stage.
The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the 7 absolute sect was a famous first-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Later on, when the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 7 absolute sect left the mortal world and went into seclusion. It was only then that it was gradually forgotten by the world. Ever since the 7 absolute sect was established, the number of people in the sect had never exceeded 20. However, this sect with less than 20 people had once stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was also during that era that a person entered the sights of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. 1 man and 1 sword. He was invincible in the Dao Martial Saint Land. One was a sect that stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era, while the other was a powerhouse who stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. Not many people were aware that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. There were 7 absolutes in the 7 absolute sect. The Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute. The Prophet progeny was the second absolute. The mortal world was the 7th absolute. Other than these 3 absolutes, there were 4 other absolutes that were also lurking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the time came, they would come out of hiding and make a high-profile appearance.
I heard from that old fellow the prophet that the successor of this generation's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has a ridiculously high fortuitous encounter.
Even he can't predict it. Perhaps, I'll be lucky enough to witness the 7 absolute sect's former glory. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman's autumn eyes seemed to reveal a bright and beautiful luster. Just as Han Shu and I was about to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the 3 little fellows, a sudden incident happened. A sudden incident caused Han Shu and I to temporarily cancel her itinerary. The child in Li Fei's stomach was about to be born. In Bai Li Hong's mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? It's as if something's going to happen. In the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian frowned. No matter what, he should have broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage by now.
However, due to the sudden uneasiness, he could not focus on his cultivation at all, let alone break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
After forcefully cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian realized he was getting more and more agitated. He had no choice but to leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walk out of his room to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to go out for a walk. Due to this reason, he left the Moon Illumination Sect's estate after leaving Bai Li Hong's mansion. He did not even seem to hear the greetings from the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way.
He was in a daze as though he had lost his soul.
What's wrong with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Something doesn't seem right. Look, senior brother Duan's eyes are so dull. What happened to make him so dejected? At this moment, the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples along the way also noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked like he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you've finally come out. Lu Huan had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination sect for a long time. When he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the sect alone, he secretly followed him after confirming that Bai Li Hong did not follow him. Naturally, he was very careful. He did not even plan to make a move nearby. Ha! Lu Huan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, soon noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's emotions. Don't tell me he noticed me? However, he sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not acting strangely. Half a day had passed. Although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Lu Huan finally could not hold it in anymore and was ready to make his move. Boom! As a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, launched a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian.
Not only that, the moment he made his move, he pushed his palm out with all his might in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian.
A smile crept up on the corner of Lu Huan's mouth when he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his greatest threat after today.
However, as a louder explosion reverberated in the air, the smile on Lu Huan's face froze completely.
Goodness! What did he just see?
Lu Huan could clearly see a layer of light shield rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body out of nowhere, when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Upon closer inspection, the layer of light shield was actually consolidated by streaks of rapidly moving golden sword rays. Not only that, but the light shield also blocked his attack with all his might. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he saw the golden light shield merely swayed a little and did not collapse. At this moment, it was only natural that he realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian.
Stagnant territory.
Without any hesitation, Lu Huan instantly set up his territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius.
Lu Huan's territory was called the Stagnant Territory.
Within this territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was higher than his, the true energy in their bodies would more or less be obstructed. It was as though there was an inexplicable force that was preventing them from unleashing their full power.
At the same time, Lu Huan also took out his saint weapon. In the void above his head, the spiritual qi consolidated weapon and spiritual qi consolidated beast appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also turned around.
At this moment, his lifeless eyes had regained some color.
He was not surprised when he saw the person who launched the sneak attack on him was Lu Huan.
He said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Huan, you really won't let go of any opportunity to kill me. You must have instigated Zhao Feng to hunt me down, right?"
"So what if I did?"
Lu Huan sneered.
"Unfortunately, he's too useless. He was killed by someone else before he could kill you."
"What if I say
I was the one who killed Zhao Feng?"
At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in Lu Huan's ears again.
Chapter 1553.
You.
Lu Huan was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission. Then he said in disdain, "You think you can kill Zhao Feng? Dream on. You'll know soon enough whether it's a dream or not." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, in the void above his head, his genuine qi had also transformed into the celestial dragon celestial body. Around the celestial dragon celestial body, there were wisps of blood vigor pulsating continuously, making the celestial dragon celestial body seem lifelike. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The divine dragon phenomenon's gigantic body moved and charged toward the god weapon phenomenon and the giant beast phenomenon that were condensed in the void above Lu Huan's head. Lu Huan was dumbfounded when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon. Dragon. It was actually a dragon. At this moment, he even forgot about being shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the perfection saint rudiment stage. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast technique had actually condensed a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon condensed using blood essence as the foundation. Boom! Boom! Lu Huan finally regained his senses after two loud bangs.
At this moment, regardless of whether it was his god weapon phenomenon or the giant beast phenomenon, they were all easily suppressed and crushed by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon.
"You!" When Lu Huan was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and instantly took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. He only used 30% of his strength and swung it casually. Chi! 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 At this moment, the sound of something shattering reverberated in the void. It was the stagnant territory that Lu Huan had consolidated using his true energy consolidated territory technique. It instantly shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Impossible! Lu Huan's eyes widened when he saw this. There was only shock on his face. In just a blink of an eye, his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory were all destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Huan knew how he felt at this moment. Whoosh! Before Lu Huan could react, the Jasper Immortal Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flickered again and a beam of sword light shot forward with lightning-like speed to cut off Lu Huan's sacred artifact. It was as simple as chopping firewood. Lu Huan groaned in pain. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. "You! How could you? How can he be so strong?" Duan Lingtian continued Lu Huan's words with a faint smile. "Elder Lu Huan, Do you believe me now? Do I still feel like I'm talking nonsense? Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for you to be so strong. Lu Huan was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. How long had it been? Duan Ling Tian, who used to be like an ant in his eyes, had already become more powerful than him. Furthermore, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was extremely terrifying. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed his stagnant element domain. Nothing's impossible, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. At the same time, the Jasper immortal sword in his hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot out. This time, it was aimed at Lu Huan's chest. Lu Huan, who was prepared for this, immediately cast his defensive technique. At the same time, he moved his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, would he be able to dodge it? Whoosh! The sword ray whizzed past like an arrow piercing through the sky. It easily penetrated the light shield that Lu Huan cast with his defensive technique. Before Lu Huan could dodge it, it pierced through his heart. Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, died just like that. He was killed by an inner court disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 years. After putting away Lu Huan's saint weapon and spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian destroyed the corpse with ease. Then, he returned to the Moon Illumination sect's estate. In reality, he did not intend to kill Lu Huan when he came out this time. He just wanted to come out and relax. This was because when he was cultivating earlier, he felt like his heart was in a mess. It was as though something was going to happen. However, after Lu Huan caused such a ruckus, the messy feeling in his heart disappeared. Duan Ling Tian did not notice that at the same time when he killed Lu Huan, a figure had disappeared in a secluded place. This figure came and went without a trace. His strength was far above Duan Ling Tian's. Only a powerhouse at the saint stage or above could hide in the dark without being noticed by Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe this Duan Ling Tian has hidden his strength so well. In this case, Qi Ming must have died in his hands as well. Not only that, but the sword in his hand gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. How strange. The saint stage powerhouse who left after Duan Ling Tian gradually revealed himself. He was a sturdy middle-aged man. The sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Tai Wu, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market Saint Stage powerhouses in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Ever since the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch leader had ordered the cancellation of the mission against Duan Ling Tian, Tai Wu had been curious about Duan Ling Tian. Recently, he had even been lurking near the Moon Illumination sect on a whim. Today, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had actually left the Moon Illumination sect's estate when he was waiting for him. Moreover, what was even more interesting was there was a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder following Duan Ling Tian. He even wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, he had been watching from the side. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would be killed. However, the outcome was completely out of his expectations. The person who died was not Duan Ling Tian but the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The divine dragon phenomenon and the mysterious treasured sword. At this moment, in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be covered by a veil that was difficult to see through. That mysterious treasured sword was so powerful. It would be a lie if he said he was not moved by it. However, every time he coveted the sword, he realized his heartbeat would speed up for no reason. It was as though the sword was a great threat to him and could even threaten his life. Due to this reason, he did not act rashly. I'm really curious. I wonder what kind of expression the people from the Moon Illumination sect will have when they see Duan Ling Tian killing their sect's elder. A sinister smile appeared on Tai Wu's face as he glanced at the Dao talisman in his hand. As a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's speed was much faster than Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian looked more like he was taking a stroll when he returned. For this reason, Tai Wu had arrived in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate much earlier than him. The moment Tai Wu appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect, the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area, including sect leader Jianghu, immediately noticed him. At this moment, Tai Wu raised his hand and crushed the Dao talisman in his hand. At this moment, a mirror image appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. It was extremely clear. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw this, he would definitely be shocked.
This was because it was exactly the same as the 3D mirror image on Earth in his past life. The Dao talisman that Tai Wu tossed out was a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman could store whatever one saw. Whether it was people or objects in one's field of vision, everything could be stored in it. After crushing the Dao talisman, Tai Wu concealed himself. At this moment, Jianghu and the others were also attracted by the mirror image in the sky. This was because they knew one of the two people who appeared in the mirror image. It's Lu Huan. One of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders exclaimed softly. Who's that young man? Lu Huan seems to be following him. A few of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were looking at the mirror image in the sky. In the mirror image, a purple-clad young man was walking in front while Lu Huan was tailing him closely. Naturally, these old fellows from the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian because they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Although Jianghu had long known about Duan Lingtian's existence and had investigated Duan Lingtian, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Due to this reason, it was only natural that he did not recognize him. However, even though Jianghu and the other Moon Illumination sect Saint Stage powerhouses did not recognize Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the others in the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian as well. When the mirror image appeared in the sky, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. It's the sky mirror image. Many knowledgeable Moon Illumination sect's disciples exclaimed softly. The sky mirror image can only be displayed by the mirror image talisman. Although the mirror image talisman doesn't have a specific grade, it can only be drawn by a Dao talisman master who's at least a 4-star Dao talisman. Who's the one who's so generous to use a mirror image talisman? Many of the Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked. It's Elder Lu Huan. He seems to be following someone. Many of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples recognized Lu Huan. The person he's following seems to be senior brother Duan Lingtian? That's right. It's senior brother Duan Lingtian. What's Elder Lu Huan trying to do? How dare he follow senior brother Duan Lingtian? Don't you know? How did he do that? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is from Mound Hill City, and his teacher is Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Elder Lu Huan and city governor Feng Hui are mortal enemies. It's only natural that he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the mirror image that appeared in the sky. Many of them were worried about Duan Lingtian. In Bai Li Hong's mansion, Feng Wu Dao and the rest also saw the mirror image in the sky. The mirror image in the sky could be seen from any corner of the Moon Illumination sect. It was impossible for them not to see it since they were cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic in the courtyard. What's that? Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not know about the mirror image talisman, so they had no idea what the mirror image in the sky was. *T. When Bai Li Hong saw the mirror image in the sky and saw Lu Huan attacking Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Those who were not in the know might have thought he was worried about Duan Lingtian. However, ever since he found out about Duan Lingtian's strength, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. Duan Lingtian's strength had already surpassed his. Even if Lu Huan attacked him from behind, he would not be able to hurt him at all. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the outcome would be Lu Huan's death. Chapter 1554. Who's that? How vicious? Bai Li Hong's expression was grave. He wanted to tear the mirror image in the sky apart, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Once the mirror image talisman was activated, unless one was a Saint Stage powerhouse, it would be impossible to destroy it. At this moment, Bai Li Hong hated himself for being too weak. He could not tear the mirror image in the sky apart for his junior brother. Sect leader and the others are fine, but if Qian Kong sees this... The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he became even more anxious. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, also learned that the purple-clad young man in the sky screen mirror image was Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on him immediately. Naturally, he knew about the conflict between Lu Huan and Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross his mind that Lu Huan would be so deranged that he actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jianghu was slightly regretful.
He regretted that he did not secretly execute Lu Huan first. He could imagine how furious Elder Bai Li would be if he saw this. He might even vent his anger on him and the entire Moon Illumination sect. That was not something he wanted to see. At the same time, apart from Chen Kong, horror dawned on the other Supreme Elders as well. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Wei's. They were worried Lu Huan would see the scene of Lu Huan killing Duan Lingtian. We must shatter the sky screen mirror image. Jiang Wei and the Supreme Elder's eyes turned cold as they prepared to attack together to destroy the sky screen mirror image. However, just as the true yuan on their bodies surged and they were preparing to attack, the image in the sky screen changed. It was this change that caused them to be stunned. At the same time, they involuntarily dispersed the true yuan that they had gathered. In the sky screen mirror image, Lu Huan launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a palm strike. At this critical moment, a layer of golden light rose from Duan Lingtian's body and easily blocked Lu Huan's palm strike that seemed to carry the wrath of a thunderbolt. What a strong defensive move! At this moment, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw this was trembling in fear. The defensive move Duan Lingtian executed caused them to be shocked. Looking at Elder Lu Huan's attack, it's obvious he didn't hold back at all. I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian would be able to block his attack so easily. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Since when did senior brother Duan Lingtian become so strong? How? Is senior brother Duan Lingtian could be human? All of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples were stunned by the mirror image that appeared in the sky. He Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian Tian to you Duan is. Was Duan was? Even an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not be able to easily block Lu Huan's all-out attack, right? Usually, Bai Li Hong would heave a sigh of relief when he saw this because his junior brother was safe. However, not only did he not heave a sigh of relief, but his heart was even heavier now. He did not want to see what was going to happen next. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao and the others who were staying in Duan Lingtian's mansion were worried for him when they saw Lu Huan launching a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had blocked Lu Huan's attack. What's with the mirror image that appeared in the sky? Why does it feel so real? Feng Wu Dao and the others were puzzled. In the end, Sima Changfeng was the first to react. Do all of you remember there's a Dao talisman called the Mirror Image Talisman recorded in the jade token we bought from the Merit Pavilion? The scene before us is almost identical to the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. Seems like it. It's really the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. It seems like only a Dao Talisman Master above 4-star can draw the Mirror Image Talisman. Are there any 4-star Dao Talisman Masters in the 9-Sect Alliance's district? Upon hearing Sima Changfeng's words, Feng Wu Dao and the others finally regained their senses. That golden light shield seems to be formed by streaks of golden sword rays. Such a powerful defense, it's obvious that it's an extremely high-grade defensive technique. In the sky, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect saw through Duan Lingtian's defense with just a glance. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. Jiang Wei was also shocked by the scene before his eyes. After a while, a smile appeared on his face again. I can't believe there's such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy in our Moon Illumination sect. With a little training, it's not impossible for such a prodigy to lead our Moon Illumination sect to a higher level in the future and make our Moon Illumination sect a 6th-rate force. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was filled with excitement. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was as though he had just seen a treasure. Apart from Chen Kong, the eyes of the other Supreme Elders glittered when they saw this. Although they had heard of Duan Lingtian before this, they thought he was just a lucky guy. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, he would be nothing. However, at this moment, they finally realized the young man whom Bai Li Hong had taken as his junior brother was not an ordinary person. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already so powerful. How heaven-defying would he be when he grew up in the future? Chen Kong's expression was extremely grave. This is Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong's junior brother? I can't believe he's so powerful at such a young age. It seems like Zhao Feng's death has something to do with him as well. The moment Chen Kong thought of this, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the image in the sky changed again. In the image, Duan Lingtian turned around and confronted Lu Huan. At this moment, Lu Huan cast his True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory. He even took out his Saint Weapon and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian with all his might. Although the image recorded by the mirror image talisman was silent, people who could read people's lips could read people's lips. However, there were some people who could read lips. They could tell what the other person was saying from the movement of their lips. Coincidentally, Chen Kong was one of them. Lu Huan opened his mouth, causing his expression to turn grave. You want to kill Zhao Feng with just you? Dream on. This was what Lu Huan said. You'll find out soon whether it's a dream or not. This was what Duan Lingtian said. What happened next shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect. To be more precise, it shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw the image in the sky. Faced with Lu Huan who had used all his techniques, Duan Lingtian also cast his True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. At this moment, everyone realized Duan Lingtian was already a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. The True Energy Consolidated Beast was the symbol of a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. They could clearly see the giant beast phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head was a dragon. It was a divine dragon. A real divine dragon. To most of the people present on the scene, a dragon was no doubt a legendary existence. Among the people present on the scene, only Feng Wu Dao and a few others had seen a dragon before. However, Duan Lingtian had consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, judging by the blood energy surrounding the divine dragon phenomenon, it was obvious it was consolidated with the blood essence. In other words, Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine dragon's blood essence in the past. At this moment, many people, including Jianghu, could not help but feel jealous. They were jealous of Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence before he reached the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In the next moment, they clearly saw Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon easily defeated Lu Huan's divine weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon. How powerful! As expected of a divine dragon. I can't believe the giant beast phenomenon Duan Lingtian consolidated with his True Energy Consolidated Beast is actually a divine dragon phenomenon. The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders exclaimed one after another. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Exactly. Not only has his cultivation base broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, but he has also consolidated such a heaven-defying divine dragon phenomenon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really created a miracle among the younger generation of our Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian can defeat Elder Lu Huan. After all, Elder Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and has a more powerful True Energy Consolidated Territory technique. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples watched the scene in the sky with anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian told them the answer with his actions. All they saw was Duan Lingtian casually taking out a sword. With a wave of his hand, the air vibrated and Lu Huan's stagnant territory was torn apart. Lu Huan was still in shock when Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and severed one of Lu Huan's arms. Due to the fact that it was a mirror image recorded by Tai Wu, a saint stage powerhouse, using the mirror image talisman, every detail was recorded clearly. Even the Moon Illumination sect's disciples with a weak cultivation base could see the entire process clearly. They did not miss any details just because Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. How powerful! How terrifying! Everyone in the Moon Illumination sect, whether it was the group of elders, the group of deacons, or even the group of disciples, was dumbfounded. They were all shocked by the technique Duan Lingtian had displayed. Those who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian before gasped one after another as they were drenched in sweat. Naturally, they were drenched in cold sweat. A few moments later, everyone saw Duan Lingtian piercing Lu Huan's chest with his sword, killing him instantly. At this moment, nobody pitied Lu Huan anymore. They all thought he deserved it. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first. We've avenged Master. In the Moon Illumination sect's outer court area, Ling Yun and Xianxu looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. God bless our Moon Illumination sect. Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few other Moon Illumination sect supreme elders were extremely excited. They were thrilled that a monster like Duanling Tian had appeared in the Moon Illumination sect. They saw the future of the Moon Illumination sect in Duanling Tian. Chapter 1555. When Qian Kong left, Bai Li Hong had also left his mansion and arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. What he wanted to do was to intercept Duanling Tian and make him leave the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, the reason he wanted to do that was because of Qian Kong. In his opinion, Qian Kong must be certain that Duanling Tian was the one who killed Zhao Feng when he saw what happened. Based on Qian Kong's attitude toward Zhao Feng's death, it was impossible for him to let Duanling Tian go. As soon as Bai Li Hong left, Qian Kong arrived at his mansion. His face turned grave immediately when he discovered Duanling Tian was nowhere to be found. Don't tell me he hasn't returned yet? The moment Qian Kong thought of this, he searched the entire Moon Illumination sect as fast as he could. In the end, he appeared near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate and waited there. Bai Li Hong. When Qian Kong arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, he noticed Bai Li Hong immediately. His face turned grave immediately. However, he did not want to alert Duanling Tian. Instead, he hid at the side. Bai Li Hong was waiting, and so was he. As the person involved, Duanling Tian had no idea what was happening in the Moon Illumination sect at all. Currently, he was returning to the Moon Illumination sect's estate as though nothing had happened. Soon after, he saw a little black dot appearing in the distance. As he continued to move forward, the little black dot grew bigger and eventually transformed into the Moon Illumination sect's estate. The Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate also appeared clearly before his eyes. I'm back. A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he saw the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. I'll find some time to return to Mount Hill City and inform teacher about Lu Huan's death. I'm sure teacher will be very happy at that time. Duanling Tian. Just as Duanling Tian continued to make his way to the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, a thunderous roar resonated from the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was so loud that it spread in all directions. At once, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect's estate heard the thunderous roar. At this moment, the sky mirror image above the Moon Illumination sect disappeared. Most of the people in the Moon Illumination sect's estate were stunned for a moment before they rushed toward the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate one after another. They could faintly sense that something interesting was going to happen at the place where the roar came from. It's Martial Uncle Qian. When the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders and disciples rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, sect leader Jianghu, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he recognized the owner of the voice. Junior brother Qian? Senior brother Qian. At this moment, the other few Moon Illumination sect saint stage powerhouses, who were also the supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect, could not help but frown. Not good. Jianghu was the first to react, and his expression changed drastically. What? The other few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect immediately looked at Jianghu. Martial Uncle Qian must have seen Duanling Tian's strength. He must be certain that Duanling Tian killed Zhao Feng. We must stop him. The moment his words left his mouth, Jianghu vanished from his spot and rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate as fast as he could. When the other supreme elders heard his words, they immediately regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them as well. Junior brother Qian is foolish. Senior brother Qian is too rash. As the few of them caught up to Jianghu, they could not help but curse him inwardly. At this moment, they also realized the severity of the matter. They knew Qian Kong's temper very well. Since he was certain Duanling Tian had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, he would definitely not show mercy to Duanling Tian. After all, he was the kind of person who would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. However, in their eyes, Duanling Tian was the Moon Illumination sect's treasure and shouldered the Moon Illumination sect's future. Due to this reason, they would not allow Qian Kong to touch Duanling Tian. However, based on the current situation, the situation was not optimistic. Even if they arrived in time, Duanling Tian might have already been killed by Qian Kong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also taken aback by the roar that resonated in the distance. He was still in a daze.
"Junior brother, run!"
Another familiar voice resonated in the air. He could tell it was his senior brother, Bai Li Hong's voice. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice was filled with anxiety as though he had encountered something that caused him to panic. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's voice, Duan Lingtian panicked for no reason. At this moment, he felt a suffocating feeling spread throughout his body.
Around his body, the area within 100 meters of him instantly turned into a golden ocean.
Territory. Moreover, it's not an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage's territory. This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Horror dawned on him immediately. Even at this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. Why would someone who seemed to be a Saint Stage powerhouse make a move on him?
"Duan Lingtian, I'll make you accompany my son, Zhao Feng, in death."
Just when Duan Lingtian was almost suffocated by the golden ocean-like territory and could not breathe at all, the person who had roared earlier shouted at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, who was already on the verge of suffocating, almost fainted when he heard this voice transmission. At this critical moment, under the heavy pressure, the vast true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi swept out and quickly flowed through his 99 saint veins. With the help of the 9 dragons conveyance, the true energy completed a major circulatory cycle in just a blink of an eye before it whistled and rushed into Duan Lingtian's qi. In an instant, the qi in between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows trembled and seemed to explode. The feeling of fainting appeared again. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not feel oppressed. Instead, he felt his body and mind lightened. All of this was because he had made a breakthrough. Under the heavy pressure, he had completed his breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Everything was just a matter of time. Originally, Duan Lingtian was only a step away from the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage.
He had not cultivated for such a long time on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for nothing.
However, due to some reasons, he had not been able to break through the last layer of paper. This time, due to the pressure from the territory of the suspected Saint Stage powerhouse and the thunderous voice transmission, Duan Lingtian managed to complete the final breakthrough and take the most crucial step. After he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, although the pressure from the Golden Ocean was still there, it was not as strong as before. However, the suffocating sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping toward him at an extremely exaggerated speed. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian instantly activated his strange pupil. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, causing the scene in his field of vision to slow down. Seizing this critical moment, Duan Lingtian quickly took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. The true energy in his qi that had expanded after his breakthrough continuously surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still retained 10% of his true energy. 90% of his true energy was quickly injected into the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, the Jasper Celestial Sword began to tremble violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. The green energy on the sword was constantly flashing, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Without any hesitation or time for Duan Lingtian to think, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and swung the Jasper Celestial Sword out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his heart was extremely calm. It was as though he had vaguely established a connection with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. This connection was magical and difficult to describe with words. However, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Whoosh!
The sound of the sword whistling in the air disappeared in a flash as though it was a flash in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders and disciples who had rushed out of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, an old figure that was not far away from Duan Lingtian was directly slashed into half.
At the same time, the golden ocean in the sky disappeared as well. Junior Uncle Qian. Junior Brother Qian.
Senior Brother Qian. At the instant the old figure was slashed into half by the sword ray, a few sorrowful cries resonated in the sky far away.
It was none other than Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect. Initially, they were a little disappointed. They thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from Chen Kong's evil clutches. However, the sudden scene in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian had killed Chen Kong with just a sword strike. At the same time, not only were Jianghu and the others dumbfounded, but even Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky and watching the show, was shocked as well. Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind.
He was thankful that he did not snatch the mysterious sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he knew his strength was far more powerful than Chen Kong, who had been killed.
However, even he did not dare to say he could block that sword strike with 100% certainty.
That sword strike was too fast and too powerful. It was so fast that it shocked him.
It was so powerful that it made his heart tremble.
Junior brother, run. Although Bai Li Hong was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's domineering sword strike, he was the first to react and urged Duan Lingtian to run. Perhaps he did not know how Duan Lingtian could perform such a terrifying sword strike, but he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian must have met certain conditions to perform that sword strike. It would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to perform the same sword strike now. I'll protect your family and friends. Bai Li Hong continued to urge him. Chen Kong. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian's train of thought instantly became clear. So Zhao Feng is really Chen Kong's illegitimate son. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Chen Kong's voice transmission and realized his previous guess was right. Zhao Feng was really Chen Kong's illegitimate son. However, he could not figure out how Chen Kong knew he was the one who killed Zhao Feng. Chapter 1556. However, Duan Lingtian knew there was no time for him to think about it. Chen Kong was the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. As a saint stage powerhouse, he was like a guardian in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing Chen Kong in front of so many people meant that he had committed a serious crime. Most importantly, he had killed Chen Kong with just one strike of his sword. It was not because he was powerful, but because he had borrowed the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy. Borrowing the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy had cost him 90% of his true energy. Currently, he only had 10% of his true energy left in his Qi Si. Senior brother, I'll leave Uncle Feng and the others in your hands. The moment the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At that instant, sword Qi filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center.
Streaks of incomparably sharp sword light whizzed past, setting off the area within a radius of 100 meters as if it was a sword domain.
This was the territory that Duan Lingtian had mastered after he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could not control what kind of territory the true energy consolidated territory was. However, after breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian knew what kind of territory he had comprehended. It was the 10,000 swords territory. The reason Duan Lingtian comprehended this territory was because he knew it had something to do with the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian found out what kind of territory he had comprehended, he naturally knew what it was. Due to this reason, 10,000 swords filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. After a while, the 10,000 swords flew toward him rapidly. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the 10,000 swords were going to pierce his heart. The scene of 10,000 swords whistling through the air was extremely spectacular. Only the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling through the air was left in the wake of the 10,000 swords. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet and transformed into a solid and dazzling sword. Then, it seemed as though it had transformed into a streak of light as it disappeared into the distance. What a terrifying territory! What a fast speed! His speed is much faster than an imminent saint stage powerhouse or even a saint stage powerhouse. High up in the sky, Tai Wu was also shocked when he saw this scene. However, looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good condition. It's very obvious that using that mysterious treasured sword earlier also consumed a lot of his true energy. It's impossible for him to perform a second sword strike in such a short time. As a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's judgment was not bad. It was easy for him to see through Duan Lingtian's current situation. Therefore, he immediately chased after him. When Tai Wu chased after him, the few Moon Illumination sect supreme elders, including Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, finally regained their senses. Their expressions were grave as they chased after Duan Lingtian. They had never imagined that things would develop to such an extent. Duan Lingtian had killed Chen Kong. Who was Chen Kong?
That was a powerhouse from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. He was a grand elder of the Moon Illumination sect whom they had known for many years.
Yet today, he had fallen before their eyes. The person who killed him was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple. Although they thought highly of Duan Lingtian and felt that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, he would definitely lead the Moon Illumination sect to glory, things had developed to such an extent that they could no longer control it. It would be fine if they were the only ones who saw Duan Lingtian killing Chen Kong. However, the problem was that more than half of the Moon Illumination sect's people had seen it. Although Chen Kong was the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder, and many of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples had never seen him before, the Moon Illumination sect's elders and some of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples recognized him. If someone who killed a Moon Illumination sect's grand elder like Chen Kong could still be nurtured by the sect and become the sect's leader in the future, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. Therefore, the moment Duan Lingtian killed Chen Kong, they knew the Moon Illumination sect could no longer tolerate Duan Lingtian. Since they could no longer tolerate him, and Duan Lingtian might hate the Moon Illumination sect because of Chen Kong, they were left with only one choice, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. They could not take the risk. If they took the risk, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be a potential threat to the Moon Illumination sect when he grew stronger. They had to nip this threat in the bud. At this moment, they had already forgotten about Bai Li Hong. Although a 3-star saint inscription master was rare, it was insignificant in the face of the sect's survival. While they were chasing after Duan Lingtian, sect leader Jianghu did not forget to instruct the few vice sect leaders, "Keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Don't let him and the people in his mansion leave." Several vice sect leaders rushed back to Bai Li Hong's residence at the first moment. They were just in time to intercept Bai Li Hong, who was preparing to leave with Feng Wu Dao and the others. To be more precise, they had intercepted Bai Li Hong and Feng Wu Dao's group. "Elder Bai Li, the sect master has ordered that you and the people in your residence are not allowed to leave. If you have offended him in any way, I hope that you can forgive us." A few vice sect masters surrounded Bai Li Hong and the others, and one of them said, "Gentlemen, how about we make a deal?" Bai Li Hong looked at the few vice sect leaders and asked indifferently. He did not panic. "What deal?" Several vice sect leaders frowned. "If you let me go, I'm willing to give each of you a saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions," Bai Li Hong said. Bai Li Hong's words lit up the eyes of the few vice sect leaders. "Are you serious? I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, it's not convenient for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath in the sect now. I'm sure the vice sect masters don't want others to hear the resonance of the 9x9 heavenly tribulation, right?" Bai Li Hong added. "Let's go." At this moment, the few vice sect leaders looked at each other. Not only did they disobey sect leader Jianghu's order, but they even personally escorted Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Naturally, they were extremely discreet when they left. Nobody noticed them at all. The reason they did so was because the temptation of Bai Li Hong's promise was too great. Even the sect leader and the few supreme elders did not have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, let alone them. To them, Bai Li Hong's life and death were of no importance. The most important thing was to obtain the benefits in their hands. As for the sect leader Jianghu, they could completely shirk the responsibility and say that they had chased after Bai Li Hong but failed to catch up to him. When they arrived at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath and negotiated a deal with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect were satisfied and let him go. Although they had yet to obtain a saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, they were not worried that Bai Li Hong would go back on his word since he had swore on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath that Bai Li Hong swore said that he would give each of them a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions within 3 years. 3 years was not a long time to them. Naturally, Jianghu, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, was unaware of what had happened here. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would throw up blood. When Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wu Dao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders, deacons, and disciples near the mountain gate of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate had already regained their senses. The scene that had happened earlier had given them a great shock. The Moon Illumination Sect's elders who recognized Qian Kong, in particular, muttered in shock, "Duan Ling Tian. He actually killed Elder Qian Kong? How's this possible? Elder Qian Kong is our Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elder. He's a saint stage powerhouse. But he... Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How's it possible for Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful?" The group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Some of them were even trying to confirm that they were not dreaming. Elder Qian Kong? Supreme Elder. Saint Stage Powerhouse. Naturally, the group of Moon Illumination Sect's disciples heard the words of the Moon Illumination Sect's elders. At once, the identity of the old man who was killed with their own eyes spread out. Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elder, a saint stage powerhouse. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Lu Huan and Elder Qian Kong? Elder Qian Kong is a saint stage powerhouse. A saint stage powerhouse is almost invincible to martial and Dao cultivators below the saint stage. Don't tell me senior brother Duan Ling Tian is also a saint stage powerhouse? When senior brother Duan Ling Tian left earlier, he seemed to have cast his territory with the true energy consolidated territory. His strength is not as simple as what he showed in front of Elder Lu Huan. The true energy consolidated territory is the symbol of a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is at least a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Paramount saint rudiment stage? In my opinion, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he kill Elder Qian Kong? I also think senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a saint stage powerhouse. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's disciples discussed among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Ling Tian, their faces were filled with awe and shock. They were not the only ones. Even the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders did not realize that although Duan Ling Tian had killed Qian Kong, he had cast a heavy blow. Apart from Tai Wu from the Mountain Shade Black Market, even the few saint stage powerhouses, including Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, had noticed this as well. They knew it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to cast such a powerful sword strike again in a short period of time. That was why they dared to chase after him. Otherwise, how would they dare to chase after a powerhouse who could kill Qian Kong in just one strike? Naturally, the reason they chased after Duan Ling Tian was not only to kill Duan Ling Tian to prevent future trouble, but they could also see how extraordinary the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was. As saint stage powerhouses, apart from having a good eyesight, they also had a keen sense that far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1557. Due to this reason, the few saint stage powerhouses, including Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, coveted the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Due to this reason, they chased after him without any hesitation. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian's face was turning paler as he flew on his sword. The sword strike he used to kill Qian Kong earlier seemed simple, but it had actually depleted 90% of his true energy. The remaining 10% of his true energy had been used to form the 10,000 swords territory using the true energy consolidated territory. Subsequently, the 10,000 swords territory transformed into a flying sword and carried Duan Ling Tian away from the Moon Illumination Sect. One must admit that the flying sword was very fast. However, due to its fast speed, it consumed a lot of energy as well. After flying for a short distance, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the true energy in his body was almost depleted. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in his mind was almost depleted due to the strange pupil that he had cast earlier. His true energy was almost depleted, and his spiritual energy was almost depleted as well. Currently, Duan Ling Tian only felt extremely uncomfortable. This was not physical discomfort, but it was mental discomfort. What should I do? The few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect will definitely catch up with me. After killing Qian Kong, Duan Ling Tian noticed a few figures flying out from the sky above the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. They were none other than the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. Although he could kill Qian Kong with a single sword strike, It was all thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be invincible below the Saint stage even if he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might not even be a match for the weakest powerhouses above the Saint stage, let alone killing a Saint stage powerhouse with a single strike. Currently, using the Jasper Celestial Sword took a huge toll on him. He had consumed 90% of his true energy to kill Qian Kong. They're catching up to us soon. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice resonated from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to remind Duan Lingtian.
Hua Lao, what should I do now?
Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly.
Not only did the flying sword beneath his feet slow down, it even began to fade, as if it could disappear at any moment.
Find a place that won't be exposed to wind and rain, then put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda inside. As long as they don't destroy the surrounding environment, you should be safe. Hua Lao pondered for a moment and reminded him. As soon as Hua Lao said this, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Hua Lao's intention.
That works.
Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He stepped on the flying sword and descended from the sky. He directly rode the sword into a dense forest and a huge rock appeared in front of him. That's it. Duan Lingtian mobilized his remaining true qi and lifted the boulder. Then, he dug a hole under the boulder and threw the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda into it. Then, before the boulder fell again, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought. Boom! As the boulder fell, the small hole where the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was completely covered. It was not afraid of wind and rain at all. Under such circumstances, unless the pursuers behind him went crazy and destroyed the surrounding environment, it was impossible to force Duan Lingtian to show himself. After Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Apart from recovering his true energy, he also began to recover his spiritual energy. To him, this was an urgent matter. While Duan Lingtian was hiding, Tai Wu, the Saint Stage powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market stationed in the Nine Sect Alliances district, also appeared in the sky above the forest where Duan Lingtian was hiding. He's hiding. Tai Wu looked at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly.
Then, as though he had noticed something, his eyes narrowed before he hid again.
While Tai Wu was hiding, Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and a few other Moon Illumination Sect Supreme Elders also appeared in the sky above the forest. They stopped moving and looked around. His aura seems to have disappeared in this place. Jianghu said with a frown. Let's look around. At once, the group of Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect split up to patrol in the sky while the rest entered the forest and began a thorough search. As Saint Stage powerhouses, their spiritual energy had already given birth to the divine consciousness. Nothing could hide from their divine consciousness. Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, had a grave expression on his face. He was not afraid of any of the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. However, if these Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect joined forces, he was no match for them. Due to this reason, no matter how anxious he was, worried that Jianghu and the others would beat him to it and snatch the mysterious treasured sword from Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch. I hope you'll hide well and not be discovered by them. Otherwise, you'll disappoint me. Tai Wu thought to himself. His words were obviously directed at Duan Lingtian. One could imagine how speechless Duan Lingtian would be if he heard Tai Wu's words. While Tai Wu was feeling anxious, the group of people from the Moon Illumination Sect searched the surroundings for an entire hour before they finally gathered again. However, all of them returned empty-handed. Upon seeing this, Tai Wu sighed in relief. We didn't find him. Jianghu frowned. His aura clearly disappeared here. Don't tell me he can fly or burrow into the ground. Perhaps, he has some way to remove his aura and prevent us from detecting it. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders speculated. That's possible. Another Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect agreed with this Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, how could a martial cultivator who hasn't even entered the Saint Stage escape from our divine consciousness? In the end, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect, including Jianghu, reached a consensus. How would they know that Duan Lingtian's aura was also isolated by the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda after he entered it? As a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was still capable of this. Now, we can only split up and search for him. Soon after, the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect reached a consensus again. They split into 3 groups and searched for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts in a carpet style. Seeing the few people from the Moon Illumination sect had split up, Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, did not show himself. His expression was calm, as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, the few high-ranking officials from the Moon Illumination sect, including Jianghu, returned from 3 different directions and gathered again. It was apparent their departure earlier was just an illusion. Their purpose was to lure Duan Lingtian out, since they were not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Currently, they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian was no longer in this area. At this moment, they finally split up and searched for Duan Lingtian in 3 different directions. At this moment, Tai Wu finally showed himself. Humph! If it wasn't for the fact that I'm the closest to him and know he's hiding in this area, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by him like those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. After Tai Wu showed himself, he looked down at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what kind of secret technique you've used to hide, you'll still have to show yourself in front of me, Tai Wu, no matter how strange your secret technique is. Tai Wu sneered and extended both of his arms. At this moment, a surge of vast true energy appeared on each of Tai Wu's arms. It seemed to have transformed into 2 dragons that kept swallowing and hissing. In the next moment, as Tai Wu's arms shook, the 2 dragons transformed from true energy lashed out at the forest below like 2 huge whips. Wherever they passed, the wind howled and the cranes screamed as though the air had been sucked out. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the 2 dragons landed in the forest, causing the ground to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Although the 2 dragons did not hit the gigantic rock that the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was hiding in, due to the trembling ground, the gigantic rock was sent flying. At this moment, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that was hidden under the gigantic rock was sent flying as well. Before the 4th level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was repaired, the space inside was unstable. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and recovering his true energy and spiritual energy, was sent flying out of the pagoda. Since he did not have much true energy left, Duan Lingtian rolled on the ground a few times after he was sent flying out. He was covered in dust and looked extremely wretched. Oh no! At this moment, he finally regained his senses and realized the thing he did not want to happen the most had happened. Originally, he knew he had taken a risk by hiding in such a way. This was because he did not know if his pursuers would destroy the surrounding environment. If it was destroyed, he would be sent out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda immediately, even if he was hiding in it. However, he had no other choice but to take the risk. Now, the truth had proven that he was unlucky. I can't believe I still failed. When Duan Lingtian realized he was unlucky, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He immediately looked at the figure that was descending from the sky. However, when he saw the black figure, he could not help but frown. It doesn't seem like any of the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, the feeling he gives me doesn't seem like he's from the Moon Illumination sect. The person who had appeared was, naturally, Tai Wu. Duan Lingtian. After Tai Wu appeared, he studied Duan Lingtian with interest. You're quite capable to be able to deceive those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Tai Wu. Who are you? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He realized he had guessed correctly. This black-clad middle-aged man was not from the Moon Illumination sect. However, since this person dared to call the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect trash, he must be more powerful than the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you'll die in my hands today. Chapter 1558. Although Tai Wu was considered a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Nine Sect Alliances district, his identity in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch was still an assassin. All assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would never reveal their identities outside. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. I don't think there's any enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. There's no enmity between us. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. I've taken a fancy to the sword in your hand. Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. At the same time, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Sword. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, he quickly regained his senses and realized the sword Tai Wu was talking about was his Jasper Celestial Sword. Don't play dumb. You haven't even entered the Saint stage yet. Didn't you rely on that sword to kill Qian Kong from the Moon Illumination sect? Although Qian Kong is trash, he's still a Saint stage powerhouse no matter what. If you don't have that sword, it's impossible for you to kill him with just one strike. Tai Wu smirked. You're talking about this, right? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand with a raise of his hand. When Tai Wu saw the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes lit up immediately. If you're interested in this sword, I don't mind giving it to you. However, the prerequisite is that you'll have to use it first. With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian grabbed the body of the Jasper Celestial Sword and handed the hilt to Tai Wu as though he was really going to give the sword to him. Boy, what are you trying to do? When Tai Wu saw how cooperative Duan Lingtian was, he became a little fearful. He did not reach out to take the sword. Instead, he asked with a grave expression. What can I do? Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. If I can still do something, why would I be here talking nonsense with you? You're a Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to take the sword that I'm giving to you? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word, give. Tai Wu only realized that Duan Lingtian did not have the strength to wield the sword in his hand Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he would utterly not waste his breath on him and would have swung his sword over since long ago. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong with his sword was still vivid in his mind. That sword strike appeared ordinary, but it actually contained an extremely powerful and frightening strength. Wu's sword celestial. Wu's celestial Duan celestial al done. He tai tian's tian wu s done he duan sword duan done, wu duan done sword. S celestial al wu's duan wu's. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because he realized the Jasper Celestial Sword that was as light as a feather in Duan Lingtian's hand was terrifyingly heavy in his hand. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not pick it up. Lad, what's going on? You're a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, so why can't I pick it up? Tai Wu asked in a deep voice as he withdrew his hand after a long while. In his opinion, there must be a secret in Duan Lingtian's sword. If he wanted to pick up the sword, he would have to master the secret first. I'm giving the sword to you. You can't blame me if you can't pick it up. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. At the same time, Tai Wu did not notice the fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes had disappeared and was replaced with indifference. It was as though his mentality had undergone a great change in an instant. Lad, you must be up to something. Tai Wu's face turned pale as he shouted, I advise you to tell me the secret of this sword if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, even if I can't obtain it, I'll kill you. When Tai Wu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. What kind of trick can I play? Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. He did not panic as Tai Wu had expected. Instead, he looked indifferent as though he did not care about Tai Wu's threat at all. Lad, are you doubting my words? Do you think I won't kill you? Tai Wu asked coldly as his expression darkened. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not reply. Lad, since I can destroy you, I can naturally kill you as well. I advise you to cooperate with me honestly. Perhaps, I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Tai Wu sneered. You'll destroy me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what he meant. I'm sure you don't know what happened in the Moon Illumination sect before you returned to the sect, right? Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. Although I don't know why Qiankong attacked you, there's no place for you in the Moon Illumination sect even if you didn't kill Qiankong today. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect is a crime punishable by death in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect? You mean Lu Huan? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was even more puzzled by Tai Wu's words. I don't know who Lu Huan is, but since the Moon Illumination sect's elder you killed had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, it's only natural that he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Tai Wu snorted. Perhaps you don't know this, but before you returned to the Moon Illumination sect, I recorded the scene of you killing the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect into the mirror image talisman. Then, I projected the image stored in the mirror image talisman into the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate before you did. However, Tai Wu was unaware of this. If Duan Lingtian did not kill Lu Huan, nothing would have happened to Duan Lingtian even if the matter of him killing Lu Huan was exposed. Lu Huan's death was mostly his own doing. Although Lu Huan was dead, nobody in the Moon Illumination sect sympathized with him. Everyone thought he had dug his own grave and deserved to die. After Jianghu and the others from the Moon Illumination sect saw Duan Lingtian's strength, they regarded him as a treasure. If it was not for the incident that happened later, they would have trained Duan Lingtian as the next successor to the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect even if it was not for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian finally had an answer to some of the questions in his heart. No wonder Qiankong wants to kill me. As it turns out, he's already found out about my true strength. Since he knows about my true strength, it's only natural that he knows Zhao Feng's death has something to do with me. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Boy, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't tell me the secret of this sword after 15 minutes, I'll definitely kill you. As soon as Tai Wu finished speaking, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath as though he wanted to be more persuasive. Boom, 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 boom. As the 9-9 heavenly tribulation responded to the tribulation oath, Tai Wu faced Duan Lingtian in a victorious manner. It was as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would reveal the secret of the sword in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, laughed when he saw Tai Wu swearing on the lightning penalty oath. He laughed in a carefree manner. What are you laughing at? Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'm laughing at your ignorance. After Duan Lingtian's smile faded a little, he said nonchalantly, however, since you like swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll play with you as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he also swore on the lightning penalty oath. If I have a way to make this person use the sword in my hand, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. This was the lightning penalty oath Duan Lingtian swore on. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not suffer from the lightning penalty at all. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not lying. You have no way to make me use it? Impossible. Impossible. Then how can you use it? You're just an ant at the Saint Rudiment stage. How can you use a sword that even a Saint stage powerhouse like me can't pick up? When Tai Wu realized Duan Lingtian was not lying, horror dawned on him immediately. Initially, his imagination was perfect. As long as he obtained the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he would be able to leave the 9 Sect Alliances district and return to the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper-level branch. Not only did he want to return, but he also wanted to kill all those who had gone against him in the past. However, reality told him that he could not use the sword that he had always dreamed of. Nothing is impossible in this vast world. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Since I can't use it, don't even think about using it. Dang, dang. Tai Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. After he shouted coldly, the true energy in his body surged as he was about to kill Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Just when Tai Wu was about to lose his mind, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly again. At the same time, he casually tossed out an item. A stone tablet with a missing corner appeared out of thin air. After Duan Lingtian tossed it out, It seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Tai Wu as though it was on steroids. Boom! Before Tai Wu could make his move, the stone tablet hit his body. In the next moment, although Tai Wu did not seem to be injured, he fell down. His eyes were dull as though he had lost his soul. As for him, he had indeed lost his soul. To be more precise, his soul had been suppressed. Naturally, the thing that suppressed his soul was the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Ling Tian had just taken out. When Tai Wu was trying to take the Jasper Celestial Sword away from Duan Ling Tian had already discovered that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator. After finding out that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator, he was no longer worried. With his current Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, it was impossible for a devil cultivator at the first stage of the Saint stage to escape from the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Saint stage was divided into many stages. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that the strongest powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances district was only at the peak of the first stage of the Saint stage. In the entire 9-sect alliances district, there were only 2 such powerhouses. Chapter 1559. After killing Tai Wu, taking his spatial ring, and destroying his corpse, Duan Ling Tian immediately left the forest that was destroyed by Tai Wu. Currently, the most important thing for him was to find a secluded place to recuperate. As for other matters, he would have to wait until his true energy and spiritual energy had recovered. The group of Moon Illumination Sect Saint Stage powerhouses, including sect leader Jianghu, returned to the Moon Illumination Sect one after another in disappointment after searching for Duan Ling Tian for more than 10 days to no avail. As soon as Jianghu returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, he was furious when he heard about Bai Li Hong escaping with his men. He was not stupid. His first thought was that the few vice sect leaders had let Bai Li Hong go. However, what could he do even if he guessed it? Could he sentence them to death or expel them from the Moon Illumination Sect? The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect were all imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. All of them were the pillars of the Moon Illumination Sect. Moreover, none of them would be able to break through to the Saint Stage at any time. It would be a loss to the Moon Illumination Sect if any of them died. Due to this reason, Jianghu did not do anything even though he was furious. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect had taken this into consideration when they decided to let Bai Li Hong and the others go. No matter what, the Moon Illumination Sect had lost Qian Kong, Bai Li Hong, and a peerless genius like Duan Ling Tian. The loss was immeasurable. Due to this reason, Jianghu, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination Sect, did not have a pleasant expression on his face. Naturally, although he did not continue to search for Duan Ling Tian, he did not give up. He secretly sent the elders he trusted in the Moon Illumination Sect to search for Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. If my Moon Illumination Sect can obtain that sword, it won't be impossible for my Moon Illumination Sect to become the leader of the 9 sections. When Jianghu recalled the mysterious sword Duan Ling Tian had used to kill Qian Kong, his heart burned with eagerness. He was determined to obtain that sword. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was hiding in a remote place, cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, but more than a month had passed in the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian's true qi had almost fully recovered, and his mental strength had also recovered. The reason he did not wake up from his cultivation was because Duan Ling Tian was further consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After all, he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in a hurry, so his cultivation was not stable yet. This time, he planned to use this opportunity to completely consolidate his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After he had stabilized his cultivation base, he would make another trip to the Moon Illumination Sect. He was very worried about Bai Li Hong and his friends. Although Duan Ling Tian was worried, he did not think the Moon Illumination Sect would execute them. After all, even if the Moon Illumination Sect executed them, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. In his opinion, as a 7th-rate sect, the Moon Illumination Sect would not do such a stupid thing. While Duan Ling Tian was consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion was not calm at all. Whoosh! A swift figure landed on the floating island like a gust of wind. Elder Rong. Elder Rong.
On the other hand, the rows of black armored guards patrolling the island in the sky also stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw the newcomer slowing down. The person whom they addressed as Elder Rong was an old man. The old man was dressed in a grey robe. Although his hair was white, his face was ruddy, and he had a sage-like aura. However, at this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy. The old man nodded at the black armored guards he encountered on the way. With a flash of movement, he sped up again. Soon after, he entered the most luxurious building on the floating island and the most spacious mansion. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, the old man saw the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing.
Elder Rong, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Duan Ruffing asked.
The old man in front of him had followed him for many years and was in charge of gathering information for his subordinates. If something had not happened, it was impossible for him to come looking for him in such a hurry.
Mansion Master, if I'm not mistaken, the young Mansion Master's full name is Duan Lingtian, right? The old man asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. Duan Ruffing nodded.
Then, he asked with a joyful expression on his face. What?
Did Elder Ku bring Tiana back? No. Faced with the surprised Duan Ruffing, the old man shook his head and smiled wryly. Then he said, I've received news that the dragons are secretly searching for a young man named Duan Lingtian. It said that the dragon's clan leader personally gave the order. Moreover, there's a portrait in the hands of the dragon's intelligence department. This is a copy of the portrait by my subordinates. I think the person in the portrait looks a little like you, Mansion Master. For this reason, I suspect the person the dragons are looking for is the young Mansion Master. The old man raised his hand and took out a portrait before he passed it to Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing opened the portrait and looked at it. His eyes narrowed immediately. With just a glance, he could tell the person in the portrait was his son, Duan Lingtian. What's going on? My son is still in the mortal continent. How did he offend the dragons? Duan Ruffing's expression turned grave. He had to be cautious about this matter since it concerned the dragons. Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was not afraid of the Dragon Clan, he could not help but worry about his son's safety when he thought about how the Dragon Clan was looking for his son. Moreover, it was obvious the Dragon Clan was not looking for his son to return to the Dragon Clan for tea. I can't figure it out as well. By right, the young Mansion Master should be in the mortal continent now. Mansion Master, you also said you left the voice transmission jade slip for the young Mansion Master and asked Kumi, that old fellow, to wait for him at the southern border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. By right, if he leaves the mortal continent, he should look for Kumi immediately. However, until now, there's still no news from Kumi. The old man was the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. To a certain extent, he could be considered as Duan Ruffing's eyes and ears in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would be able to find out immediately if there was any commotion in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, if it was just some insignificant force, he would not pay any attention to it at all. Something must have changed in this matter. Duan Ruffing's eyes gleamed brightly as he said in a deep voice, Rong Yuan, I plan to make a trip back to the Cloud Continent. Tell Madam that I have something to attend to at the last minute. Don't tell Madam about this. I'm afraid she'll be worried. Yes. Rong Yuan was also the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. He was also Duan Ruffing's right-hand man. When he heard Duan Ruffing's words, he immediately responded respectfully. After Duan Ruffing passed down his order, he immediately left the Azure Cloud Mansion. He left alone without bringing anyone with him. His destination was the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Lord Mansion Master? Kumi, who had been waiting at the southern coastal district of the Dao Martial Saint Land for a long time, did not expect the Lord Mansion Master would personally make an appearance. He was shocked. Kumi, follow me to the Cloud Continent. Duan Ruffing said indifferently when he saw the old man who was completely covered in a grey robe. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and made his way to the Cloud Continent. The old man did not dare to dawdle and immediately followed him. Although this old man was also dressed in grey like Rong Yuan, he was on the other end of the spectrum compared to Rong Yuan's sage-like demeanor. Just by standing there, he inadvertently exuded a gloomy and cold aura, as if thousands of ghosts were coming to visit him. He was also holding a walking stick in his hand. If Han Shuanai was here, she would definitely be able to recognize him with just a glance.
This old man was the person who had stopped the group of people from the Green Wave Han Mansion when they were leaving the Dao Marshal Saint Land from the south in a grandiose manner.
The old man had stopped the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion with just his strength alone. Moreover, even the strongest powerhouse by her side, Mu Yi, was respectful to the old man. Kumi, Rong Yuan brought back a piece of news. He said that the dragons are looking for my son. Duan Ruffing said while they were on their way. Although his tone was calm, Kumi could hear a trace of terrifying coldness in it. Young Mansion Master? Isn't the young Mansion Master on the Cloud Continent? Upon hearing this, Kumi's emotions could not help but fluctuate a little. Have you encountered anything out of the ordinary while you've been here all these years? For example, did some powerhouses leave the Dao Marshal Saint Land and go to the Cloud Continent? Duan Ruffing asked. 2 days ago, there was a group of people who went south. Kumi pondered for a moment before he said, at that time, it was the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, they didn't go to the Cloud Continent. They searched the vast sea for a long time as though they were looking for someone. After a period of time, they returned after they found nothing. Did you see anyone from the dragons?
Duan Ruffing asked again.
People from the dragons? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Kumi's heart skipped a beat. Then he said, a year ago, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, passed by this place. I've met him before. According to him, he went to an island on the Separation Cloud Continent and not the Cloud Continent. Not long ago, he just came back from there. Although he forced a smile in front of me, I could tell he seemed to have suffered a setback. Then I must be right. It must have something to do with Diju. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffing's face turned grave immediately. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Kumi seemed to have guessed something as well. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master, I was careless in this matter. If something really happened to young Mansion Master because of Diju, I, Kumi, will definitely take Diju's life even if I have to spill my blood on the dragons.
Kumi's words were said in an extremely cold and sinister manner.
There's no point in saying all this now. The most important thing now is to go to the Cloud Continent to investigate the situation. Since the dragons are looking for my son, I'm sure he's fine now. The moment Duan Ruffing thought of this, he secretly sighed in relief. Chapter 1560. According to the Oracle Man, he was Duan Ruffing's son. He was not a short-lived person. Realizing that there might be some conflict between the dragons and Duan Lingtian, Duan Ruffing and Kumi immediately sped up and headed south to Cloud Continent. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the vicinity of the Moon Illumination sect. After lying in ambush for a few days, he finally found an opportunity to knock out a Moon Illumination sect inner court disciple who had just returned from outside.
He then disguised himself as him and took his inner court disciple token before entering the Moon Illumination sect's estate without any obstruction.
After entering the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he immediately went to the inner court. Soon after, he learned that Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect with Feng Wu Dao and the rest. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Since senior brother has left with Uncle Feng and the rest, it means that they're safe. With senior brother's strength and identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, let alone in the 9 Sect Alliances district, he won't have to worry about not having a place to stay even if he leaves the 9 Sect Alliances district. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. After confirming that Bai Li Hong and the rest were fine, Duan Lingtian went to the outer court again to secretly check on Ling Yun and Xianghu. However, unfortunately, Ling Yun and Xianghu were not there. Could something have happened? Worried that his identity would be exposed, Duan Lingtian did not investigate further and left the Moon Illumination sect's estate first. After leaving, he went to Mound Hill City. However, he did not show himself.
Who knew if the Moon Illumination sect had arranged for someone to wait for him in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City?
After asking around outside Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian realized that Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was fine and was not implicated at all. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect isn't crazy. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian's first thought was to go to Han River City. After senior brother brought Uncle Feng and the rest out of the Moon Illumination sect, I wonder if they'll settle down in Han River City. I'll try my luck there. Maybe we can find some useful information in Han River City. Having made his decision, Duan Lingtian headed towards Han River City. As the #1 city within the 9 Sect Alliance's territory, Han River City was naturally the first to receive news. Duan Lingtian had been to Han River City before, so he was familiar with the place this time. After arriving at Han River City, Duan Lingtian spent the next few days in a restaurant, listening to the discussions of martial and Dao cultivators from all over the 9 Sect Alliances. However, he was shocked to find that the news about the Moon Illumination sect did not spread out at all. Whether it was the death of a saint stage powerhouse in the Moon Illumination sect or the fact that Bai Li Hong had left the sect, none of them spread out. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little strange. Duan Lingtian did not know that when the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect returned after failing to find him, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jianghu, had urged the group of inner court and outer court elders to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not spread the news of what happened that day. The news of what happened that day naturally referred to the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong, and Bai Li Hong leaving the Moon Illumination sect. Both of these matters were enough to affect the foundation of the Moon Illumination sect. After all, Qian Kong was one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. If outsiders learned that Qian Kong was dead and Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Moon Illumination sect. After staying in Mound Hill City for a few days, Duan Lingtian did not manage to find out any useful information. For a moment, he was at a loss. Now where should he go? To him, even the 9 Sect Alliances district was not a safe place. For this reason, he did not plan to stay in the 9 Sect Alliances district for long. The situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land was similar to the Cloud Continent. The closer one was to the central area, the more powerful martial and Dao cultivators there would be. The forces there were as many as the hairs on a cow. There was no lack of 6th-rate forces or forces that were above 6th rate. I'll head north first and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. Soon, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had learned about the forces around the 9 Sect Alliances. He knew that the vast land in the north of the 9 Sect Alliances district belonged to a 6th-rate saint nation called Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from sects and clans, there were also saint nations among the 6th-rate forces. Of course, these so-called saint nations were also clans in the beginning. However, they were not willing to stay in one place, so they ruled the vast land around them and established their own nation. More than half of the 9 great sects in the 9 Sect Alliances district came from the vast land that was occupied by Windfall Nation. Because they would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, they came to this remote and barren land in the current 9 Sect Alliances district and continued to build their own sex base, continuing to live their carefree and ungoverned days. It was said that due to Windfall Nation's vast land, they did not care about the barren land in the 9 Sect Alliances district. For this reason, the 9 great sects lived a carefree life in this area. What separated Windfall Nation and the 9 Sect Alliances district was a barren desert. In this desert, apart from all kinds of powerful wild beasts, there were all kinds of harsh natural environments as well. Even with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, if he did not use the flying sword consolidated from his 10,000 swords territory to travel, it would take him at least 10 days to completely cross this desert. Perhaps, the reason why Windfall Nation did not occupy the land in the 9 Sect Alliances district is mainly because of this desert. Standing at the border of the 9 Sect Alliances district, Duan Lingtian, who was about to cross the desert and enter Windfall Nation's district, could not help but think to himself as he looked at the endless desert in front of him. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that when he entered the desert, his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had already arrived at the 10 great dynasties in the south of Cloud Continent. After entering the Dark Han dynasty, he entered the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Kumi, just wait for me here. Duan Rufeng said to Kumi indifferently as he looked down at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city.
Yes, Lord Mansion Master.
In front of Duan Rufeng, Kumi was extremely respectful and did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Subsequently, Duan Rufeng entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. One must admit that Duan Rufeng was very smart. He knew to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he finally found the clue that he was looking for. Originally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally left these clues for Li Fei before he left Cloud Continent. This was because he knew that as long as Li Fei was still alive, she would definitely return. However, to his surprise, the person who obtained the clues he left behind first was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Even the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left for Li Fei had also landed in Duan Rufeng's hands. Through the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left behind, Duan Rufeng also found out about the ins and outs of this matter. What a good dragons. What a good Diju. Good. Very good. I'll definitely ask the dragons for an explanation for destroying my son's sect. Killing intent flashed in Duan Rufeng's eyes. However, when he found out that one of his daughters-in-law had been taken away, his heart sank again. Zoroastrianism? What's the background of that daughter-in-law of mine? Her twin sister actually calls herself a Zoroastrianism. Shouldn't Zoroastrianism people be in the upper province? Why would she come to the lower province? That's not right. Roer once said that my daughter-in-law, Kerr, grew up with Tian since childhood. How could she possibly have anything to do with Zoroastrianism in the upper province? However, it's someone who calls herself a Zoroastrianism person who took her away. Not only that, but that person even calls herself her twin sister. Not only that, but that woman who calls herself Kerr's twin sister is so powerful that she's even stronger than Diju. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, his heart felt a little heavy. Although he did not take Diju seriously, he still knew a little about how powerful Diju was. After all, Diju was one of the only 2 5-clawed golden dragons in the upper province. Although he had yet to fully mature, his strength was still extraordinary. If that woman was really Kerr's twin sister, then her actual age would only be slightly over 30 years old. Slightly over 30 years old, but her strength was far more powerful than Diju. She's so young, but she already possesses such monstrous strength. It seems like she's not lying. She's most likely a Zoroastrianism person. Only the outstanding young talents from the top first-rate forces in the upper province would possess such monstrous strength at such a young age. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, he could not help but gasp. Even he had only heard of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had never come into contact with anyone from the upper province. Since ancient times, the Dao Martial Saint Land is divided into the 3 religions and 9 sects. Chapter 1561. In fact, Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he decided to cross the vast desert and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had heard his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, mention Windfall Nation many times. Based on Bai Li Hong's words, it seemed like he was looking forward to going to Windfall Nation. He had even said that if it was not for the Moon Illumination sect, he would have gone to Windfall Nation long ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian felt Bai Li Hong might have brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Not only that, but this feeling was very strong as well. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was when he was crossing the desert and heading to Windfall Nation, his cheapskate father would leave Cloud Continent not long after he obtained the clue he left behind in the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Let's go to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Rufeng and Kumi came and went like the wind. From the time they arrived on Cloud Continent to the time they left, it only took them a day. Of course, they didn't even spend 1/10 of the day on the road. This was because the clue Duan Lingtian left behind mentioned that he had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the Moon Illumination sect. He also introduced the Moon Illumination sect as a 7th-rate sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, He also mentioned the general location of the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, Duan Ruffing brought Kumi back to the Dao Martial Saint Land and arrived at the Moon Illumination sect immediately. Duan Ruffing stood with his hands behind his back in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. He had a calm expression on his face, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, if one looked into his eyes, one could see the anticipation in the depth of his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing his son again. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Kumi took a step forward. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, it spread through the entire Moon Illumination sect. The entire Moon Illumination sect was shocked. The voice came from the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in the sky above our Moon Illumination sect's estate. The owner of the voice must be a saint stage powerhouse. The group of elders and disciples in the Moon Illumination sect immediately realized the problem. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Why did a saint stage powerhouse come to the Moon Illumination sect? Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like he wanted to see the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, the forbidden area of the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Where did this Saint Realm expert come from? Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the other saint stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect were gathered together. They looked at each other, not knowing who had arrived. However, since the visitor was looking for Jianghu, it was impossible for Jianghu to avoid meeting him. After all, he was a saint stage expert. Although they did not know how strong the saint stage powerhouse was, the other saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect followed Jianghu and soared into the sky to meet the person in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Jianghu and the others saw a skinny old man. The old man's entire body was shrouded in gray robes. He held a walking stick in his hand and stood there, imperceptibly exerting a great pressure on them. As Saint Realm experts, they immediately realized that this old man's strength was far above theirs. At this moment, a hint of dread appeared in Jianghu and the others' eyes. However, when they saw the middle-aged man standing at a higher spot not far behind the skinny old man, horror dawned on them. The middle-aged man stood with his hands on his back. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the position he was standing at and the aura of a superior being that was faintly emitting from his body, it was enough to show that his strength was most likely above the skinny old man. The skinny old man was obviously his underling. He was his lackey. Who are the two lords? Jianghu and the others had come in a menacing manner. However, when they realized the two men were not to be trifled with, they lowered their heads in unison and behaved humbly. Although they were saint stage powerhouses, they knew they were at the bottom of the saint stage powerhouses. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless when they encountered a more powerful saint stage powerhouse. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Not only did Kumi ignore Jianghu and the others, but he even repeated his question. His tone was filled with impatience. Jianghu and the others did not dare to flare up when Kumi ignored them. Jianghu immediately replied, "Lord, I'm Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. May I know why you've come to my Moon Illumination sect, Lord?" Jianghu's voice was filled with anxiety. The skinny old man in front of him gave him too much pressure. The feeling of being stared at by the skinny old man was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Moreover, it was a venomous snake that he did not have the confidence to fight against. "Is there a person called Duan Lingtian in your Moon Illumination sect?" Kumi asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, he quickly glanced at Jianghu and the others' faces. He did not miss the changes on their faces at all. When they heard Kumi mentioning Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on Jianghu and the others immediately. However, they forced their expressions back to normal in just a blink of an eye. However, in their hearts, a wave of shock had been set off. This mysterious and powerful person was actually here to look for Duan Lingtian? Was Duan Lingtian not from the mortal continent? Why would such a powerful person come to look for him? At this moment, a sense of uneasiness rose in Jianghu and the others' hearts. Sect leader, did you notice that the middle-aged man seems to have a 60 to 70% resemblance to Duan Lingtian? At this moment, one of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders secretly glanced at Duan Ruffing and transmitted his voice to Jianghu. At this moment, his voice seemed to tremble a little. Upon hearing that, Jiang Wei also secretly studied Duan roofing. He did not pay much attention to Duan roofing's appearance earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he was shocked to discover that the middle-aged man did indeed look similar to Duan Lingtian. The expression between their brows, in particular, seemed like they were made from the same mold.
Oh no!
The leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Wei and the others felt their vision darken, and they even felt as if the sky had darkened. However, they calmed down one after another when they heard Jiang Wei's voice transmission. Perhaps he's trying to scare us. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's voice transmission, the other few Moon Illumination sect supreme elders calmed down immediately. They also felt it was impossible for a leader of a fifth-rate force or above to appear in their Moon Illumination sect. Their Moon Illumination sect was merely a seventh-rate force. Chapter 1562. Moreover, just by looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, one could tell he had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. There was a high chance they were related by blood. If Duan Lingtian really had such a relationship with a leader of a fifth-rate force or above, how could he possibly appear in the Moon Illumination sect? The moment Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect thought to themselves. However, in the next moment, horror dawned on their faces. This was because they were shocked to discover that the skinny old man's cane had suddenly appeared. As the skinny old man struck the ground with his walking stick, the area within 100 meters instantly turned dark, as if night had fallen. At the same time, withered tree branches shot out from the void as though they had been given life. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The speed of the withered tree branches was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others could not react in time. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Wei and the others were bound by the flexible withered tree branches. *T. My true origin has been sealed. Just as Jiang Wei was about to struggle, his expression changed drastically. This was because he was shocked to discover that the withered tree branches that bound him actually possessed a sealing energy that suppressed the true origin in his body, causing him to be unable to mobilize the true origin in his body. My true origin has been sealed as well. Oh my God! What kind of territory is this? At the same time, the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect cried out in horror. Their voices were filled with panic and fear. Even they could not remember when was the last time they were so terrified. At the same time, when Jiang Wei and the others looked at Kumi again, their eyes were filled with terror. Although they knew this skinny old man was not to be trifled with, they did not expect that they would be like 3-year-old children in front of an adult. They were completely powerless in front of this skinny old man. Just by consolidating his territory, he was able to bind them and control their life and death. Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Jiang Wei said in a trembling voice. Lord, we're really not lying. If you don't believe us, you can ask the other people in our Moon Illumination sect. One of the supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Upon hearing the words of the Moon Illumination sect supreme elder, Kumi replied in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei. To be more precise, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei's eyes. Look at me! After locking his gaze on Jiang Wei's eyes, Kumi suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice seemed to have condensed into a sound line that pierced into Jiang Wei's ears. Jiang Wei was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at Kumi and met his eyes. It was at this moment that Kumi's eyes began to shine with a crimson light. At the same time, 2 crimson rays shot out from Kumi's eyes and pierced into Jiang Wei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wei's eyes, which had been lively at the beginning, became dull and lifeless. Upon seeing this, the other few Moon Illumination sect supreme elders were stunned. Then, as though they had just seen a ghost, they shouted, Soul Search! It's the soul-searching technique. Soul-searching secret technique. Impossible! Impossible! How could an expert who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique appear here? The few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect muttered under their breaths as they watched the scene before their eyes in disbelief. However,
The scene that was deeply reflected in their eyes seemed to tell them that nothing was impossible. No matter what, the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were saint stage powerhouses. They had a certain understanding of the legendary soul-searching secret technique. They knew those who mastered the soul-searching secret technique were all-powerful. Not only did these people mainly cultivate spiritual energy and divine consciousness, but their cultivation base was also unfathomable. At the very least, even in the sixth-rate sects, clans and sixth-rate saint nations, there was no one who possessed such a cultivation base. At this moment, their hearts almost stopped beating. At this moment, they could not help but recall how the powerhouse who had cast the soul-searching secret technique addressed the middle-aged man. Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master. Don't tell me this middle-aged man who looks similar to Duan Lingtian is really the leader of a fifth-rate force or above. That must be it. Only the leader of a fifth-rate force or above would be able to command a powerhouse who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique. The moment the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders thought of this, despair rose in their hearts. They knew that in front of the soul-searching secret technique, Jianghu had no secrets to speak of. Everything Jianghu knew, the other party would know as well. After a while, the crimson ray that shot out from Kumi's eyes gradually dimmed. At the same time, he also stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique. However, his eyes had become exceptionally ice-cold. Ha! After Kumi stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique, Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had also recovered. He was also confused when he regained his senses. When he saw Kumi staring at him coldly, he said again, "Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian in our Moon Illumination sect." Upon hearing his words, the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders had a bitter expression on their faces. "Sect leader, it's useless for you to say anything now. This lord has already cast the soul-searching secret technique on you earlier," one of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders said bitterly. Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Jianghu's face. Soul-searching secret technique? Naturally, he knew what the soul-searching secret technique was. At the same time, he also knew a powerhouse who could cast the soul-searching secret technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was no powerhouse at that level even in sixth-rate forces. Even a sixth-rate force without a powerhouse at that level could easily annihilate a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect. At once, despair rose in Jianghu's heart. Lord Mansion Master. At this moment, Kumi also told Duan Ruffing everything he had learned from Jianghu using the soul-searching secret technique. This included Duan Lingtian's past in the Moon Illumination sect and everything that happened after that. He killed Lu Huan, the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Inner Court Elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He killed Chen Kong, the Saint Stage Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination sect, with just a sword strike. Subsequently, he even managed to escape from the hands of a few Saint Stage powerhouses. Kumi also told Duan Lingtian about the extraordinariness of the sword in Duan Rufing's hand. During this process, Jianghu and the others also heard Kumi addressing Duan Lingtian as young Mansion Master. At once, they learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man whom the skinny old man addressed as Lord Mansion Master. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was his son. At this moment, only despair was left in their hearts. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be the son of a leader of a fifth-rate force or above. Just like the Oracle man said, "My son is really a person with great fortune." That sword allowed him to display such an attack at the Saint Rudiment stage. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Upon hearing Kumi's words and learning that Duan Lingtian was safe, Duan Ruffing sighed in relief. Lord Mansion Master, they... Kumi glanced at Jianghu and the others indifferently before he respectfully asked for instructions from Duan Ruffing. "You can deal with them as you deem fit." Duan Ruffing replied indifferently before he added, "Let's go to the dragons." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ruffing vanished into thin air. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Jianghu and the others' eyes. His speed was so fast that Jianghu and the others shuddered in fear. However, when they saw Kumi glaring at them menacingly, horror dawned on them as they cried out in horror, "Lord, please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the young Mansion Master." "Lord, please spare our lives for the sake of not harming the young mansion master." "Lord, we're willing to help look for the young mansion master." When Jianghu and the others sensed the killing intent emitting from Kumi, they began to beg for mercy. At this moment, the so-called dignity of a saint stage powerhouse was completely thrown to the back of their minds. To them, nothing was important in the face of their lives. Being alive was the only thing that mattered. If a person died, there would be nothing left. This was especially true for saint stage powerhouses like them. Only they knew how difficult it was to get to where they were now. They were really unwilling to die just like that. "Noisy." The instant Kumi spoke coldly. He did not seem to have made any movement. However, the dead branches that grew out of thin air within a 100-meter radius seemed to have transformed into pythons as they swept toward Jianghu and the others. In just a few moments, Jianghu and the others were crushed into minced meat. They could not be any more dead. At the same time, Kumi also followed Duan roughing. After Kumi left, the sky within a 100-meter radius that seemed to have fallen into darkness finally regained its light. The countless dead branches in the dark night disappeared as well. Jianghu, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few remaining supreme elders of Moon Illumination Sect had also completely disappeared from this world. Naturally, the people from Moon Illumination Sect did not notice this at the moment. After some time, the people from the Moon Illumination Sect discovered that their sect leader, Jianghu, and a few other supreme elders had disappeared into thin air. They had disappeared without a trace. Without the support of the saint stage powerhouses, it was only natural that the Moon Illumination Sect began to decline. It was no longer as glorious as before. Naturally, all of this was a story for later. At the border of the vast desert to the south of Windfall Nation, a travel-worn figure had also arrived today.
This is Windfall Nation?
The person who arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had crossed the vast desert from the 9-sect alliance's district to Windfall Nation.
Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Windfall Nation's border and looked ahead. All he could see was an oasis. It was like a completely different world from the desert behind him.
Let's continue forward and ask someone for directions to the capital of Windfall Nation.
Chapter 1563.
However, Duan Lingtian still felt a certain amount of exhaustion from traversing the vast desert without rest and sleep throughout the journey. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Before asking for directions, Duan Lingtian found a place to rest. After resting for a night, he continued his journey towards the north the next morning. Finally, after traveling north at full speed for an hour, he saw an inconspicuous little village. Smoke rose from the chimney as he looked from afar. A small village like this that was situated on the vast grassland was like a perfect painting when reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed when he was close to the little village. Before he entered the village, Duan Lingtian saw two figures darting out and blocking his path.
"Who are you?"
The people who blocked Duan Lingtian's path were two middle-aged men who looked strong. They looked at Duan Lingtian, the uninvited guest, warily.
"There's no need to be nervous. I'm just a passerby who wants to ask for directions."
Duan Lingtian forced a smile as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly activated his divine eye and probed the cultivation base of the two middle-aged men.
They were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage.
Duan Lingtian was shocked that there were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage in such a small village. In fact, in the Dao martial saint land, ordinary 9th-rate forces would only have martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage at most. However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the heaven and earth spirit energy had become much richer as he approached the village. It was obvious there was a saint stone reserve buried under the village. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could easily sense that it was a 9th-grade saint stone reserve.
As expected of Windfall Nation,
even a small village at the border is comparable to a 9th-rate force.
Duan Lingtian exclaimed inwardly.
When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions softened a lot. However, they still asked cautiously, "Where are you going?"
"The capital,"
Duan Lingtian replied.
"The capital?"
The two middle-aged men were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words.
One had to know that not just any martial cultivator or Dao cultivator would dare to go to the capital through them. They were at the border of Windfall Nation. It was a long distance from here to the capital. Without a certain level of strength, one would not dare to go to the capital alone. After all, who knew how many bandits would try to kill him along the way? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and asked with a smile, "Can you show me the way?" For the two middle-aged men, this was as easy as lifting their hands. After a short while, they both pointed in the same direction, which was the northeast direction. "Thank both of you." Duan Ling Tian thanked them with a smile and was about to leave. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It was so ferocious that Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. Naturally, the two middle-aged men did not hear the sound when Duan Ling Tian heard it. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking toward them. At first glance, there were at least several dozens of people. These several dozens of people were led by a middle-aged man who stood on a wild beast. The middle-aged man had a curly beard as he stood on the wild beast that looked like a gigantic lion. He looked majestic. The leader is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. That wild beast is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. As for the remaining several dozens of people, the weakest one is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. They seem to be here for this village. At once, Duan Ling Tian faintly sensed that something was amiss, and he could not help but frown. At this moment, the curly-bearded middle-aged man also turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around again. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian. "You're not from Chui village?" The curly-bearded middle-aged man stared at Duan Ling Tian as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, whether it was the group of bandits behind the curly-bearded middle-aged man or the group of people from Chui village, all of their gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. The village head of Chui village, the old man in green, even frowned. Duan Ling Tian was just about to say that he was indeed not from Chui village, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. "Third master, this is also from our Chui village, but he rarely shows himself." After the village head of Chui village learned from the two middle-aged men that Duan Ling Tian was just a passerby asking for directions, he was also compassionate and spoke to the curly-bearded middle-aged man in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also heard the voice of the village head of Chui village. "Young man, they're not to be trifled with. Just pretend that you're from Chui village." Hearing the village head's words, although Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of these bandits, he still felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he shut his mouth and did not refute the village head's words. After all, the village head had good intentions. "Old man Chui, do you really think that I, Third Master Deng, am blind? How can your Chui village produce such a young man with such temperament?" The curly-bearded middle-aged man sneered. Hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, the village head of Chui village was speechless. At the same time, he could not help but look sideways at Duan Ling Tian seriously. However, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he did not come from a small village. "Old man Chui, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Now, I want to hear you say it again. Is he from Chui village or not? Let me remind you, you better think carefully before you speak. You should know the consequences of lying in front of me." The curly-bearded middle-aged man continued to sneer. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the village head of Chui village. He could only cast a guilty look at Duan Ling Tian. At this point, naturally, he did not dare to stand up for Duan Ling Tian anymore. Duan Ling Tian smiled at the village head of Chui village knowingly. Then, he looked at the curly-bearded middle-aged man and said indifferently, "You have a good eye. I'm indeed not from Chui village. I'm just passing by Chui village and happened to ask for directions." "I knew it. How could there be someone with such temperament in Chui village?" The curly-bearded middle-aged man had an, as expected, expression on his face. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently and said, "Third Master Deng, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. Hand over your spatial ring and scram." "In a good mood? You don't want to see blood?" Upon hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled instead. Judging from your tone, it seems like you've got me.
After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian flew away without waiting for the curly-bearded middle-aged man's response.
Naturally, his speed was not fast. He maintained his speed at the early Saint Rudiment stage.
However, even with such a speed, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away while the curly-bearded middle-aged man and the group of bandits behind him were still in a daze.
The direction Duan Lingtian was heading toward the northeast, the direction where the capital of Windfall Nation was located. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The curly-bearded middle-aged man finally regained his senses. Chapter 1564. When third brother Deng turned around to chase after Duan Lingtian, he originally planned to leave his wild beast and chase after him alone. After all, the wild beast under his feet was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Its speed was only on par with Duan Lingtian, so it would be difficult for him to catch up with Duan Lingtian. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was easy for him to catch up with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian's speed made him realize that Duan Lingtian was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Soon, third brother Deng gave up on the idea of chasing after him. This was because he noticed the young man had stopped after flying for a distance. He even turned around as though he was waiting for him and the group of people behind him to catch up with him. At this moment, uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he even had the thought of turning around and running away. However, when he thought about how many of his underlings were watching from behind, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. He's just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. I'll just kill him. In this remote place, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Even if he has an extraordinary background, who would know that I, third brother Deng, killed him? The moment third brother Deng thought of this, he made up his mind. Soon, third brother Deng led the group of bandits to surround Duan Lingtian. What? Have you thought it through? Are you willing to leave your spatial ring behind? Third brother Deng sneered at Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. Leave your spatial ring behind and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing third brother Deng's words, the two old men who were following behind him were surprised. In fact, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, each time, as long as the target had the thought of escaping, their third chief would immediately chase after the target and kill him. However, this time, their third chief actually gave this young man a second chance. They could not help but be surprised. Maybe the third chief thinks he can be spared the death penalty since he stopped on his own accord. The two old men exchanged glances and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. However, how would they know? Third brother Deng began to feel a sense of dread toward this young man in front of him. What if I don't give it to you? From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked calm as though he would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Third's face changed when he heard Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're courting death. Third chief. Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, third brother Deng's several dozen bandits with him. Third, to kill Duan Lingtian shouted too. If it were not for the fact that third brother Deng had not given the order, they would have dashed forward and torn the ungrateful young man into pieces. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, third brother Deng had no way to back down after hearing the wishes of his subordinates. Thus, he yelled and gave the order. Kills too. At that instant, apart from third brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the other bandits made their moves one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian as though they were going to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was besieged, had a disdainful smile on his face. Seeing the several dozen bandits closing in on him, the void within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. Then, in the void within a 100-meter radius, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air. Each of the streaks of sword light looked like a real sword. At first glance, there were more than 10,000 swords. Big brother,
Judging from the wounds on our brothers, several dozen of them died at the same time. I'm afraid that young man's true strength is not inferior to yours. I've also observed the place where third brother died, and I didn't find any other traces. I suspect he cast his territory and is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For third brother's sake, I must go to the capital. When I left that year, the Fourth Imperial Highness made a promise to me that I can ask him for help in the future. As long as it's within his ability, he won't refuse. Even if he's an ordinary Saint stage powerhouse, let alone a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he'll still die as long as the Fourth Imperial Highness gives the order. The old man's eyes were red as though he had lost his mind. Second brother, go look for the people in the Chui village again and ask them to describe that person's appearance and draw a portrait. As long as the portrait is drawn, I'll head to the capital immediately. Big brother, I thank you on behalf of third brother. Chapter 1565. In Windfall Nation, those who were addressed as highnesses were undoubtedly the princes of the Windfall Nation's emperor. As a sixth-rate saint nation, the Windfall Nation's foundation was extremely strong. It was not something a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. There were only a few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, they were the weakest type of saint stage powerhouses. In a top sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were at least several dozens of saint stage powerhouses. There was no lack of powerful saint stage powerhouses among them. The reason why Duan Ling Tian did not destroy the corpses of the bandits was because he thought it was unnecessary. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the group of bandits was only from a bandit gang that was comparable to an eighth-rate force. A mere eighth-rate force was nothing to him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to destroy the corpses. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the great leader of an eighth-rate force's bandit gang would be related to the imperial family of a sixth-rate saint nation like the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If he could figure it out, he would not have saved the trouble. Everyone would make mistakes in their life. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had inadvertently made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. He was still on his way to the Windfall Nation's capital. With my speed, I should be able to reach the Windfall Nation's capital tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he hurried on his flying sword. Almost at the same time, the old man who was the great leader of the bandit gang that Duan Ling Tian killed, had also obtained Duan Ling Tian's portrait and was prepared to head to the Windfall Nation's capital. If Duan Ling Tian saw this portrait, he would definitely be shocked since he looked 90% similar to him. Those who had seen the portrait would be able to recognize him immediately if they saw him again. Big brother, the promise that the Fourth Imperial Highness made to you is something that you've spent most of your life on. Are you really going to use it on third brother? After a few days, the middle-aged scholar who was the second in command had calmed down a lot. Before the old man left, he could not help but ask, "Second brother, don't say such things in the future. I don't like it." The old man said in a deep voice, "Big brother, if third brother were to know of this in the underworld, he would definitely be very happy." The middle-aged scholar said, "So what if you're happy? Death is like an extinguished lamp. Anyway, it's time for me to leave." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he left. Looking at the old man's receding figure until the old man's figure completely disappeared in front of him, the middle-aged scholar came back to his senses and muttered, "Big brother, if the person who died this time was me, would you also use the promise the fourth prince made to you?" As he thought about it, the middle-aged scholar's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. In the capital of Windfall Nation, even though Duan Ling Tian had seen the magnificence of the Nine Sect Alliance's Han River City, he was still shocked by the capital of Windfall Nation. Originally, in his opinion, the biggest city on Cloud Continent was like a small village compared to Han River City. However, after arriving at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian had a deeper understanding of the saying, "There's always a taller mountain in every flash." Compared to the capital of Windfall Nation, Han River City was just like a rural town. Whether it was its appearance or the size of the land, it was not worth mentioning at all. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Ling Tian kept a low profile as he walked in. Naturally,
This was also because he had no choice but to keep a low profile.
When he was close to the capital of Windfall Nation, he noticed that there was also a flight-prohibiting formation in the capital. The feeling he got from this flight-prohibiting formation was similar to the one in Moon Illumination sect. The only difference was that it covered a wider area and was more difficult to set up. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to look for a restaurant and enter. Whether it was on Cloud Continent or the Dao Marshal Saint Land, the most lively and well-informed places were undoubtedly the restaurants.
He did not come to the capital of Windfall Nation blindly. He had his reasons for coming here. Firstly, he wanted to see if Bai Li Hong had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find out more about Xuanai's background in Windfall Nation. Xuanai is really something. Why didn't she tell me the name of the force behind her? Now that I want to look for her, I don't know where to start. Duan Lingtian sighed. The clues that Xuanai left behind for him were a pile of 5th-grade saint stones, 4th-grade saint stones, and her surname, Han. The reason Duan Lingtian wanted to find out about the force Han Xuanai was not because he wanted to look for someone to rely on. However, he could faintly sense that the force behind Han Xuanai was not simple. His purpose was to find his fiancée, Li Fei. Based on my initial estimation, the force behind Xuanai should be a 5th-rate force. It's very likely to be a 5th-rate clan. After combining everything that he knew, Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly, Han clan, Han clan. I'll focus on finding out more about this when I come to the capital of Windfall Nation. As time went by, the dishes and wine that Duan Lingtian ordered were served. At the same time, the number of people in the restaurant increased. When there were more people, it was only natural that it would be lively. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also heard a lot of gossip. However, it was all about some good-for-nothing rich kid from some clan in Windfall Nation's capital. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked.
This was because he heard from the customers around him that even some of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital had a strength that was comparable to a 7th-rate force.
These clans would more or less have a few saint stage powerhouses in charge. Just one of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital has a strength that's not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that his horizons had been broadened. In the past, he had stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Although the Moon Illumination sect was not the most powerful, it was still a force that could be considered as one of the top forces. However, the moment he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, he realized that the Moon Illumination sect was nothing compared to this place. Just based on the clans that he had heard about, there were 3 forces that were not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Windfall Nations district, apart from the capital, it was obvious that there were many 6th-rate forces as well. With such a comparison, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the 9 Sect Alliances district was too small. At the same time, he felt that he had made the right choice by coming here. Have you heard? The great young master of Situ clan's condition is getting worse and worse recently. I heard that he won't make it past this month. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at a table near Duan Lingtian said to another middle-aged man at the same table. He tried his best to lower his voice as though he was worried that someone would hear him. If Duan Lingtian did not open up the saint veins that connected his ears, he would not be able to hear his voice even if he had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could hear him clearly now. Situ clan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He had learned about the Situ clan from the other customers' discussion earlier. The Situ clan was a big clan that could be considered as one of the top clans in the Windfall Nation's capital. Not only that, but it was also closely related to the Windfall Nation's imperial family.
It was said that the younger sister of the current clan leader of Situ clan was one of the imperial concubines of the current Windfall Nation's emperor.
Situ clan's great young master? The one who was rumored to be possessed? The other middle-aged man asked in a low voice. That's right, it's him. The former nodded. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky.
Not long after His Majesty bestowed him with a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription, he was possessed.
In my opinion, he's not blessed enough to enjoy His Majesty's reward. It's really strange. There are so many saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine, but none of them managed to find out what happened to him. The latter chimed in.
I heard that those saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine have checked his body and concluded that there's nothing wrong with his body.
The former added. It must be God punishing him. However, I heard that the Situ clan's great young master is a good person. He doesn't seem like an ordinary good-for-nothing rich kid. Why would he be punished by God? As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. What a pity. I heard that the clan leader of Situ clan issued a reward some time ago. Anyone who can cure the Situ clan's great young master will be rewarded with a 4-star Divine Strider Talisman and a 4-star Golden Energy Talisman. Even if he takes out a 4-star Offensive Dao Talisman, I'm afraid nobody can cure the Situ clan's great young master. That's right.
Put everything else aside, after the Situ clan's great young master was bewitched, a black mark that resembled a spider appeared between his brows.
Until now, nobody knows what it is. The conversation between the two middle-aged men entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears word by word. A black mark that resembled a spider? Upon hearing their conversation, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Some information appeared in his mind.
It was the information in the saint token that contained the inheritance of the strange inscription art that his senior brother Bai Li Hong had given him.
Could it be the devil inscription? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The devil inscription was also a type of saint inscription. It was also an extremely obscure existence. In the Dao martial saint land, only devil cultivators and saint inscription masters could master the devil inscription. However, the price to pay was extremely high. Moreover, it was extremely obscure. It was so obscure that only a few people in the Dao martial saint land knew about its existence. Moreover, the requirement to inscribe the devil inscription was extremely high as well. Most importantly, the devil inscription was different from ordinary saint inscriptions. If it was classified as a saint inscription, it would be considered an unorthodox saint inscription. It was a saint inscription that harmed people.
I heard from the others that the great young master of Situ clan encountered this incident because he was rewarded with a saint weapon by the Windfall Nation's emperor.
Moreover, it's a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription. Don't tell me the Windfall Nation's emperor wants to kill him? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. He felt that it was impossible. Chapter 1566. Of course, although Duan Ling Tian thought so, he was not sure. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, even father and son could turn against each other, let alone a nephew. However, the clan leader of Situ clan is really generous. A 4-star Divine Strider Talisman and a 4-star Golden Energy Talisman. Even I can't help but feel tempted. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was very tempted. A 3-star Divine Strider Talisman would allow the user to possess the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Cultivator for a quarter of an hour. The 3-star Golden Energy Talisman allowed its user to possess the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Powerhouse for a quarter of an hour. The 4-star Godly Strider Talisman and the 4-star Golden Energy Talisman, once used, would undoubtedly give one the speed and defense of a Saint Realm expert. Although Duan Ling Tian's current strength was strong, he still had to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill the weakest type of Saint Stage expert. Moreover, the price he had to pay was also very high. It could be said that he had to sacrifice 800 of his own men to kill 1,000 of his enemies. As for speed, even if he displayed the fastest speed with the flying sword formed by the Myriad Sword territory, he would only be able to catch up to a Saint Stage expert. Compared to a Saint Stage expert, he was still inferior. I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I'm unfamiliar with the people and the place. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me to establish myself in the capital of Windfall Nation temporarily. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian was even more tempted. He had just arrived at the Windfall Nation's capital. Whether it was to look for Bai Li Hong or to inquire about the force behind Han Shu and I, he would undoubtedly need connections. However, the current him had no connections at all. The matter of the Situ clan's eldest young master being possessed gave Duan Ling Tian an opportunity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was 80% certain that the great young master of Situ clan was indeed affected by the devil inscription. That was why he was bewitched. The jade slip that recorded the strange inscription art also had a description of the demonic inscriptions. At the same time, there was also a method to break it. Moreover, according to the two middle-aged men, the devil inscription on the Situ clan's eldest young master did not seem to be anything special. However, even if it was not a very impressive demon inscription, if one did not know how to crack it, even a 9-star saint inscription master would not be able to crack it. A black mark in the shape of a spider. Could it be the Een spider devil mark? Duan Ling Tian muttered. In the jade slip that recorded the strange inscription technique, there was also an introduction to some common devil inscriptions and a way to crack them. It just so happened that there were records of the shadow spider devil pattern. It was a type of 1-star devil pattern and belonged to the most superficial type of devil pattern. Of course, if it was not for the fact that Duan Ling Tian had mastered the strange inscription art, he would not have carefully read the information behind the jade token and would not have known about the existence of the devil inscription. Duan Ling Tian was sure that although Bai Li Hong had seen the information in the jade slip, he definitely hadn't found any demonic patterns. That was because the information about Mageweths wasn't very eye-catching in the jade slip. If one couldn't grasp the basic strange pattern technique recorded in the information at the beginning, most people wouldn't read the pile of complicated information at the back because they would feel that it was a waste of time. If it was not for the fact that Duan Ling Tian had mastered the strange inscription art, he was certain he would have missed the records about the devil inscription at the back. I'll go to the Situ clan to have a look. However, if I can confirm that it's really the Windfall Nation's emperor who wants to kill the great young master of Situ clan, it's better for me not to get involved in this mess. I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I haven't even done what I'm supposed to do. It's not a good thing if I offend the Windfall Nation's emperor. After casually eating some dishes and wine, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the restaurant after paying the bill. He began to plan in his heart. After asking around about the Situ clan's location, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the Situ clan. As one of the few big clans in the capital of Windfall Nation that was only second to the imperial family, the Situ clan's mansion was extremely grand. It occupied a vast area and was not much smaller than the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. In fact, the Moon Illumination Sex Estate was located in the wilderness. On the other hand, the Situ clan's mansion was located in the capital of Windfall Nation where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Due to the fact that the 6th-grade Saint Stone Vein owned by the Windfall Nation's imperial family was located under the Imperial Palace in the capital of Windfall Nation, the cultivation environment in the capital was very good. Coupled with the 7th-grade Saint Stone Vein under the Situ clan's mansion, the cultivation environment in the Situ clan was far better than the cultivation environment in the Moon Illumination sect. At the entrance of the Situ clan, after a group of Situ clan's guards learned about the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit, one of them immediately went in to report. Soon after, an old man appeared. The Situ clan's guard who had gone in to report was standing behind him. The old man had an ordinary appearance, but there was a shrewd gleam in his eyes. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a simple person. "Are you confident?" The moment the old man came out, he did not say anything. He just stared at Duan Ling Tian's eyes as though he wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was confident or not. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. His gaze did not change as well. He only said indifferently, "Instead of asking me if I'm confident or not, why don't you bring me in to see your great young master? Shouldn't all of you be treating a dead horse as if it's still alive?" The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the old man's face turned grave. "Are you comparing my young master to a horse?" The group of Situ clan's guards immediately glared at Duan Ling Tian with hostility. It was as though they would attack Duan Ling Tian as soon as the old man gave the order. "It seems like the Situ clan isn't that anxious. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't come here." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and turned around to leave. However, the moment Duan Ling Tian turned around, the old man blocked his path and said coldly, "Do you think you can just let this slide after insulting my young master? Do you really think there's no one in the Situ clan?" Scram. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he slowly spat out a word. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought the old man would lose his temper and attack him, an unexpected scene occurred. "Please." Not only did the old man not lose his temper, but he even stepped aside and respectfully invited Duan Ling Tian into the Situ clan's estate. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Could it be that the people from the Situ clan were born to be cheap? Why couldn't they not use force? Mister, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I just wanted to confirm if you're really capable. After all, my young master's condition is not good now, and he can't afford to be hurt anymore. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's confusion. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. Now, are you sure I'm really capable?
Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a faint smile on his face.
Just based on your confidence earlier, it's worth it for me to invite you in. Just as you said, we can only treat our young master's condition as if it's a dead horse.
The old man added.
Lead the way. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was amused inwardly. However, he no longer put on a straight face. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since the old man was so sincere, he would not leave just like that. Moreover, if he wanted to gain a foothold in the capital of Windfall Nation, the Situ clan was indeed his best choice. After entering the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scenery. As expected of a great clan in the capital of Windfall Nation, the decoration of the front courtyard was indeed refreshing. At the very least, the decorations of the other mansions that Duan Lingtian had been to were not as good as the Situ clans. On the way, Duan Lingtian learned about the old man's identity. The old man was the Situ clan's outer mansion's supervisor.
Although the old man brought him into the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man did not have much hope that he would be able to cure the great young master of Situ clan.
He was just going through the motions. As for the scene outside the mansion earlier, based on Duan Lingtian's speculation, it must be a test set by the Situ clan. There was no need for someone who was not confident to come in. This was the Situ clan's attitude. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the Situ clan's front courtyard and walked through a long corridor. In the end, he stopped in front of a wide door at the end of the corridor. In front of the door, both Duan Lingtian and the old man were stopped. As expected of a great clan in Windfall Nation, the security is really tight. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue in his heart.
After all, no matter what, the person who brought him in was still the manager of the outer court, yet he was actually mercilessly stopped just like that.
This mister is here to treat the great young master. Send someone to bring this mister to see Supervisor Fu. At this moment, the old man handed Duan Lingtian to the Situ clan's disciple who was guarding the door of the inner mansion.
Then he said to Duan Lingtian, Mister, you'll arrive at our Situ clan's inner mansion after you pass through this door.
They'll send someone to bring you to see Supervisor Fu, the inner mansion supervisor. Supervisor Fu will bring you to see the great young master. Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the inner mansion under the lead of a Situ clan's disciple. After entering the inner mansion, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again.
The layout of the inner mansion was even more magnificent than the front courtyard of the Situ clan's mansion and the entire outer mansion.
Just one look at it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the inner mansion supervisor, Supervisor Fu, whom the outer mansion supervisor had mentioned. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancés, her voluptuous figure was seductive, causing one to be unconsciously attracted to her. After learning about Duan Lingtian's intention, the beautiful woman took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian before she frowned subtly. Although in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not enough to determine a person's age just by looking at their appearance, a young and handsome man like Duan Lingtian still gave people the impression that he was too young and immature to handle matters. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the beautiful woman's reaction. He could guess what she was thinking, but he was not bothered by it. He merely nodded and smiled at her. "Follow me," the beautiful woman said indifferently. After saying that, the beautiful woman led the way in front of him. Her voluptuous figure caused Duan Lingtian, who was following behind her, to take a few more glances at her. It was not that Duan Lingtian was lustful, but this was a man's nature. "What star saint inscription master are you?" the beautiful woman asked indifferently along the way. "I'm not a saint inscription master." Duan Lingtian shook his head in response. Chapter 1567. Don't tell me your Situ clan has a rule that only Saint Refinement Masters can come here? If that's the case, I'll leave immediately.
Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a nonchalant expression on his face when he saw the beautiful woman whose expression had turned slightly gloomy.
Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression eased up a little. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian deeply but did not say anything else. She continued to lead the way. Although she did not know where this young man's confidence came from, she did not ask him to leave. Since he was already here, she would, naturally, give it a try. It would be a dereliction of her duty if she chased him away. Under the beautiful woman's lead, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at a spacious courtyard in the Situ clan's inner mansion. I'll pass on the message. The beautiful woman greeted Duan Lingtian and walked into the courtyard without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance with a gleam in his eyes. This Situ clan's inner mansion supervisor is not simple. Her cultivation base is at the paramount saint rudiment stage, and the feeling she gives me is no different from the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. She must be an imminent saint stage powerhouse. If it was before, he would have been afraid when he found out the beautiful woman was an imminent saint stage powerhouse. However, he did not feel anything at all now. With his current strength, even if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would be difficult for him to find a match below the saint stage. Soon, the beautiful woman came out again, and with her was an old man. The old man was dressed in a neat white robe. Coupled with his white hair, he looked otherworldly and elegant. Every step he took was so natural in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not only that, but it also gave Duan Lingtian a certain amount of pressure. Saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian saw how humble the beautiful woman was in front of the old man, coupled with the pressure the old man gave him, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's strength. He could not help but feel shocked. This seemed to be the place where the great young master of Situ clan lived, right? How could there be a Saint Realm expert? A seventh-rate clan like the Situ clan only had a few Saint Realm experts at most. Unexpectedly, one had appeared here. It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian was not surprised. This is Elder Ho. The beautiful woman followed the old man out and said to Duan Lingtian, Elder Ho. Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a greeting. Elder Ho is the Grand Supreme Elder of the Situ clan. Please show some respect. Right at this moment, before the old man could respond, the beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to remind him. Her tone was mixed with a trace of displeasure. Manager Fu, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? I came to your Situ clan because you have something to ask of me. Even if this Elder Ho is the supreme elder of your Situ clan, so what? Don't tell me you want me to bow and scrape?
Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the beautiful woman as he spoke without the slightest scruple.
You! It was apparent the beautiful woman did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. Moreover, he did not use voice transmission but said it out loud. Her expression changed immediately as a cold gleam appeared in her eyes. What? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered. From the moment Duan Lingtian entered the Situ clan, he had already made up his mind. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Windfall Nation through the Situ clan, he had to maintain his dominance so that he would be valued. With his current strength and backing, he was indeed qualified to display his dominance in a clan like the Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian no longer looked at the beautiful woman. Instead, he looked at the old man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed an indescribable smile on the old man's face. For some reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel wary when he saw the smile. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the air. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It was so strong that it seemed as though it was howling in the air. Along with the strong wind, there were also bursts of fragrance. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this fragrance. It came from the inner mansion's manager, Manager Fu. She was the beautiful woman who was originally following behind the old man. Manager Fu's sudden attack was out of Duan Lingtian's expectation. However, Duan Lingtian was not a pushover. In the face of Manager Fu's sudden attack, his right arm suddenly shook as he unleashed all of his brute strength. Coupled with the true energy that surged into his fist through his 99 saint veins, he punched out at lightning speed to meet Manager Fu's palm that had made a preemptive strike.
The palm came out of nowhere as though it had transformed into a gigantic fan that was about to send Duan Lingtian flying. The iron fist struck after the enemy had made a move. It was awe-inspiring as it fearlessly met the beautiful woman's palm. At this moment, the fist and palm collided. Bang! Another thunderous explosion sounded. This time, Duan Lingtian and Manager Fu had exchanged blows. In this exchange, they did not use any Saint-grade martial tactic moves, True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, True Energy Consolidated Territory, or any other external force such as Saint weapons. It was purely a competition of true energy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not only rely on his true energy. After Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, his body had transformed again. The energy contained in it had become even more terrifying. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he did not have an advantage in terms of true energy. Although he had 99 Saint veins to channel his true energy, he had made a move after the enemy had made a move. Before he made his move, Manager Fu had already gathered all of her true energy in her palm and attacked him like a storm. She did not hold back at all. Due to this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of Saint veins. Accompanied by a wave of air that swept out from where the two of them collided, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He stood in the same spot without moving at all, like a statue that was as immovable as a mountain. On the other hand, Manager Fu, who had a confident expression on her face earlier, had her confidence disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. In the next instant, she was sent flying for a few meters before she managed to stabilize herself in a wretched manner. This was only because Duan Lingtian had stopped in time. Otherwise, Manager Fu would have been in an even more wretched state. Can I go in now? After defeating Manager Fu, Duan Lingtian did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the white-robed old man who had been standing nearby from the beginning until the end. He was Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He did not need to guess to know the old man had asked Manager Fu to make a move. Otherwise, even Manager Fu would not have dared to act recklessly in front of the old man. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Ho nodded. It was as though he did not realize he had been exposed at all. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian instantly strode into the courtyard before him. At the same time, Situ Ho followed behind him. At the same time, he glanced at Manager Fu, whose face was slightly pale. There's nothing for you to do here. Yes. Manager Fu replied respectfully. However, before she left, she could not help but turn to look at Duan Lingtian's back. A hint of dread and disbelief flashed in her eyes. I'm sure he's not a Saint stage powerhouse. However, his strength is obviously far above mine. Don't tell me he's a heaven-ranking powerhouse? The moment Manager Fu thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. The heaven ranking was a ranking list with a higher status in the Dao Martial Saint land. Usually, only fifth-rate forces would be able to create a ranking list. In other words, the heaven ranking would usually have an entire mansion under its control. To be more precise, it would have all the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in a mansion. There were a total of 100 people in the heaven ranking. All of them were powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. They were only a step away from the Saint stage. It was said that the weakest person in the heaven ranking had the strength to fight 3 ordinary imminent Saint stage powerhouses if they joined forces. If Duan Lingtian knew about the existence of the heaven ranking, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was quite similar to the 9 Sect Alliance's Earth ranking. However, the Earth ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the Mortal Shedding stage, while the heaven ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. In fact, the Earth ranking was an imitation of the heaven ranking. In the Dao Martial Saint land, there were countless districts like the 9 Sect Alliances. Although there were many fifth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint land as well, there were only a few dozen of them. Even if every fifth-rate force had a heaven ranking, there were only a few dozen of them in the Dao Martial Saint land. Based on this, one could see how valuable the heaven ranking was. Powerhouses who could be listed in the heaven ranking were all outstanding powerhouses at the Saint Rudiment stage. Due to this reason, Manager Fu's attitude had completely changed when she guessed Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse in the heaven ranking. At this moment, when she thought of that almost perfect handsome face, for some unknown reason, Manager Fu's cheeks actually flushed slightly. It was as if she had the shyness of a young girl who was in love at this moment.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the change in Manager Fu's attitude. Naturally, he was not interested in finding out.
At this moment, he was walking into the room where the great young master of Situ clan was staying with Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan.
It was a simple and plain room. It was hard to imagine this was the room of the next clan leader of Situ clan. Just this alone made Duan Ling Tian have a good impression of the great young master of Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also saw the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, who was lying on the bed. Situ Hang had a handsome but firm face. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. The black spider mark between his eyebrows made him look even scarier and more frightening. When Duan Ling Tian and Situ Ho entered, he struggled to sit up. One could see he was very weak. He was so weak that he looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation base.
Grandfather Ho.
He greeted Situ Ho before he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian.
His pale lips moved as he asked, This is the Mr. who came to see you.
Situ Ho seemed to have a good relationship with Situ Hang.
When he spoke, the kindness in his eyes could not be concealed.
I've already given up. Why do you still have to? Situ Hang sighed.
Don't give up so easily before it's too late.
Situ Ho said solemnly. All right. Chapter 1568. To a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian was influenced by Situ Hang's optimism as well. In fact, when he saw the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows, he was 90% certain it was the shadow spider devil tattoo.
Naturally, he did not dare to be 100% certain before he probed with his spiritual energy.
Relax, Duan Ling Tian said to Situ Hang. His voice was so soft that it was as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. As soon as Situ Hang's expression eased, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy had already swept out and entered the space between Situ Hang's brows. To be more precise, it entered the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows. Ah! When Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy entered Situ Hang's brows, Situ Hang shrieked and collapsed. What are you doing? When Situ Ho saw this, he could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed slightly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him.
However, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It was a confident smile. Situ Ho naturally saw Duan Ling Tian smile, causing his heart to skip a beat. Don't tell me he has a solution?
Ever since Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him, how he easily suppressed the Situ clan's inner mansion steward, and how he revealed such an attitude after observing Situ Hang's condition.
Situ Ho could not see through Duan Ling Tian at all. He felt that although this young man was not a saint stage powerhouse, he was even more mysterious than a saint stage powerhouse. Do you have a solution? Situ Ho asked solemnly after taking a deep breath. However, Duan Ling Tian still ignored Situ Ho.
Instead, he walked to the side of the bed and extended his right hand before he pressed his thumb on the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows.
In the next moment, one could see the black spider mark between Situ Hang's brows fading a little. Although it was only a little fading, Situ Ho, who was watching this attentively, could still see it clearly. At this moment, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to answer. He had already gotten the answer he wanted. A smile appeared on his face again. It was a sincere smile. When Duan Ling Tian took a step back, Situ Hang regained his senses. His pale face had turned slightly better. What happened just now? Why do I feel so much better? Situ Hang asked in a daze.
After a short moment, he seemed to have thought of something as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian.
Is it you? Who else could it be? Could it be Elder Ho? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew what Situ Hang was asking about. He smiled faintly and said, I think I know what happened to you. It's not difficult to remove the devil inscription on you, but I'll need to prepare some materials. With your Situ clans, Duan Ling Tian Ling He Duan Ling Tian's S, Duan Ling Tian, He's, Situ material Ling Tian Ling Tian Ling Tian's S. Though he did not know what the devil pattern was, he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with his body. More importantly, Judging from the words of the purple-robed young man, it seemed like the purple-robed young man could help him recover. At this moment, Situ Heng felt as though he had just ascended from hell to heaven. After all, he was in so much pain and suffering that he had almost given up all hope. However, he did not expect to see a ray of hope when the few grade 4 saint refinement masters in the palace who were experts in medicine refinement said he would not live to see the next month. The light of hope instantly swept away the haze in his heart. If he could live, who would want to die? Moreover, he would die for no reason. What's the devil inscription? At this moment, Situ Ho, who was standing by the side, asked curiously. The devil inscription is also a type of saint inscription. However, it's different from ordinary saint inscriptions. It's a saint inscription that harms people. It's also a one-time use saint inscription. It's similar to a saint inscription, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. There's such a saint inscription? Situ Ho was shocked. This is my first time hearing about it. However, how did Little Hang get afflicted with the devil inscription? Situ Ho asked in confusion. Since the devil inscription is a saint inscription, it's also inscribed. It's usually hidden in a saint weapon and can merge perfectly with an ordinary saint inscription, but it's difficult to detect. Once it's in contact with a saint weapon that's inscribed with the devil inscription for a certain period of time, the energy of the devil inscription will completely attach itself to the person who touches the saint weapon. Duan Lingtian explained. He had learned all this from the jade token that recorded the strange inscription art. However, the jade token only mentioned some devil inscriptions and the method to neutralize them, but it did not mention the method to inscribe them. Moreover, according to the jade token, there were many devil inscriptions, and the ones recorded were the more common and superficial ones. As a 2-star devil inscription, the sinister spider devil inscription was, naturally, one of the more common and superficial ones. Saint weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Ho and Situ Hang could not help but look at each other in disbelief. I heard young Master Situ became like this because he received the saint weapon from the emperor? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly after a moment of silence. Situ Ho fell silent. It's impossible for it to be my uncle. Situ Hang shook his head and said with certainty. The uncle he was referring to was, naturally, the current emperor of Windfall Nation. Can you show me the saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked Situ Hang. Although Duan Lingtian had not completely healed him, it was a fact that he had recovered a lot. For this reason, Situ Hang had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a life-saving straw. Naturally, he was very cooperative with Duan Lingtian's request. This is it. Situ Hang lifted his hand and took out a 7-foot-long spear before passing it to Duan Lingtian. The moment the spear entered his hand, Duan Lingtian could feel how extraordinary it was. To be more precise, he could feel how extraordinary the material it was made of was. The moment he touched it, it was cold and piercing to the bone. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the spear and saw the 3 saint inscriptions inscribed on it. He could recognize the 3 saint inscriptions. They were 3 3-star saint inscriptions. As far as he knew, there should be a 4-star saint inscription on Situ Hang's spear. Since it was not on the spear, it must be on the tip of the spear. As expected, Duan Lingtian discovered the 4-star saint inscription on the tip of the spear. This was also his first time seeing a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription ever since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Grandfather Ho. Wait. Situ Hang and Duan Lingtian's voices sounded almost at the same time as they called out to Situ Ho. Ha! The Earth ranking and the Heaven ranking are not on the same level. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are countless Earth rankings, but there are only a few dozen Heaven rankings. Situ Ho shook his head. I'd like to hear more about it. After hearing Situ Ho's words, Duan Lingtian was curious about the Heaven ranking. Then, with Situ Ho's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned what the Heaven ranking was. It was a list that only fifth-rate forces were qualified to set up. It was a list that was set up by a fifth-rate force for powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in an area under the control of a fifth-rate force. Although Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate Saint Nation, it was attached to a fifth-rate force called the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. In the area under the control of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, there were a total of 11 sixth-rate forces, and Windfall Nation was only one of them. Therefore, the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who were listed in the Heaven ranking were all top Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the area under the control of the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. There were only a few people in Windfall Nation who were listed in the Heaven ranking among 100 people. I can't believe you don't know about the Heaven ranking, Master Duan. May I know where you're from, Master Duan? Situ Ho asked curiously. I'm from the 9 Sect Alliances district. Duan Ling Tian answered honestly. Since he was going to ask the Situ clan to help him find Bai Li Hong's whereabouts, there was no need for him to hide this. The 9 Sect Alliances district? Situ Ho was enlightened. I've heard of that place before. It's at the border behind the desert in the south. I can't believe there's someone as outstanding as you there, Master Duan. Situ Ho sighed emotionally. Elder Ho, who's the Situ Zhua that you mentioned to young Master Situ? What kind of conflict does he have with young Master Situ? Duan Lingtian was curious about this. After all, Situ Hang was the great young master of Situ clan, the next successor to the clan leader of Situ clan. Someone actually wanted to murder such a person. Moreover, it was obvious the other party was also from Situ clan based on his name. Situ Zhua is also a direct descendant of our Situ clan, and he's known as the second young master. However, he's not related to Little Hang by blood. If we really want to talk about blood relations, I'm afraid we'll have to go back several tens of generations. Situ Ho explained slowly. Duan Lingtian could understand Situ Ho's words. Situ Hang and Situ Zhua were both direct line of descent, but they were not from the same bloodline. Our Situ clan's inheritance is not passed down through the bloodline. Instead, we select the most outstanding direct line of descent and nurture him to be the next clan leader. The current clan leader is Little Hang's father. Little Hang also did well and was selected as the next successor to the clan leader. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, he saw Situ Ho again. There was another person next to Situ Ho. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had a jade-like face. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded the aura of a superior. Situ Hang nodded nonchalantly and said, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest." He realized that Situ Zhua was the reason he was in such a state. Although Situ Hang did not completely fall out with Situ Zhua, he could no longer act as naturally as before. His temper was not so good that he could face someone who wanted to kill him with a smile. "Brother Hang, I'll make a move first. I'll visit you again later." Situ Zhua did not seem to notice Situ Hang's indifference as he smiled and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Situ Ho standing in the courtyard. He quickly greeted him. "Elder Ho. Since when did you have such a person by your side? Who's he?" Situ Ho asked nonchalantly as he looked at the grimace man behind Situ Ho. "He's a friend I made outside." Situ Zhua smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be a devil cultivator, right?" Situ Ho asked as he looked deeply at Situ Zhua. "Devil cultivator?" Situ Zhua was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Elder Ho, you really know how to joke. Our Situ clan has always had an ancestral rule that no one in the clan is allowed to interact with a devil cultivator. I don't have the guts to befriend a devil cultivator. That's for the best." Situ Ho nodded nonchalantly. "I heard it's all thanks to Master Duan that Brother Hang is able to recover so well. Elder Ho, may I know which room Master Duan is staying in? I'd like to pay him a visit and thank him on behalf of Brother Hang," Situ Zhua said to Situ Ho. Before Situ Ho could reply,
The door of one of the guest rooms in the courtyard opened with a creak. A purple-clad young man walked out from inside. The young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, Situ felt ashamed of his inferiority. Master Duan. Situ Ho immediately looked at the purple-clad young man who walked out. He was Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. Elder Ho. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. Then, he walked to the stone table at the side and sat down. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea before drinking it. He completely ignored Situ and the grimace man standing behind him. The grimace man's eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. So, this young man was the one who could dissolve his devil inscription? Nice to meet you, Master Duan. I'm Situ. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Brother Hang would be in grave danger. Don't worry, as long as you cure Brother Hang, our Situ clan will definitely not mistreat you. When Situ saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him, anger rose in his heart. However, he suppressed it with all his might and thanked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Situ? Duan Lingtian glanced at Situ and nodded in realization. I've heard of you. You're the second young master of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian emphasized the word second. A cold gleam flashed in Situ's eyes. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly violated his taboo. However, when he recalled that Situ Ho was at the side, he did not dare to act recklessly. That's right, I'm the second young master of Situ clan. Situ smiled in response. However, at the same time, he communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I don't know who you are, but I advise you not to poke your nose into other people's business. As long as you tell me you can't cure Situ Hang and stand by idly, I'm willing to give you 3 4-star Dao talismans. It's much more than the reward the Situ clan offered. Stand by idly? Upon hearing Situ's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was obviously stunned. He asked in confusion through voice transmission, Isn't Situ Hang your big brother? You actually want me to stand by idly? Do you want him to die? Don't play the fool. Since you have a way to dissolve the devil inscription on his body, I'm sure you know about the devil inscription as well. If I'm not mistaken, he's already suspicious of me, right? Chapter 1571. I didn't expect second young Master Zhua to know about the devil inscription as well. It seems like second young Master Zhua also knows about the devil inscription on young Master Hang's body? After listening to Situ voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at Situ deeply before he said meaningfully. This time, Duan Lingtian did not send a voice transmission. Instead, he said it out loud. At this moment, Situ Ho's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Situ. It was as though he wanted to see if Situ would admit to it. I don't know what you're talking about. What devil inscription? I've never heard of it before. Situ did not expect Duan Lingtian to say it out loud. He was instantly enraged. However, he did not dare to show it. Instead, he feigned ignorance as he spoke. Second young Master Zhua, you don't know about the devil inscription? That's strange. Earlier, you were the one who mentioned the devil inscription to me, and you even asked me to stand by and do nothing. Does this mean that I've heard wrongly? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Don't slander me. Situ's face turned grave when he noticed Situ Ho's gaze that was getting sharper. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Who are you? What's your intention? How dare you try to drive a wedge between Brother Hang and me? Slander me? Duan Lingtian smiled. Second young Master Zhua, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we both swear on the lightning penalty oath and see who's the one who's slandering you? Duan Lingtian raised his hand as he spoke. He was about to prick his finger and use his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me swearing on the lightning penalty oath with you? A hint of panic flashed in the depth of Situ's eyes. However, on the surface, he still looked strong. After he sneered, he did not even bid farewell to Situ Ho and was about to leave with the masked man behind him. At this moment,
A gust of wind blew past, and Situ Ho disappeared from his spot.
When he reappeared, he was already blocking Situ Zhua and the masked man's path.
Elder Ho, what's the meaning of this?
Situ Zhua said with a frown.
I think you can each swear on the lightning penalty oath. That way, each of you can prove your innocence, right? Situ Ho said lightly.
Situ Zhua's face darkened when he heard that.
Elder Ho, who does he think he is? Does he deserve to go against the lightning punishment oath with me? Don't forget that this is the Situ clan. You're not thinking of helping an outsider, are you? There's nothing to be biased about. Even if I'm helping you. I'm giving you a chance to clear your name. Situ Ho continued.
While Situ Zhua's expression turned increasingly gloomy and he was rendered speechless, Situ Ho made his move again. In the blink of an eye, he went around Situ Zhua and attacked the devil-masked man behind Situ Zhua. The aura of a Saint Realm expert swept toward the ghoul-masked man like a black cloud. The expression of the unprepared ghoul-masked man changed drastically. Although the masked man's strength was not bad and had even reached the imminent saint stage, he had not broken through to the saint stage after all.
There was still a huge gap between him and a saint stage powerhouse. The ghoul-masked man did not dare to be careless in the face of Situ Ho, who was charging at him menacingly. He unleashed all his techniques without holding back at all. What a joke! To him, holding back in front of a saint stage powerhouse was equivalent to digging his own grave. However, due to this reason, the ghoul-masked man exposed the fact that he was a devil cultivator. When the ghoul-masked man displayed his strength as a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the devil seal tablet in his spatial ring stirring. Duan Lingtian directly ignored it since it was not his turn to make a move at this moment. As expected, he's a devil cultivator. Situ Ho smirked when he discovered the ghoul-masked man was a devil cultivator. The aura that rose from his body became even more powerful. It was obvious he was serious now. Horror dawned on Situ Zhua's face. In a panic, he crushed a jade token. After the jade token was crushed, an extremely fast streak of light swept across the sky like a meteor. It disappeared in a flash. A jade token that's inscribed with a warning saint inscription? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of jade token. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had also obtained a similar jade token during the hunting assessment. However, compared to the jade token he obtained previously, Situ Zhua's jade token was obviously of a higher grade. At the very least, when he crushed the jade token, even Situ Ho, who was a saint stage powerhouse, did not react in time. Naturally, this was also because Situ Ho's attention was not on him. After Situ Ho learned the ghoul-masked man was a devil cultivator, he no longer held back when he attacked again. With just a flip of his palm, he easily killed the ghoul-masked man. Situ Zhua, how dare you collude with a devil cultivator to harm your clan brother? After killing the ghoul-masked man, Situ Ho looked at Situ Zhua coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Ho, I didn't know he's a devil cultivator. Even at this moment, Situ Zhua still maintained his composure and said nonchalantly. You didn't know he's a devil cultivator? Situ Ho smirked.
It's better for you to say these words to the enforcement elder. The moment his words left his mouth, Situ Ho took a step forward and was about to grab Situ Zhua to bring him to the enforcement hall. At this moment, another gust of wind blew past, and a middle-aged man with a medium build appeared in front of Situ Zhua. He looked at Situ Ho calmly. Elder Ho, I wonder what mistake my son has made for you to bring him to the enforcement elder? Situ Ming, what a good son you have. When Situ Ho saw the middle-aged man, he could not help but frown. Then he snorted coldly. No matter what, I must bring him to the enforcement hall today. Colluding with a devil cultivator to harm his clan brother is not a small crime. Situ Ming. When Duan Lingtian heard how Situ Ho addressed the middle-aged man, he could not help but glance at him. He had heard of Situ Ming before he came to the Situ clan. He was the second master of Situ clan. His position in the Situ clan was only below the clan leader, Situ Hao, and the three supreme elders. At the same time, he was also a saint stage powerhouse. The moment Situ Ho's words left his mouth, he went to grab Situ Zhua again. This time, Situ Ming did not stop him. All he did was watch calmly.
When Situ Ho brought Situ Zhua away, he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he followed Situ Ho to the enforcement hall of Situ clan. This Situ Ming is not a simple person. I'm afraid Elder Ho might not be able to do anything to Situ Zhua. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Although Situ Zhua was punished, he was only punished to face the wall in the enforcement hall for 3 months. Why is the punishment so light? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Situ Zhua insisted that he didn't know the masked man was a devil cultivator. Moreover, he pushed the matter of the devil inscription to the devil cultivator I killed and said he didn't know about the devil inscription being inscribed by a devil cultivator. For this reason, the enforcement hall only charged him with the crime of associating with a devil cultivator. Situ Ho said in a deep voice. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on his face. We should make him swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his innocence. I think he wouldn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Since he doesn't dare to swear on it, he must be the mastermind. Duan Lingtian said. He felt this problem was easy to solve. It's not that simple. Situ Ho smiled wryly as he shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian also learned the reason from Situ Ho. As it turned out, the Situ clan was not completely united. Although the Situ clan respected the clan leader, Situ Hao, on the surface, almost half of the clan's high-ranking officials secretly followed the second master, Situ Ming. Due to this reason, the Situ clan was divided into 2 factions. Apart from that, there were 5 saint stage powerhouses in the Situ clan. Apart from Situ Hao and Situ Ming, there were 3 others left. Situ Ho was one of them. He was on Situ Hao's side. As for the other 2 Saint Realm experts, one of them stood on Situ Ming's side. As for the last person, he remained neutral. The person who remained neutral was the strongest powerhouse in the Situ clan. He had the highest seniority in the Situ clan and was even more senior than Situ Ho, who was a generation older than Situ Hao. He was addressed as the old ancestor by the Situ clan. According to Situ Ho, the old ancestor of the Situ clan had not shown himself for many years. The last time he showed himself was when Situ Hao inherited the position of the clan leader. I can't believe the situation in the Situ clan is so complicated. In this case, this matter can only be left unsettled? Duan Lingtian asked. After all, nothing happened to Little Hang. Due to this reason, this matter can only be left unsettled. Although the Situ clan seems powerful, it's actually plagued by internal and external troubles. Even the clan leader doesn't dare to simply fall out with Situ Ming's faction. Once that happens, it'll definitely shake the Situ clan's foundation and give our enemies a chance to take advantage of it. Situ Ho sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the general trend. Enemies? Isn't the Situ clan backed by the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't tell me there's someone who dares to ignore the imperial family and go against the Situ clan? The imperial family? Upon hearing this, Situ Ho shook his head. Put aside the fact that the imperial family is the most heartless, the relationship between the Situ clan and the imperial family is only tied to imperial concubine Li. Those forces who dare to go against the Situ clan more or less have a similar relationship with the imperial family. Some of them even have a closer relationship with the imperial family than the Situ clan. In fact, the imperial family has tacitly approved of the open strife and veiled strife between the clans. Moreover, the imperial family is even more worried that we'll get along peacefully. Perhaps, when we do get along peacefully, the imperial family will intentionally stir up trouble between us. When Situ Ho reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Naturally, the Windfall Nation's imperial family did not want those 7th-rate forces to get along peacefully. After all, once they got along peacefully, those 7th-rate forces would undoubtedly rise very quickly and might even threaten the imperial family's position. However, that 3-star Saint Inscription Master was from Situ Ming's side. Since Situ Ming had monopolized the 3-star Saint Inscription industry in the Situ clan, Situ Hao had always turned a blind eye to Situ Ming. After all, the Situ clan still had to rely on the 3-star Saint Inscription Master on Situ Ming's side. Due to this reason, when he learned Duan Ling Tian was a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, he immediately came to curry favor with him. At the same time, he also expressed that Duan Ling Tian could stay in the Situ clan for as long as he wanted. The Situ clan would also give him the best treatment. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately exposed his identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master since it was imperative for him to establish a foothold in the capital of Windfall Nation. His identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master would allow him to establish a foothold in the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation. Apart from that, his identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master would also show his worth. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, Situ Hang came to look for him a few days later. He wanted to ask for his help in inscribing 3-star Saint inscriptions on a batch of Saint weapons. Master Duan, this batch of Saint weapons belongs to the Situ clan, so we're selling them. The Situ clan will provide the materials needed to inscribe the Saint inscriptions, and we'll split the profit 50-50 with you. What do you think? Of course, that's not a problem. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the Situ clan would agree to it no matter how much profit he asked for, he did not do so. He did not lack Saint stones at all. Moreover, he had done the Situ clan a favor this time, so he did not have to worry about the Situ clan not paying attention to his matters in the future. What he cared about was not the profit of the Saint stones but the potential benefits. Master Duan Yu? Situ Hang was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. He was prepared for Duan Ling Tian to bargain with him. However, his father's bottom line for him was a 30-70 split. The Situ clan would get 30% while Duan Ling Tian would get 70%. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian did not even bargain and agreed to it directly. At this moment, he felt a little guilty instead. Master Duan, why don't I give you a bigger share of the profit? Situ Hang asked with a wry smile. There's no need for that. I don't lack Saint stones. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and did not beat around the bush. Of course, if it's possible, I hope the Situ clan can help me investigate my senior brother's whereabouts. I want to know if my senior brother has come to Windfall Nation or not. It's just a small matter. Master Duan, you just need to draw a portrait of your senior brother, and I'll ask my father to send people to investigate all over Windfall Nation. Situ Hang said nonchalantly. That'll be troublesome. Apart from that, my senior brother is also a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized that Bai Li Hong was a 3-star Saint Inscription Master as well. My senior brother is different from me. I'm used to being idle, and it's only a matter of time before I leave the Situ clan. If it's him, he might be willing to stay in the Situ clan for a long time. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he added another sentence. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. After spending some time together, he had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian. He also found out that Duan Ling Tian was actually younger than him. At that time, he already knew that based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, his future would be limitless. He was afraid he would not be able to stay in the Situ clan for long. Because of that, both he and his father were extremely vexed. However, the news that Duan Ling Tian brought to him was like a ray of light that swept away the haze in his heart. Don't worry, Master Duan. As long as your senior brother comes to Windfall Nation, our Situ clan will definitely find him. Situ Hang said solemnly. Also, there's one more thing. Seeing that Situ Hang was about to turn around and leave, Duan Ling Tian called out to him. Master Duan, is there anything else? Situ Hang asked. He did not dare to slack off at all. Are there any powerhouses ranked at the top of the heaven ranking in Windfall Nation? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Situ Hang nodded. There's a total of 6 people in Windfall Nation who have entered the heaven ranking. The person ranked at the top is ranked 11th on the heaven ranking. Can you find him? Duan Ling Tian asked again. I'm afraid it's difficult to find him in a short period of time. I heard he's looking for a breakthrough recently, and it's very likely that he's in closed-door cultivation. As a sectless cultivator, his whereabouts are unknown. Situ Hang shook his head. What about the most powerful person among the other 5? Can you find him in a short period of time? Duan Ling Tian asked again.
The most powerful person among the other 5 is ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. It's not difficult to find her since she's a disciple from a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Master Duan, are you looking for her because you plan to challenge her? Situ Hang asked curiously. Situ Hang had already learned from Situ Ho that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary. When he heard Duan Lingtian was looking for a powerhouse on the heaven ranking, he could instantly guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. If he succeeded in challenging a powerhouse on the heaven ranking, he would be able to replace her. The powerhouse on the heaven ranking would be removed from the heaven ranking as well. The reason the heaven ranking had such a rule was to prevent people from purposely losing to their opponents. Therefore, if they lost, their names would be removed from the heaven ranking. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He planned to challenge a powerhouse on the heaven ranking because as long as he was ranked on the heaven ranking, he would definitely become famous in Windfall Nation. Not only that, but he would also gain a certain amount of fame in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Duan Lingtian was not a flamboyant person. He planned to do this because he wanted to find Bai Li Hong and the others as soon as possible. He believed that as long as Bai Li Hong knew he was in the Situ clan, he would definitely rush over to meet him immediately. Master Duan, although I don't doubt your strength, it's a little risky for you to directly challenge the person ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. I suspect that person's current strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Situ Hang said with a hint of dread. Why do you say so? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He did not know why Situ Hang thought so highly of the person ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. Speaking of her, she can be considered as a legend in Windfall Nation. She's not old, and she's even younger than you, Master Duan. Not only that, but as far as I know, she came from the faraway mortal continent. However, such a woman from the mortal continent has innate talent that far surpasses her peers. Previously, she only took half a year to go from the 95th place on the heaven ranking to the 23rd place. Chapter 1573. She's from the mortal continent? Moreover, she's a woman? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. Even if she was a woman from Windfall Nation, her achievements would still be shocking to him. After all, that woman was younger than him. Moreover, based on Situ Hang's words, the fact that the woman could improve so much in just half a year was enough to prove that her innate talent far surpassed the younger generation in Windfall Nation. And it was this woman who, like him, came from the mortal continent. It seems like apart from our cloud continent, the other 2 mortal continents are also filled with hidden talents. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian learned about the woman, his first thought was that she was from one of the 2 mortal continents other than Cloud Continent. After all, he was from the Cloud Continent. If there was such an outstanding person on the Cloud Continent, he would have heard of her. Naturally, he could not rule out the possibility that she was from the Cloud Continent as well. Perhaps she was more low-key. If I defeat her, my name should be known in the entire Windfall Nation, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Situ Hang. Of course. Situ Hang nodded with certainty. If you defeat her, not only will your name be known in the entire Windfall Nation, but your name will also be known in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. After all, that woman is a well-known figure in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved and made up his mind. Then I'll challenge her. You've made up your mind? Situ Hang was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian still made up his mind after learning about the woman's background. He could not help but ask. Yes, I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian nodded. Help me make the arrangements. There's no need to make any arrangements. You just need to issue a battle invitation to her. Situ Hang shook his head and said, Leave the battle invitation to me. All right, thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Situ Hang in charge, he naturally felt assured. After taking the portrait of Bai Li Hong from Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang left to look for his father, the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao. When Situ Hao learned that Duan Lingtian had a senior brother who was also a 3-star saint inscription master, and that he would be recruited into the Situ clan as long as he could find him, Situ Hao naturally put in a lot of effort.
Since Situ Hang could foresee that Duan Ling Tian would not stay in the Situ clan for long, how could he not foresee it as well? Although he did not have much contact with Duan Ling Tian, he could see that Duan Ling Tian was a hidden dragon who could soar to the sky at any time. He was not someone the small Situ clan could tolerate. Because of this, he was occasionally very vexed. After all, Duan Ling Tian's departure meant that he no longer had a 3-star saint inscription master on his side. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's senior brother had appeared. Although he had not found him yet, it had given him a ray of hope. Father, I'll leave the matter of helping Master Duan find his senior brother to you. I still have to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect, Situ Hang said after passing the portrait in his hand to Situ Hao. Issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Situ Hao could not help but frown. What's going on? When did you offend the people from the Drift Blaze sect? Why don't I know about this? Situ Hao's expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. The Drift Blaze sect was a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Their strength was not inferior to the Situ clan. However, when he heard that his son was going to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that his son had a conflict with the people from the Drift Blaze sect. In his opinion, this was not a good thing.
Father, you've misunderstood.
Situ Hang shook his head. I'm not the one who wants to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect. I'm the one who's going to issue a dual invitation to the Drift Blaze sect on behalf of Master Duan. Master Duan? Situ Hao's frown deepened. There's a conflict between Master Duan and the Drift Blaze sect? No. Situ Hang shook his head. Situ Hang shook his head. Without waiting for Situ Hao to ask again, he immediately explained, it's Master Duan who wants to challenge the Drift Blaze sect's female disciple who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. This time, I'm sending the challenge letter to the Drift Blaze sect on his behalf. Challenge Lady Feng? Situ Hao sighed in relief when he found out that Duan Ling Tian did not have a conflict with the Drift Blaze sect. However, confusion could be seen in his eyes when he heard Situ Hang's words. Although there aren't many powerhouses on the heaven ranking in Windfall Nation, there are still a few of them. Why did Master Duan choose to challenge Lady Feng? That Lady Feng is not a simple person. Situ Hao's expression was grave when he reached the end of his sentence. Whether it was Situ Hao, Situ Hang, or most of the people in Windfall Nation, they only knew that the female disciple who rose to prominence in the Drift Blaze sect in the past year had the surname Feng. They did not know Lady Feng's full name at all. Moreover, not many people in the Drift Blaze sect knew Lady Feng's full name as well. In the Drift Blaze sect, the sect's elders and even the sect's disciples addressed her as Lady Feng. She was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. She had only joined the sect for a few years, but she was already the chief disciple, intimidating the younger generation in Drift Blaze sect. A year ago, she was already known as the strongest person below the Saint stage powerhouses in Drift Blaze sect. Father, it's true that Lady Feng is not a simple person. But do you think Master Duan is a simple person? Situ Hang was non-committal when he heard Situ Hao's words. Naturally, Master Duan is not a simple person. According to Elder Ho, Master Duan's strength is definitely enough to enter the heaven ranking. However, even if Master Duan can enter the heaven ranking, he might not be able to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Half a year has passed. I'm afraid Lady Feng's strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. When Situ Hao reached the end of his sentence, it seemed like he did not have high hopes for Duan Ling Tian. Father, I've already told Master Duan about what you just said. However, after Master Duan learned about this, he's still full of confidence. It's obvious he's confident. I believe Master Duan won't speak without thinking. Based on Situ Hang's words, he was full of confidence in Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was also because Duan Ling Tian had pulled him back from the gates of hell. His life was saved by Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was biased toward Duan Ling Tian. Since Master Duan is so confident, you can go and issue the challenge letter on his behalf. After you issue the challenge letter, I'll ask Elder Ho to follow you and Master Duan to Drift Blaze sect to battle Lady Feng. If it's not for the fact that I have something to deal with in the clan, I'd like to personally witness Lady Feng's elegance as well, Situ Hao said.
When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of regret could be heard in his tone. Although Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect was famous in the entire Windfall Nation, he had never seen her before.
I've long heard that Lady Feng is a peerless beauty who's capable of causing the downfall of a nation.
This time, I'll be able to feast my eyes on her when I follow Master Duan to Drift Blaze sect.
Situ Hang chuckled. Go on.
After you're done with Master Duan, you should follow me to the palace to meet His Majesty to discuss your marriage with Princess Chiu Ming, Situ Hao urged. When he reached the end of his sentence, a smile could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Situ Hao's words, Situ Hang blushed and left as though he was fleeing.
This boy is still shy.
When Situ Hao saw Situ Hang's silhouette disappearing before his eyes, he shook his head and smiled. His smile was filled with affection. One must admit that Situ Hang was very efficient. In just 2 days, the challenge letter that he asked the Situ clan's people to deliver had already arrived at Drift Blaze sect. To be more precise, it was delivered to the Drift Blaze sect's disciples at the mountain gate of Drift Blaze sect's estate. The interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, is challenging Lady Feng, who's ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. When the Drift Blaze sect's disciple saw the content of the challenge letter, his eyes widened immediately.
He doesn't even have a name. Who's this Master Duan? He's really putting on airs. Does he really think he's on par with our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng? Humph. Another guy who's looking for a beating. As a disciple guarding the Drift Blaze sect's mountain gate, even though he was not on duty every day, he had received no less than 10 challenge letters in the past year. The content of those challenge letters was all about their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. Although there were all kinds of challengers, they were all defeated by Lady Feng in just one move. As Lady Feng's reputation grew, nobody had come to issue a challenge letter in the past month. It did not cross his mind that another person who was looking for a beating would issue a challenge letter after a month. Moreover, this person who was looking for a beating was very pretentious. He did not say his name and only said that he was Master Duan. If Duan Lingtian knew what this Drift Blaze sect's disciple was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. This was because he did not know the content of the challenge letter at all. If he was the one who issued the challenge letter, he would, of course, write his name in it. However, since Situ Hang was the one who wrote the challenge letter, and he respected him a lot, he naturally did not write his name in it. In Situ Hang's eyes, Master Duan was a title that expressed his respect to Duan Lingtian. Situ clan? The Situ clan in the capital? When the other Drift Blaze sect's disciple heard this, he was surprised. I think so. The former nodded. The person who came is the interim advisor of Situ clan. If he loses, isn't the Situ clan afraid that their reputation will be ruined? Another Drift Blaze sect's disciple mocked. Even if the interim advisor of Situ clan loses, it won't affect the Situ clan that much. After all, our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng is currently known as the strongest person on the Saint Rudiment stage in Windfall Nation. If it wasn't for the fact that the fellow who's ranked 11th in the heaven ranking is hiding, our Lady Feng would have long defeated him and ranked 11th in the heaven ranking. I heard from an inner court elder that with Lady Feng's current strength, she's confident that she can rank in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Chapter 1574. The Drift Blaze sect's estate was located in a chain of volcanoes. Of course, apart from the few volcanoes in the middle that were active, the rest of the volcanoes were dead volcanoes that had been dormant for a long time. The inner court and outer court of the Drift Blaze sect were located in active and dormant volcanoes respectively. In the inner court of the Drift Blaze sect, the place where the lava in the volcanoes was the most active was the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. This was because the people who cultivated there were all Saint stage powerhouses in Drift Blaze sect. They were like the guardians of Drift Blaze sect. Usually, only those who were inner court elders and above were allowed to enter the forbidden area if they had something to do. However, a few years ago, the rules of the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area were changed because of one person. She was the first person who was not a Saint stage powerhouse to cultivate in the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. She was also a direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. She was also known as Lady Feng by the people in Drift Blaze sect. Currently, How many of them still remembered how many people were secretly jealous of Lady Feng when she first came to the Drift Blaze sect? They even slandered her verbally.
They said she was lucky to have the sect leader as her master, and was very good at flattering the sect leader.
That was why she was allowed to cultivate in the forbidden area with the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in Drift Blaze sect. In fact, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect had 2 other direct disciples before this. However, those 2 direct disciples were not qualified to cultivate in the forbidden area. However, a few years had passed. Until today, nobody dared to say Lady Feng was not qualified to cultivate in the forbidden area anymore. What a joke! With Lady Feng's current achievements at such a young age, she would definitely be able to break through to the saint stage in the future. Moreover, her achievements in the future would not be inferior to the sect leader and the other few supreme elders.
This was because the sect leader and the other supreme elders were not as good as her when they were at her age.
Due to this reason, nobody in Drift Blaze sect disobeyed Lady Feng. In the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area, a huge courtyard stood on a platform halfway up the mountain. The huge courtyard was filled with green flowers and trees, giving off a tranquil and refreshing feeling.
At this moment, there was a woman with a graceful figure standing in the courtyard.
She wore a fiery red robe and looked like a fire spirit. Her waist-length hair cascaded down like a waterfall, accentuating her almost perfect face. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her willowy eyebrows, bright eyes, jade-like nose, and cherry-like mouth were all perfectly sculpted by the Creator. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this woman in a fiery red robe was devastatingly beautiful.
I'm still one step away.
The woman had just walked out of her room.
She let out a long sigh before she muttered, "Elder brother Duan, Tianwu will be able to meet you soon."
Master said that as long as I break through to the saint stage, he'll let me leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and return to Cloud Continent. Don't worry, it won't be long before I'll be able to take the final step and break through to the saint stage. At some point in time, the woman started to look at the southern horizon, and her mind started to wander. In the end, she was actually mesmerized. However, someone soon disturbed the woman.
The person who disturbed the woman was none other than Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect.
Ziyun was a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman.
Looking at her nearly perfect face, one could tell that when she was young, her beauty was not much inferior to that woman who called herself Tianwu.
Tianwu.
The moment Ziyun appeared, she appeared next to the red-clad woman, causing the woman who was in a daze to snap back to her senses.
Master. The woman was respectful when she faced Ziyun. She owed her master's unreserved cultivation to her today's achievement. Get ready. 2 weeks later, the interim advisor of Situ clan will come to our Drift Blaze sect to challenge you.
With a raise of her hand, Ziyun passed a letter of challenge to the woman.
Situ clan? The Situ clan in the capital?
The woman took the letter of challenge.
Yes, it's the Situ clan in the capital. The people from the Situ clan are not simple people. I've never heard of this interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan. For this reason, don't let your guard down when you fight him, Ziyun reminded. The woman nodded. Yes. At the same time, she opened the letter of challenge. When she saw the word Duan, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Master Duan? He doesn't even have a name. It seems like he's a proud and aloof person as well.
The woman said.
No matter who he is, no matter how proud he is, I have confidence in you, Ziyun said. Ziyun nodded. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of Windfall Nation, in the Situ clan's estate, Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, found Duan Lingtian again. Master Duan, I've already sent a letter of challenge to Drift Blaze sect on your behalf. 2 weeks later, you'll officially challenge Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Situ Hang did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed as he asked, that female disciple from Drift Blaze sect has the surname Feng? Yes. Situ Hang nodded. Her surname is Feng, and she's from the mortal continent. Could she be Tianwu?
Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind.
Do you know Lady Feng's full name? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath as he looked at Situ Hang. I don't know about that. Situ Hang shook his head. Let alone me, even most people in Windfall Nation don't know her name. Moreover, I'm afraid not many people in Drift Blaze sect know her full name as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded again.
At the same time, he shook his head and suppressed the thought of suspecting that she was Tian Wu.
It's impossible for her to be Tian Wu. Although Tian Wu's innate talent is not bad, that's only on Cloud Continent.
Even if her foundation is good and she's stronger than ordinary martial cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's impossible for her to be so ridiculously strong.
When Duan Ling Tian recalled the achievements of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect in the past year, he completely dismissed the thought of suspecting that she was Feng Tianwu. However, when he thought of Tian Wu through Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of loss again. Tian Wu, where are you? Do you know that elder brother Duan is looking for you? As though he could see that Duan Ling Tian's mood was a little heavy, Situ Hang sensibly left even though he did not know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking about. He knew that at this moment, the only thing he could do was to not disturb Master Duan. Dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, to ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, the mountains where the dragons resided were mysterious. Even if they knew the location, it would be difficult for them to enter. However, to some people, entering the dragon's lair was as easy as entering a no-man's land. A middle-aged man brought along a skinny black-clad old man as they swaggered into the dragon's lair. They did not try to conceal themselves along the way, so they were not discovered by the dragons who were patrolling the area. Naturally, this was also because their speed was so fast that the dragons whose cultivation base was much lower than theirs did not have time to react. The two travel-worn men who came from afar were none other than Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and one of his capable subordinates, Kumi. Originally, with Duan Ruffing and Kumi's speed, they should have arrived at the dragon's lair after leaving the Moon Illumination sect. However, something happened along the way. I can't believe some people from the Zoroastrianism left the upper province many years ago and came to the lower province. If I'm not mistaken, the person they're looking for must be my daughter-in-law, Kerr. Although they had entered the dragon's lair, Duan Ruffing was a little absent-minded. His mind was completely focused on the few people from the Zoroastrianism he had encountered along the way. Those few people were so strong that they were not much weaker than Kumi. If a few of them attacked together, Kumi might not be a match for them. After he killed a few of them and left one of them alive, he performed the soul-searching tactic on him. As it turned out, those few people were not important in the Zoroastrianism at all. They were just insignificant people in the Zoroastrianism. Naturally, since that person was not important in the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ruffing did not manage to find out much useful information.
He only found out that the other party came to the lower province to look for someone.
The person they were looking for was also someone who had long been designated as the Saint Girl by the Zoroastrianism. Based on the clues left behind by his son, Duan Ling Tian on Cloud Continent, he could faintly guess that the person the Zoroastrianism people were looking for was his daughter-in-law, Kerr, who had been abducted by the people who claimed to be Zoroastrianism. Although he had never seen Kerr before, he was not unfamiliar with Kerr. This was because he would hear his wife mention Kerr every now and then. He knew that Kerr was the daughter-in-law that his wife was most satisfied with. She was also the daughter-in-law that his wife had watched grow up. Whoosh! Accompanied by the faint sound of wind whistling, an old man dressed in a blood-red long robe blocked Duan Ruffing and Kumi's path. Just a moment ago, Duan Ruffing had already noticed the old man, so he withdrew his thoughts in advance. I was wondering who dares to barge into our dragons. As it turns out, it's Old Man Ku. The old man dressed in a blood-red long robe quickly shifted his gaze to Kumi. It was obvious he knew Kumi. Then, his gaze shifted to Duan Ruffing who was standing in front of Kumi. Although Duan Ruffing was a stranger to him, it was not difficult for him to guess Duan Ruffing's identity when he saw Kumi following behind him. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. After the old man figured out Duan Ruffing's identity, he gasped inwardly before bowing carefully. Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had risen to power in less than 40 years. To the dragons, 40 years was merely a period of time for them to take a nap. However, in such a short period of time, an extraordinary person had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That person was none other than Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing had only used less than 40 years to go from being a nobody to being in charge of a powerful force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, that was not inferior to the dragons.
Although Duan Ruffing was not even a fraction of his age, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of Duan Ruffing. This was because he knew Duan Ruffing's strength was far above his. In fact, Duan Ruffing was comparable to the clan leader of the dragons.
Chapter 1575.
Lord Mansion Master, he's the five-clawed blood dragon of the dragons, Xuechan. When the blood-robed old man bowed at Duan Ruffing respectfully, Kumi transmitted his voice to Duan Ruffing. He's also the current enforcement elder of the dragons.
I'm looking for Diju.
Duan Ruffing glanced at Xuechan indifferently and said calmly.
Diju?
If Duan Ruffing had said he was looking for the clan leader of the dragons, Xuechan would not be surprised. However, Duan Ruffing said he was looking for Diju. He could not help but feel shocked. Although Diju was also a five-clawed golden dragon like the clan leader, he had not fully grown yet. Although his strength was not bad, he was far from being comparable to Xuechan, let alone the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Mansion Master Duan, may I know why you're looking for Diju?
Xuechan asked hesitantly.
He could tell the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not come with good intentions. Xuechan, does our Lord Mansion Master have to report to you when he comes to the dragons to look for someone? Kumi sneered as he stared at Xuechan coldly. Although Xuechan was a five-clawed blood dragon, he was not afraid at all. To a certain extent, he and Xuechan were old rivals. Although it was difficult for him to defeat Xuechan, it was impossible for Xuechan to defeat him as well. Of course that's not what I meant. If Kumi was alone, Xuechan, naturally, would not be afraid of him. However, now that Duan Ruffing was here, he could not be arrogant no matter what. Kumi alone was enough to restrain him. On the other hand, Duan Ruffing alone could easily defeat him. In the next instant, Xuechan saw Duan Ruffing completely ignored him and directly walked toward the depths of the dragon's estate. At the same time, a powerful divine consciousness swept out from Duan Ruffing's body. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded more than half of the dragon's estate. It was as though he wanted to turn the dragons upside down. Xuechan felt a great amount of pressure from the powerful spiritual consciousness. Although it was not directed at him, it was still difficult for him to breathe due to the close distance. Rumor has it that although Mansion Master Duan has not risen to power for a long time, his strength is not inferior to any of the leaders of forces on the same level as the Azure Cloud Mansion.
It seems like the rumors are true.
Mansion Master Duan is much more powerful than I've imagined.
Xuechan's heart shook.
He was filled with dread towards Duan Ruffing. However, when he thought about how Duan Ruffing had acted so brazenly in front of him at the dragon's encampment, he could not help but feel a wave of anger rise in his heart. Mansion Master Duan Yu. Just as Xuechan opened his mouth to stop Duan Ruffing, he was interrupted by a black figure that appeared out of nowhere in front of him.
Xuechan, I'd like to see if you've improved over the years.
The person who stopped Xuechan was Kumi. Kumi's skinny body was covered in a black robe. His hand that was holding onto the walking stick was trembling at a strange frequency. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as though he was ready to attack Xuechan at any time. If Kumi was alone, Xuechan would have made his move long ago. However, faced with Kumi's obstruction, it was impossible for him to stop Duan Ruffing even though he was not afraid of Kumi due to this reason. He did not make his move. Let's look for the clan leader. This was the only way Xuechan could think of. Among the dragons, the only person who could stop Duan Ruffing was most likely the clan leader. The moment Xuechan thought of this, he transformed into a bloody ray of light and disappeared before Kumi's eyes. Kumi did not chase after him. Instead, he followed closely behind Duan Ruffing and entered the dragon's encampment together. Kumi, you've met Diju before. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the black-clad skinny old man stood there motionlessly in the eyes of the dragon's members.
Chapter 1576. You can cast the Withered Tree territory, and you're so powerful as well. You must be Kumi.
At this moment, the five-clawed green dragon who was heavily injured after his body was sent flying again. His eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the skinny figure shrouded in black.
Qing Yen, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't defeat a mere Kumi.
Before Kumi could reply to Qing Yen, the five-clawed green dragon, another old voice resonated in the air. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a grey-clad old lady appeared and stared at Kumi coldly. Before the others could see her face clearly, her human form had already disappeared and was replaced by a five-clawed divine dragon that was several hundred meters long. However, unlike the five-clawed green dragon, her entire body was purple. She was a five-clawed purple dragon. Apart from that, it was obvious her body was much longer than the five-clawed green dragon. In fact, among the dragons, the longer one's body was, the more powerful one was. It's Elder Violet Crystal. Among the dragons, Elder Violet Crystal's strength is second only to Elder Blood, who's a five-clawed blood dragon. If she and Elder Qing Yen join forces, they'll definitely be able to defeat Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion's Kumi lives up to his name indeed. However, he can forget about defeating Elder Violet Crystal and Elder Qing Yen if they join forces. After the appearance of the five-clawed purple dragon, the group of dragons who were watching the battle were in high spirits. All of them stared intently at the development of the situation, anticipating the exciting moment. Two five-clawed divine dragons fighting the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouse, Kumi, was not something that could be seen at any time. On the other hand, Kumi's expression turned slightly grave when the five-clawed purple dragon appeared. Humph! While the group of dragons was anticipating the battle between Kumi and the two five-clawed divine dragons, Duan Ruffing, who had been temporarily thrown to the back of their minds, suddenly snorted coldly. This snort seemed to contain a powerful force, causing the group of dragons present on the scene to feel chills running down their spines. In the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget. As the middle-aged man who had come with Kumi casually raised his hand, the space around him began to tremble. It was as if the space around him was about to break apart. At the same time, along with two loud noises that sounded almost at the same time, the group of members of the dragon tribe were shocked to find that the two originally majestic five-clawed divine dragons had been blasted down at this moment. It was as if they were being crushed by Mount Tai. When the two five-clawed divine dragons fell into the mountains together, it naturally caused a huge commotion. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. In particular, the five-clawed azure dragon was injured twice in the blink of an eye, and this time the injury was even more serious. It couldn't help but open its bloody mouth and spit out mouthfuls of blood. The situation of the other five-clawed purple dragon was not much better. Why, you're the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? When the five-clawed purple dragon saw Kumi respectfully following behind the middle-aged man who had attacked them earlier, a hint of panic flashed through its eyes as it asked in a trembling voice. In her opinion, only the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would be able to make Kumi follow him so respectfully and with such terrifying strength. Although she did not know why the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would appear in front of the dragons, and it seemed like he did not come with good intentions. If you dare to jump around in front of me again, you'll die. Duan Rufing's expression remained calm. However, when he looked at the five-clawed purple dragon, his eyes gleamed coldly like a blade. It caused the five-clawed purple dragon's heart to tremble. It did not dare to question his words at all. It stood there obediently and no longer dared to make any rash moves. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing the five-clawed purple dragon's words, the five-clawed green dragon who was already severely injured was so frightened that his vision turned black. He almost fainted. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful existence on par with the clan leader of the dragons. Earlier, he actually dared to display his slight skill in front of such an expert? He was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, horror dawned on the group of dragons as well. Even if they were a group of hotheads who rarely ventured out, they might not know who Kumi was, nor did they know who the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. However, all of them knew about the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was an extremely powerful force that was on par with the Dragon Clan. For a colossal force like the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mansion Master was, naturally, not inferior to the clan leader of the dragons. When the group of dragons thought about how they were facing a powerful existence whose force was not inferior to their clan leader, they felt their legs go weak. Some of the four-clawed divine dragons who were clamoring earlier also shut their mouths obediently. What a joke! The person in front of them was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Even if they were killed, they, the dragons, might not be able to avenge them at all. The moment Duan Ruffing made his move, the two five-clawed divine dragons immediately became obedient, let alone the other dragons. Just like that, Duan Ruffing and Kumi continued to make their way to the dragon's lair. There's such a huge commotion here. Why isn't the clan leader here yet? It's not only the clan leader. Elder Shui and the other few five-clawed divine dragon elders aren't here as well. The group of dragons began to feel restless. All of them felt uneasy. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not come with good intentions. However, the dragon clan's clan leader and the other five-clawed divine dragon elders were nowhere to be seen. There's no need to panic. The reason the clan leader and the few elders aren't here must be because they're busy with something. They'll definitely come. When Qing Yan, the five-clawed green dragon, who had transformed back into his human form, saw Duan Ruffing and Kumi's disappearing silhouettes, he comforted them. Although the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is powerful, there's no need for the clan leader to fear him with his strength alone. Zi Jing, the five-clawed purple dragon, had also transformed back into her human form. The old lady appeared again and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Mansion Master, why you're looking for me?" Di Ju took a deep breath and managed to sort out his thoughts before he calmed down temporarily. When Di Ju saw the cold gleam in the eyes of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a chill rose in his heart. At the same time, he faintly realized the reason Kumi had treated him like that earlier was most likely because of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he found it strange. He had never offended the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. But why did the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion look at him as though he was an enemy? "Lord Mansion Master, is there any misunderstanding between us?" When Di Ju saw Duan Ruffing keeping quiet, he began to panic instead. He was not afraid of Kumi at all. When he had fully grown in the future, he was confident he would be able to suppress and kill Kumi. As the saying went, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, he had no confidence in defeating the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion at all. "Misunderstanding?" Duan Ruffing smiled coldly. "You almost killed my son. Do you think there's a misunderstanding between us?" Boom! Chapter 1577. Duan Ruffing's words were like a bolt from the blue to Di Ju. However, after being struck by the bolt from the blue, he immediately regained his senses. He smiled wryly at Duan Ruffing and said, "Lord Mansion Master, is there a misunderstanding? I haven't even seen your son before, so how could I have made a move on him and almost killed him?" At this moment, Di Ju's heart was filled with grievance. He was so wrong that he felt like a little girl whose bottom had been touched. The middle-aged man before him was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that was on par with the dragons. His strength was not inferior to the clan leader of the dragons. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to offend such a person. "Looks like you won't give up until all hope is gone." Duan Ruffing sneered. He was too lazy to explain anything. However, the gleam in his eyes became even sharper. "Di Ju, open your ears and listen carefully. Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion," Kumi said in a deep voice as killing intent filled his eyes. Duan Lingtian. When Kumi's words entered Di Ju's ears, it was like a huge rock that was smashed into the calm water, causing a huge splash. It shocked Di Ju so much that he was stunned. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. When he recalled the loss he suffered in the hands of Duan Lingtian, his anger did not diminish at all. He could not wait to drag Duan Lingtian out and grind his bones into dust. Apart from that, he also suspected that his son had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason,
He had always treated Duan Ling Tian as his #1 enemy. From the beginning until the end, he didn't take Duan Ling Tian seriously at all. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a cunning kid, and if it wasn't for his carelessness that day, he wouldn't have fallen into Duan Ling Tian's trap. That experience was a humiliation to him. He had to use Duan Ling Tian's blood to wash away this humiliation. Ku Lao, did you make a mistake? Your Azure Cloud Mansion is a powerful force that's comparable to the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, that Duan Ling Tian is just a brat from the mortal continent. It's impossible for him to be related to your Azure Cloud Mansion. After taking a deep breath, Diju said with a fluke heart. Diju, I'm afraid you still don't know. Not only is my young mansion master from the mortal continent, but my mansion master is also from the mortal continent. Upon hearing Diju's words, Kumi could not help but sneer. Kumi's words completely crushed the last bit of hope in Diju's heart. It caused Diju's expression to change drastically as a horrified expression appeared on his face. The Duan Ling Tian whom he hated to the core was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. How was this possible? Even until now, Diju still found it hard to believe even though the matter was almost confirmed. You almost killed my son. If I don't do anything about it, I don't deserve to be a father. Duan Ruffing glanced at Diju indifferently. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a terrifying coldness. However, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I won't kill you. Duan Rufing's words were filled with confidence. Suppress his cultivation base to the same level? 10 moves? Diju, who thought he was going to be doomed, suddenly brightened up when he heard Duan Rufing's words. In his opinion, he was 100% confident he would win against a human martial cultivator with the same level as him. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Duan Ruffing was not someone an ordinary human martial cultivator could compare to. Even though Diju had transformed into his true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon, right from the beginning, he could only barely withstand Duan Rufing's 8th move. When Duan Rufing's 9th move landed, Diju was also heavily injured with ease. The originally majestic 5-clawed golden dragon had also become extremely wretched at this moment like a big loach. Impossible! Diju, who was heavily injured by Duan Ruffing, also found it hard to accept this reality. He was certain Duan Ruffing had indeed suppressed his cultivation base to the same level as him. Even so, he still felt like his hands and feet were tied in front of Duan Ruffing. He could not fully unleash his attack. Or rather, he could not unleash his attack at all. In his eyes, Duan Ruffing was like a mountain, a towering mountain that was difficult to surpass. Each and every one of Duan Ruffing's moves seemed to be able to move mountains and overturn seas, giving him great pressure. This pressure did not only come from the outside, but it also came from his heart, causing him to be physically and mentally exhausted. He was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying this mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. This is after he suppressed his cultivation base to the same level as me. If he didn't suppress his cultivation base, how terrifying would his strength be? Even the clan leader might not be so strong, right? At this moment, Diju was completely shocked by the strength Duan Ruffing had displayed. He had even forgotten what Duan Ruffing had said to him earlier. However, when Duan Ruffing stopped and stood still with killing intent in his eyes, Diju jolted and finally regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master Duan, I admit that I almost killed Duan Ling Tian. However, the reason I wanted to kill him is because he played a trick on me. Moreover, it's very likely that he killed my son. At this moment of life and death, Diju had no choice but to throw caution to the wind as he roared. Mansion Master Duan's son is your son, but my son is not my son? He killed my son, so don't tell me I shouldn't seek revenge? Where's the fairness in this? Fairness? Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Ruffing could not help but sneer. Diju, I'm afraid my age is not even a fraction of yours. Since ancient times, the Dao Martial Saint Land has always valued the strong. In front of a powerful force, there's no fairness at all. It's impossible that you don't know about this, right? If you really want to talk about fairness, then when you killed the people from my son's sect, did you hear them talk about fairness? If you really want to talk about fairness, then let me tell you. I, Duan Ruffing, am fairness. It was rare for Duan Ruffing to speak so much.
Perhaps it was because he was happy that Diju was about to die, or perhaps it was because of some other reason.
All in all, the moment his words left his mouth, the aura on his body had completely changed. The moment his aura changed, the surrounding space began to tremble as though the end of the world had arrived. The terrifying aura on Duan Rufing's body rose up in just a blink of an eye and transformed into a billowing black flame as though it was going to burn the sky. Whoosh! As the billowing black flame soared up, half of the sky was shrouded by the black flame. Whether it was Duan Ruffing himself, Kumi who was standing behind him, or even Diju who was standing in front of Duan Ruffing, all of them were drowned by the black flame. When the black flame soared up, a destructive aura spread out wherever it passed.
Even the members of the dragons who were standing far away could clearly sense the destructive aura.
At once, some of the members of the dragons with a lower cultivation base had a drastic change of expression. They were bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Moreover, they were still far away. Diju, who was in the center of the black flame, undoubtedly had to bear the greatest pressure. In Kumi's opinion, Diju would definitely die if the mansion master made his move. However, Duan Ruffing did not have any joy from killing Diju.
He frowned and said coldly, "Dishan, you've finally come out."
Dishan. Upon hearing his mansion master's words, Kumi's heart jolted. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Dishan. This was the name of the current clan leader of the dragons. If he were to ask who he feared the most among the dragons, it would undoubtedly be Dishan. As the clan leader of the dragons, Dishan was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with his mansion master. He was not someone he could go against at all.
As the black flame in the air dispersed, it was as though the night had turned into day in an instant.
Diju, who was supposed to be killed by Duan Ruffing, was now shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. Around the golden light shield, there seemed to be streams of solidified golden light flowing continuously like little golden dragons. Within the huge golden light shield, apart from Diju who was extremely pale, there was also an old man with a sturdy body. The old man wore a long golden robe. As he stood there, it was as though he had merged with heaven and earth. He gave off an immense pressure. Naturally, this pressure was ignored by Duan Ruffing. However, Kumi could not ignore it. His expression was solemn. It was obvious that he was trying to resist the pressure on purpose. This old man was none other than the current clan leader of the dragons, Dishan. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 5 figures including the 5-clawed green dragon, Qingyan, and the 5-clawed purple dragon, Zijing, who were easily suppressed by Duan Ruffing earlier, appeared behind Dishan at the same time. They surrounded Diju like stars surrounding the moon. Among the 5 figures, apart from Qingyan and Zijing, there was also Xuechan and 2 other old men. Just by sensing the aura emitted from the 2 old men, one could tell that even if their strength was not as strong as Xuechan, it was not weaker than Zijing. They were 2 of the other 3 5-clawed divine dragon elders in the dragon clan. Among the dragons, there were only 9 5-clawed divine dragons. In this generation, due to the appearance of the 5-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong, he occupied one of the spots. Due to this reason, there were only 8 5-clawed divine dragons left. At this moment, apart from one of the 5-clawed divine dragons who happened to be absent, the remaining 8 5-clawed divine dragons were led by clan leader Dishan. All of them were glaring at Duan Ruffing fiercely. However, even in the face of 7 5-clawed divine dragons, Duan Ruffing's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not facing 7 5-clawed divine dragons but 7 ordinary people instead. Mansion Master Duan, it's one thing for you to barge into the territory of the dragons, but you actually want to kill the next clan leader of the dragons? Do you really think there's no one in the dragon clan who can stop you?
One of the 2 5-clawed divine dragon elders who did not appear earlier took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he asked in a deep voice.
Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our mansion master in such a tone? Chapter 1578. Kumi, this is the dragon's territory, not the Azure Cloud Mansion.
The old man whose face had turned red due to Kumi's words shouted in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly.
Stand down. Just as Kumi was about to say something, Di-Shan opened his mouth and calmly said to the old man. Although the old man was a five-clawed divine dragon elder, he did not dare to cross the line in front of Di-Shan, the clan leader of the dragons. However, his eyes were still gleaming coldly when he looked at Kumi. What? You want to fight me? When Kumi saw the coldness in the old man's eyes, he smiled mockingly and said, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but there are only 3 people among the dragons that I'm afraid of. However, you're not one of them.
When the old man heard this, his face turned red, but he was rendered speechless.
He could not deny this. Although he was glaring at Kumi, he knew very well that he was not a match for Kumi. Among the dragons, there were only 2 people who could defeat Kumi while one of them could fight him to a draw. The rest of them, including him, were not a match for Kumi. When Kumi saw the old man no longer dared to say anything, he also retreated behind Duan Ruffing. Mansion Master Duan, how did Diju offend you? Di-Shan asked calmly as he looked at Duan Ruffing. It was as though he was not affected by the fact that Diju was almost killed. Di-Shan, what would you do if someone almost killed your son? Duan Ruffing sneered as he glanced at Di-Shan nonchalantly. Ha! When Di-Shan heard Duan Ruffing's words, he could not help but frown. He had just arrived so he did not know the ins and outs of this matter. At once, he could not help but look at Diju. His son is Duan Lingtian. Diju, who was lucky enough to survive, looked much better now. When he saw clan leader Di-Shan looking at him, he immediately sent a voice transmission to clear his doubts. His tone was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Although he did not let go of his hatred for Duan Lingtian just because he knew Duan Lingtian's father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he knew he could only admit defeat at this moment. He was not a match for the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion at all. If he fought back blindly, he would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Diju's words, Di-Shan could not help but frown. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. This was because this was the person Diju had asked him to look for. This was also the person who had killed Diju's son. It did not cross his mind that the brat from the mortal continent whom Diju had mentioned was actually the son of Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was not even a fraction of his age, he knew how terrifying this mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. The previous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who was not much weaker than him was said to have died in the hands of Duan Ruffing. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ruffing was able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although he had not fought with Duan Ruffing before, he knew he might not be able to win even if he fought with Duan Ruffing. Di-Shan, as long as he dies today, I'll leave immediately. Duan Ruffing said nonchalantly. Based on his tone, it was as though there was no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, horror dawned on Xuechan and the other 5-clawed divine dragons. In the end, Xuechan stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, Mansion Master Duan, may I know how Diju offended you that you want to kill him? Xuechan, I advise you to stay out of this matter. When Kumi saw Duan Ruffing had no intention of replying to Xuechan, he said coldly, Even if Diju from the dragons dies in the hands of Lord Mansion Master, he only has himself to blame. Do you know he almost killed my young Mansion Master? Xiao Fuju is Lord Mansion Master's only son. What? The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, apart from Diju and Di-Shan who already knew about this matter, horror dawned on the 5-clawed divine dragon elders, including Xuechan. At once, their eyes landed on Diju in unison. Diju, is this true? Xuechan asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Diju did not deny it, the few 5-clawed divine dragon elders' faces turned grave immediately. They secretly cursed Diju for being reckless and for provoking such a powerful enemy for the dragons. Although they felt that Diju was a sinner, this was the dragons' territory after all. They were the 5-clawed divine dragons' elders. Naturally, they would put the interests of the dragons first. They would not fight among themselves in front of outsiders. Kumi, is there a misunderstanding? Xuechan asked in a deep voice as he looked at Kumi. Misunderstanding. Kumi smirked. If there's a misunderstanding, it's Diju from the dragons who has misunderstood my young mansion master, right? Putting aside the fact that my young mansion master might not have killed his son, even if he did, it seems like he's helping you dragons get rid of the evil, right? Could it be that you dragons really want that five-clawed devil dragon to grow? Five-clawed devil dragon. The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Diju's face. He did not expect Kumi would take the initiative to bring this up. A five-clawed devil dragon was a taboo among the dragons. At that time, his son, the five-clawed devil dragon, Di, should have been executed. However, he had used a scheme to deceive everyone and spared Di-Yong's life. Although he had spared Di-Yong's life, he did not dare to let Di-Yong stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, he had sent Di-Yong to Half Moon Island that was near Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. He was the only one who knew about this. Although many people in the clan suspected that his son, Di-Yong, was still alive, they did not have any evidence. Moreover, they could not find Di-Yong at all. Due to this reason, they could not do anything to him. Now that Kumi had revealed this matter, Diju immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. The clan leader of the dragons, Di-Shan, stared at Kumi. His calm eyes flashed coldly at this moment. It was apparent he was displeased with Kumi for revealing the five-clawed devil dragon. What? Don't all of you know that Diju's son, the five-clawed devil dragon, has only died a few years ago? However, Kumi, who had Duan Ruffing as his backing, was not afraid of Di-Shan at all. He sneered at the group of five-clawed divine dragons and said, I must say that all of you dragons are very lucky. Although that five-clawed devil dragon survived, he still died in the end. Otherwise, when he grew up, all of you would have been doomed. All of you shouldn't have forgotten the dragon's ancestral rule, right? The dragon's ancestral rule was to kill any five-clawed devil dragon as soon as they discovered it to prevent future trouble. Diju, your son is actually still alive. Zijing looked at Diju with a grave expression on her face. The other few five-clawed divine dragon elders had a grave expression on their faces as well. It seems like all of you don't know about this. Kumi shook his head and clicked his tongue as he said, Then, all of you probably don't know that the young man Duan Lingtian, whom all of you dragons have been searching for, is most likely the savior of all dragons. At the same time, he's also the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. Kumi's words were like a bomb that dropped on them. Recently, all of them knew that the dragons had been searching for someone called Duan Lingtian. However, all they knew was that the clan leader was the one who looked for that person and not Diju. At this moment, all of the five-clawed divine dragon elders, including Xue Chan, looked at Di-Shan, the clan leader of their dragon clan. Their eyes were filled with confusion as though they wanted to get an answer from Di-Shan. Di-Shan nodded. Since things had already progressed to this stage, he knew it was useless for him to keep it a secret. Xue Chan and the others immediately had a grave expression on their faces. In the end, it was Diju who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. There was a reason why the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion came to the dragons to kill Diju. In this matter, their dragon clan was really not in the right. While Duan Ruffing was confronting the 7 five-clawed divine dragons, the clan leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion suddenly changed his mind. At this moment, in the eyes of the people in Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian, the interim advisor of Situ clan, was shrouded in mystery. Moreover, there were many people from the various forces who had specially sent invitations to the Drift Blaze sect to see the heaven ranking. Most of them wanted to see Duan Lingtian, the mysterious interim advisor of Situ clan. They wanted to know what kind of person he was. Among them, the forces that were not on good terms with Situ clan were the most active. They had been fighting openly and secretly with the Situ clan for many years, and they knew the Situ clan very well. Now that Mr. Duan had suddenly appeared, it made them feel extremely pressured. Naturally, this pressure did not come from Master Duan's strength. Challenging a heaven-ranking powerhouse was enough to prove that Master Duan was only a Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator. He was not a threat to them at all. The pressure they felt was mostly due to the mystery that Mr. Duan had unknowingly revealed. After all, he had cured a strange illness that even a grade 4 saint refinement master and a group of saint stage powerhouses could not do anything about. This was not something an ordinary saint rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator could do. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had become famous in Windfall Nation before the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect had even begun. Naturally, the reason he became famous was because he had cured Situ Hang. Previously, news of Situ Hang's strange illness had spread throughout the entire Windfall Nation. During that period of time, almost everyone knew about it. Many people even traveled thousands of miles to the capital in the hopes of obtaining the reward issued by the Situ clan. However, none of them succeeded. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this when he first heard about it from Situ Hang. Master Duan, your name has spread like wildfire in Windfall Nation now. Even if you lose the battle with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, as long as you announce your name will sweep through the entire Windfall Nation like a hurricane. At that time, as long as your senior brother is in Windfall Nation, he'll definitely know that you're in our Situ clan. He'll come to Duan Lingtian immediately, Situ Hang told Duan Lingtian with a smile. What? Do you have so little confidence in me, young Master Hang? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he asked mockingly. Upon hearing this, Situ Hang smiled awkwardly and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Of course not. I'm just saying one of the possibilities. Although he indeed felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, he did not dare to say anything in front of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid he would offend Duan Lingtian. However, he had underestimated Duan Lingtian's magnanimity. When he casually said those words earlier, Duan Lingtian had already guessed what he was thinking. It was just that he did not care about it at all. This was because Duan Lingtian knew very well that there were some things that others would not believe even if he had a glib tongue. The only way to convince others was to use practical actions to convince them. For this reason, after hearing Situ Hang's explanation, Duan Lingtian did not continue with this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. Young Master Hang, Situ Zhua will be facing the wall for 3 months in another month. At that time, he'll leave the enforcement hall as well. He did not succeed this time, and we don't know what method he'll use to deal with you next time. What's your plan? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Situ Hang and asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Situ Zhua, Situ Hang's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Situ Zhua was the culprit who almost caused his death previously. Due to certain reasons, he and his father did not want to fall out with Situ Hang's faction. For this reason, they decided to minimize the matter and end it with the death of the devil cultivator. However, in his heart, there was no way he would let this matter go. After all, he almost died. If he died, he could imagine the future of the Situ clan. It would definitely belong to Situ Zhua. If Situ Zhua became the patriarch of the Situ clan, with Situ Zhua's ruthlessness, he did not even need to think to know what would happen to him and his father. It would definitely be extremely miserable. Master Duan, although I've heard about Situ Zhua's deeds in the past, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless to me. I've suffered once, and I won't suffer a second time. After taking a deep breath, Situ Hang spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. It's good that you know what you're doing. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Situ Hang. As for Situ Zhua, he did not have a good impression of him at all. If there's anything I can help you with, you're welcome. Duan Lingtian said again. Thank you, Master Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude as a junior. Although Duan Lingtian was perhaps 1 or 2 years younger than him, Duan Lingtian had a very high position in his heart. He did not treat Duan Lingtian as his peer. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Drift Blaze sect by this afternoon, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at the scorching sun in the sky. Yes, we'll be able to reach by this afternoon. Situ Hang nodded. After we arrive, we'll rest in the Drift Blaze sect for a night first. Tomorrow, we'll familiarize ourselves with the Drift Blaze sect's environment and walk around the Drift Blaze sect's estate as their guests. As for the battle between you and Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect, it's set for the day after tomorrow. All right, I'll leave it to you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although Situ Hang was not much older than him, he was still inferior to Situ Hang when it came to handling trivial matters. As the saying went, every profession has its own specialization. Perhaps this was what it meant. After leaving the Windfall Nation's capital and heading to the Drift Blaze sect, naturally, Duan Ling Tian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho were not the only people in the group. There were 5 other people hiding in the dark as well. If it was not for the fact that Duan Ling Tian had anti-tracking experience from his past life, perhaps, he would not have noticed these 5 people. These 5 people were hiding in the dark like venomous snakes, ready to attack or even kill at any moment. 5 imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. Moreover, they must have cultivated some kind of secret tactic to conceal themselves. Apart from me, I'm afraid not many people below the Saint Stage would be able to notice them. After Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye, he could clearly sense the powerful aura that was faintly emitted from the 5 people who were hiding in the dark. Chapter 1580. Naturally, the reason Duan Ling Tian concluded the 5 of them were at the imminent Saint Stage was because they gave him the same feeling as the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. After Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, his senses had become even sharper. He was certain the 5 of them had followed him when he left the Situ clan. Don't tell me they're 5 of the shadow guards from the Situ clan? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled the things he had heard when he was in the Situ clan. When he was in the Situ clan, he would occasionally hear some of the Situ clan's lineal disciples mention some unknown secrets. One of them was the Situ clan's shadow guards. It was said that most of the Situ clan's shadow guards were at the imminent Saint Stage. Perhaps, none of them could be compared to the powerhouses on the heaven ranking. However, since they were never exposed to the public, even the powerhouses on the heaven ranking might not be able to do anything to them. If the powerhouses of the heaven ranking were to be careless, it was very likely that they would die in the hands of these powerhouses. This was how terrifying the Situ clan's shadow guards were. The Situ clan's shadow guards were directly controlled by the clan leader. Therefore, these 5 shadow guards must have been sent by Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. The clan leader of Situ clan is really thoughtful. With these 5 shadow guards around, we won't have to worry about anything even if something unexpected happens along the way. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, the Situ clan's foundation is really terrifying. Even though they're both 7th-rate forces, the Moon Illumination sect is far from being comparable to them. Perhaps, the number of Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect was not inferior to the Situ clan. However, in terms of quality, they might not be comparable to the Situ clan. Moreover, in terms of imminent Saint Stage powerhouses, the Moon Illumination sect was far inferior to the Situ clan. In the Moon Illumination sect, there were only a few vice-sect leaders who were at the imminent Saint Stage. As for the Situ clan, aside from the imminent Saint Stage elders, more than half of the 18 shadow guards were at the imminent Saint Stage. This was not something the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. With 5 shadow guards hiding in the dark, Duan Ling Tian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho did not encounter any obstacles along the way as they arrived at the Drift Blaze sect smoothly. The Drift Blaze sect was a sect that was similar to the Moon Illumination sect. It was hidden in the mountains. However, the Drift Blaze sect's estate was located in a group of extinct volcanoes and active volcanoes. To a certain extent, it was much more prominent than the Moon Illumination sect. On the way here, Duan Ling Tian had also learned about the Drift Blaze sect from Situ Hang. He knew that the Drift Blaze sect was a 7th-rate force that was even stronger than the Situ clan. All of this was because of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. The sect leader of Drift Blaze sect was a female powerhouse called Zi Yun. However, this Drift Blaze sect leader was so powerful that she was said to be invincible among the 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. Moreover, this was publicly acknowledged by the Saint Stage experts of various forces. What kind of concept was this? Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was a female powerhouse. In Windfall Nation, regardless of the powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family,
Among the seventh-rate forces and forces below the seventh-rate forces, her strength was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. Due to Ziyun's existence, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was unwilling to offend the Drift Blaze sect. Moreover, there were even people who said that Ziyun was the strongest. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were only a handful of people who could defeat Ziyun. After learning about how powerful Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was, Duan Lingtian was also taken aback for a long time. It did not cross his mind that a female martial cultivator would be able to reach this stage in such a huge Windfall Nation. It was truly shocking. Apart from that, he also learned that Lady Feng, who was ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking, was Ziyun's direct disciple. At once, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. Like master, like disciple. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also knew that with the potential that Lady Feng had displayed, it would not be difficult for her to surpass her master, Ziyun, if everything went smoothly in the future. After learning about Ziyun's existence from Situ Hang, Duan Lingtian was also curious about the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. He was curious about what kind of woman she was to be able to lead a seventh-rate sect to become the publicly acknowledged #1 force below the imperial family in Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. Perhaps if the Drift Blaze sect did not care about Ziyun, it might even be inferior to some of the other seventh-rate forces. However, it was precisely because of Ziyun's existence that the Drift Blaze sect surpassed the other seventh-rate forces. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, when a person's strength reached a certain level, it would not be difficult for them to support a force. When they arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, a Drift Blaze sect's disciple welcomed them. However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that when the Drift Blaze sect's disciple who welcomed them found out that he was the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at him. It seems like they're also very confident in that Lady Feng. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. At the same time, he was even more curious about what kind of woman she was to be able to achieve so much in such a short period of time. At this moment, he could not wait to meet Lady Feng. However, he also learned from Situ Hang that if he wanted to meet Lady Feng, he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow, the day of the battle between him and Lady Feng. Before that, it was almost impossible for him to meet Lady Feng. It was not because Lady Feng had to prepare for the battle, but because Lady Feng had always stayed in the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. Even with so many inner and outer court disciples in the Drift Blaze sect, it was rare for them to see her. It was said that in the past year, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples who had seen Lady Feng the most had only seen her a few times. All of these made Lady Feng even more mysterious, causing Duan Lingtian to be extremely curious about her. Although the Drift Blaze sect's disciples' attitude toward Duan Lingtian and his two companions was not very good, as the host, they still obediently arranged a place for Duan Lingtian and his two companions. It was a mansion located halfway up one of the extinct volcanoes in the outer court area of Drift Blaze sect. It was very clean from top to bottom. It was obvious that the Drift Blaze sect had prepared it well. The three of you, this will be your place. Have a good rest tonight. Our Grand Elder will come and look for all of you tomorrow morning. After the Drift Blaze sect's disciple informed Duan Lingtian and his two companions, he left immediately. It was as though he did not want to stay here for a second longer. Duan Lingtian and his two companions looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They entered the mansion in unison and each found a room to stay in. At the same time, in the faraway dragons, Duan Ruffing was starting to feel a little impatient as well. Ever since Kumi revealed the big news, the 5 Divine Dragon Elders, led by Xue Chan, were filled with dissatisfaction toward Di Ju. At this moment, Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, greeted Duan Ruffing and told him that they would come up with a conclusion that would satisfy Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing, on the other hand, had waited for an entire afternoon. If it was not for the fact that he was wary of Di Shan, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would not have waited for so long. However, after an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Ruffing could no longer wait any longer. All of you have discussed for an entire afternoon, but you still haven't come up with a conclusion? Duan Ruffing's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, causing Di Shan and the others to regain their senses.
Apart from Di who stood at the side with a pale expression and did not participate in the discussion, the 5-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, sent voice transmissions to Di, the clan leader of the dragons, to discuss a solution. After all, the dragons were indeed in the wrong in this matter. Put aside the fact that the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion might not have killed Diju's son. Even if he did, it would be considered as helping the dragons get rid of a scourge. The 5-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, felt terrified just by thinking about the danger of a 5-clawed devil dragon. They believed that if news of this spread out and reached the ears of the dragons, Diju would definitely become the target of public criticism. On the other hand, even if the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion barged into the dragon's territory without mercy, none of the dragons would blame him. This was because in the eyes of the dragons, he was innocent. He might even be the father of their benefactor. Although the dragons were arrogant, they were a tribe that knew how to be grateful. They would not be ungrateful. He would remember whoever helped him for the rest of his life. As the clan leader of the dragons, Di had the final say in many matters. There was no need for him to consider the feelings of the few 5-clawed divine dragon elders and the others. However, he was also in the wrong in this matter regarding Diju. After all, he had long known that Diju's son was still alive and had been killed. Later on, he even helped Diju by ordering all the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land to search for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, Diju's enemy. Due to this reason, Di knew he could not ignore the feelings of the few 5-clawed divine dragon elders in this matter. Naturally, during the discussion in the afternoon, he had also made up his mind. Diju must not die. Diju was not only a 5-clawed divine dragon, but he was also a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was the only candidate to be the next clan leader of the dragons. If Diju died, it would mean that the dragons would lose their heir. Among the dragons, all the candidates to be the next clan leader would be a 5-clawed golden dragon. This was the rule of the dragons since ancient times. No matter how outstanding a member of the dragons was, it was impossible for him to become the clan leader of the dragons if he was not a 5-clawed golden dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon was more like a religion that represented the dragons. It was irreplaceable by any other 5-clawed divine dragon. Mansion Master Duan. Di looked at Duan Ruffing and said in a deep voice, "The dragons will give you an explanation regarding this matter. It's good that you're willing to give me an explanation. Tell me, what's your plan? Do you want me to kill him after I bring him away, or do you want me to kill him in front of all of you?" Duan Ruffing asked as he glanced at Di indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, horror dawned on Diju's face right away. At the same time, he looked at Di anxiously. He was really worried that Di would hand him over. As the saying went, too much concern leads to confusion. This was exactly what Diju was feeling right now. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.